He was a legendary assassin in a virtual game, but when a goddess asks him to kill another god, he is transported to the real world, where his skills become deadly. Can he use his skills to rule the world from the shadows? Let's find out. In a world where people terrorize each other, now the best way to destroy your enemies is to kill. In the secret headquarters of the famous guild Knights of Glory, the woman at the desk reported that she received a report from a spy they sent out. It seems that they have set assassin Wright into action. The woman is a member of the Knights of Glory, and her name is Master Devia. Another girl sitting at the desk in a helmet asked what was wrong with sending an assassin before the siege started. Master Devia pointed out that she could say whatever she wanted, but right now they were dealing with assassin Wright. He was on a completely different level. They had to be much more vigilant. Suddenly, strange birds began to appear above their building. Devia shouted that they needed to shoot them down right now. The Knights of Glory began to carry out the task. One of the members of the Knights of Glory, while shooting down the birds, wondered if they weren't wasting their mana to shoot them down. But suddenly, the shot-down birds fell on them and began to explode everything around. As a result, many died. Devia thought that death would have already overtaken her if it were not for this magic item. It saves the owner from death in case of fatal damage. Since with its help you can avoid death, it is rare and very expensive. She asked the others. Now they understood how terrible Wright is. Life magic items have some restrictions before reuse. Let them not lose their vigilance. Suddenly, she noticed something on the floor and thought what it could be. After that, a strong explosion thundered and everything around was destroyed. Devia was also badly injured. Lying on the ground, she simply could not believe it. Where did the explosives come from here? But they checked everything thoroughly. Was it really all planned from the beginning of the construction of this place? After these words, a bug flying past said that everything is not quite so. Devia looked at this creature and asked herself, how could this be? While thinking, the player Wright said that what he installed was not an explosive, but rather a magical energy injection device. At this time, his bird said that they had a new letter. The protagonist noted that the mission was completed in this world. Explosives buried underground can kill if they are 5 meters deep, but if the explosives are installed at a deeper level, their impact will be absorbed by the ground. Such an explosive force is not enough to kill a high-level player, unless of course just installing explosives. In any case, what he installed this time is a magical power injection device. When a substance is injected with a large amount of magical power, it explodes, grinds, and scatters dust around. No matter how good the killing method is, there will always be a countermeasure against it. It doesn't matter to him. No matter how many defense methods someone uses, he will always come up with a new way using the production skill and complete the mission no matter what. It will be like before. MC remarked that he wondered how long this method would last. He thought that the production ability could create many types of things. The protagonist, using this ability, became an assassin killer in VLO, a virtual reality game. Compared to other players in VLO, death is perceived much more offensively. When dying, the player loses one level of the current one, and as a punishment, cannot enter the game for 3 days. For high-level players, losing a level will be considered as 100 wasted hours of the game. Even though the punishment is already severe, there is a more severe punishment, which is the inability to log in. For example, if there is a war between guilds for territory, and the main forces of the guild fell during the war, then the only thing that awaits the guild is a bitter defeat. Even the most powerful guilds depend on their top players. If the strongest players die at the most inopportune moment, the guild may come to an end. As a rule, players in VLO do not die so easily. In the best case, they will be knocked out and revived in the city. The only ones who can kill a player are a handful of strong bosses or other players. Of course, the player will not interact with other players to die at their hands. There are many items that allow you to avoid death from other players. It is normal for the strongest players in the guild to have such items to prevent their death. When fighting face-to-face with such an opponent, the probability of killing him is extremely small. In this case, hired killers come into play. When a war between the best guilds begins, they hire dozens of them. It follows that battles between assassins are nothing special or out of the ordinary, but as an assassin, he can consider himself a bit of a special case. Typically, an assassin should have a combat job and abilities, such as an archer who excels in long-range combat, or a blade master who excels in dealing massive damage at close range. However, the protagonist has crafting abilities. He uses potions and explosives to kill his target. Of course, he is significantly inferior in combat compared to assassins, but despite his dislike for combat abilities, his assassination methods have no defense mechanisms. For example, an assassination order against a top-ranked guild would be considered excellent if he had a success rate of 15% or more. But as for his assassination rate, it is over 99.9%. In all, he has completed over 1,000 jobs but has only failed one. He thinks that his success rate should be the highest among assassins in the entire game. When the protagonist received a new letter, he noticed that it was very rare to receive a letter of this type. In the letter, the goddess Mises asked for the protagonist's help. MC wondered who it could be. Could this be some kind of joke? There are some characters in the game that cannot be used as a name. Among them is the word God. The reasons why they cannot be used are still a mystery of this game. In any case, a player named Goddess Mises cannot exist. He used the player search to find out who the goddess Mises was. If a player with such a name really existed, it would help him contact her. That is, of course, if she really existed. Suddenly, a phone call rang. It was the goddess Mises herself. She noticed that he read her letter. MC thoughtfully said, "Could a player with the word God in her name really exist? Maybe they lifted the name bans?" The goddess Mises stated that her name had the word God in it because she was indeed a goddess. She was the creator of this game, so there was no prohibition against her using her own name. The protagonist thought that they were rather strange people, talking as if they were the creators of this game. He said that he understood and asked her to tell him more about the task. The goddess explained that it was a contract to kill Mazur Zul, a god who came to them from another world. MC thought that he had never heard of this name. It seemed that he had memorized the names of all the strong players, and if he had not heard of this name, then this time the target would be easy. Easy as long as he knew the location of the enemy. He said that it was important for him to know what the reward would be. He asked to pay in gold. It would be much easier. The goddess agreed. Gold is gold, that's all right. Then how about 1,000 tons of pure gold? MC noted to himself that the customer could not speak normally this time and suggested that he be more serious. Does she even know how much 1,000 tons of pure gold is worth? The goddess replied that she was completely serious. 1,000 tons of pure gold would be worth around 5 trillion yen. Of course, she would pay him in full, even if it was on the other side of the world. The protagonist wondered if it was really true on the other side of the world. How far could human delirium go? He turned to Mises and announced his agreement. The goddess exclaimed that she was grateful to him. If it weren't for him, she would have only been left to wait for her own death. The protagonist asked her if she had forgotten that this was just a game, that she was exaggerating too much. But the goddess said that it was not just a game. Suddenly, the protagonist looked at an object and asked if it was a teleportation stone. Suddenly, the thing started working. The protagonist noticed that the teleportation stone could not activate on its own. Mrs. clarified that she didn't have time to explain anything, so she just sent him on a mission. The protagonist loudly asked her to wait, because he was not even given time to prepare. He didn't have the fighting ability to fight with his own body. Let her give him the information about the targets, and he would prepare something against them right now. Mrs. apologized, but he wasn't allowed to take things from here. She laughed and said that in that case, he would have to do it on the other side. She apologized again, but he really wasn't allowed to take things from here. The protagonist screamed. Couldn't he take something with him? He had never heard anything like that. The goddess clarified that this was a teleportation to another world, so he shouldn't worry. She noted that the protagonist's skills and knowledge would definitely be useful in another world. His target was the evil god Mazur Zul, the only god left in this world besides her. She had prepared so that the protagonist could start working immediately after the teleportation, so he shouldn't worry and focus on the mission. Suddenly, MC found himself in a forest, and thought that this place looked like a place where he could relax and focus on the task. But he should know where he was anyway, so he used the GPS to take out his item chest, but it was empty. He realized that he couldn't bring a single item with him, and it turned out to be true. He shouted into the air, "What kind of forest is this? Was the connection cut off?" Anyway, at first glance one could say that this place looks like VLO, but in comparison to it the picture quality is too high. It felt like he was looking at a real landscape. He noticed that the computer he was using couldn't display this. It was more like a computer that could do this didn't exist. He asked the goddess if she was telling him that he had actually teleported to another world. Mrs. quickly apologized to him and said that she was able to teleport him to this world, but it seemed that she did not have enough strength to choose a suitable exit point. MC asked what she meant by not enough strength. The goddess noted that if this was true, then due to the decrease in the number of her believers, she was unable to use her full power. MC asked if she received her power from her believers. Mrs. agreed, noting that the main source of God's power is the faith of their followers. If a god completely loses human faith, then he will certainly lose his power and be erased from the face of the earth. After the disappearance of a god, all memory of him will also be erased. MC thought that perhaps the gods also have a hard time. He asked if she meant that she was in exactly this situation. Mrs. noted that she was glad that he was quick-witted. By the way, the gods she knew were destroyed by the evil god Mazur Zul. The protagonist groaned and noted that it seemed like he was summoned to save a goddess on the verge of death and destroy her main enemy. He addressed the goddess. Did that mean that every god except for the two of them was destroyed? The missus agreed. That's right. Also, Mazura Zul has several other aliases, but only two of them are his real names. The protagonist wondered, what about her? Does she not have any aliases? The missus calmly answered that she does not have any other names. This is because a god will not gain power from faith if people worship a false name. MC asked another question. Then why does an evil god have so many names? The goddess explained that it is all in order to reduce the number of followers of other gods. Their goal is to create teachings in order to take away believers, and for this they are ready to do anything. They will kill or torture until the victims change the object of faith. MC thought, in order to destroy the god, he needs to kill all his followers or make them stop believing in him. He should definitely take this into account. Suddenly, the device the hero was communicating with began to buzz and make noise. The protagonist loudly asked, "What is it this time?" The goddess, Mrs., apologized, but it seems she can no longer maintain contact. She does not have enough power. The protagonist exclaimed that she should not say that she is leaving him alone in this forest. Having lost contact, the goddess completed the forgiveness, saying that if he completes the task, she will repay him in full. MC thought, it seems he really was left alone in this forest. The task looks very problematic, but he certainly does not regret it at all, because he has never received such interesting tasks. Be that as it may, first he must take care of his own safety. Having climbed a mountain of stones, he noticed that there were no traces left by people around. Of course, he can't bring things from another world, but what about his abilities? He decided to use the enemy search. Apparently, he can use abilities from the VLO. Thanks to this ability, the protagonist has now found many monsters around. The danger they pose is at a medium level. Most likely the forest is not a safe place for him. In that case, it's time to begin his survival quest. After saying this, he concentrated pure water in his hand. After drinking it, he noticed that if he can use magic, he can also use his main ability. When the water was obtained, he thought that survival would be easy. Most likely, he will not encounter difficulties, but he must hurry with the preparations. If he meets monsters without a weapon, he will definitely die. He looked at the pile of stones and asked himself, is this metal? When he made sure that it was indeed so, he exclaimed that he was very lucky. It was bauxite. He noticed that he needed iron sand, but it seemed that there was little of it in the soil of this area. He would have to try another way. He concentrated mana in his hand and began extracting aluminum with magic. He made a cube and noted that it weighed about 500 grams. After that, he began the transformation. He noticed the amount of aluminum and focused on the necessary items, taking into account the magical power spent on extracting and processing the weapon that he can create in such a situation. This sting, as it turned out, has a weak physical attack, but there is a way to increase its damage. He crouched down and exclaimed, "Wow, what is growing here? This is a killer herb." He cut the root of a deadly poisonous plant and smeared this poison on the tip of the sting. The improvised weapon is ready. He noted that if his opponent is a high-level monster, then such a weapon will certainly be useless. The hero summoned a chest with a cube of aluminum already in it, and placed the poisonous sting in it. He thought that if the monsters he was facing were like the ones he calculated, this weapon would be useful. He wondered how long he could fight, but trying to open the stats did not give any response. He noticed that the stats menu was not displayed. Is this not a game? As he moved further, he couldn't help but notice that he had no items, so he couldn't even accurately determine his powers in this world. It seemed like he had no choice but to use his abilities. Suddenly, he walked up to a tree and used a move called Destructive Strike. After he broke the tree with one kick, he noticed that the moves were still working and the power hadn't changed. He probably had almost the same stats as in the game. As the hero said before, it was easy to survive here, and he thought again that safety would be guaranteed. Taking his aluminum cube, the protagonist noticed that a lot of time had passed, and he should start building a house. He transformed the cube into a saw and very quickly obtained building materials in the form of wood. After a few hours, the protagonist had a nice home. He sighed. It seemed like he was done. Entering inside, he noted how nice the new house smelled. He looked around and couldn't help but notice that in just a few hours, the work had turned out quite decent, although the house was most likely too big for one person. But now, it was more important to think about food. Suddenly, he remembered about magic stones and clarified that artifacts are objects that can activate various magic using the energy of a magic stone. Depending on who uses them, their power varies greatly. However, the most powerful magic stones can only be obtained by pulling them out of a monster's body. Having prepared himself, the protagonist declared that there was no way out, and it seemed like it was time to hunt. He took a saw, went outside, and sawed some more wood. He He noted that he needed to prepare a little more for the fight with the monster. It would be difficult to create a melee weapon from this amount of aluminum, and the poisonous sting he had made recently would only spoil the food. Taking a wooden block in his hands, he noted that he was probably using it with magic. He transformed again, and now he had a new bow in his hands. The protagonist noted that it was logical now that he also needed a bowstring. He looked at the vine and exclaimed that this would be the best. He braced himself and noted that it was time for the hard part. Using magic again, he used extraction and extracted many fibers from the plants. Also, while the fibers were still chemically active, he would cast a spell on them. No matter how many threads he got, he would combine them into one to instantly increase the power. After finishing the work, the protagonist looked at his brand new bow. Everything is ready. He also made arrows. It was time to hunt. While searching for opponents, he found that the closest enemy was in the 2 o'clock direction. But just in case, he decided to watch for now. Looking around carefully, he noticed a monster frog and thought that he was lucky that he came across something edible. The protagonist made an accurate shot and hit the frog with the first arrow, but the target was not hit. MC thought that, apparently, there really was not enough power. The frog realized where the shot came from and ran towards the protagonist. She quickly reached the place and jumped onto the tree where her offender was sitting. MC said, as he thought, she jumps great. From this position he could shoot with all his might. A moment later, he fired many arrows at the frog and noted that if the power was not enough, he would make up for it with the number of shots. After the control shot, he noted that the mission was accomplished. After bringing the frog home, he looked at his catch. The frog meat tasted like chicken, so it would be quite tasty. It seems that he was very lucky with the catch on the very first day. Food, drinking water, safety are guaranteed. But to cut it up, he needs to do a little trick. Looking at the body of the frog, he noticed that it really does have a poison sac. One monster frog has about 10 poison sacs, and if even one of them bursts, the poison will spread throughout the body, so you need to be careful. After cutting out each sac, he exclaimed, "Materials received." But then he asked himself, what kind of magic stone is this? Judging by the strength of this monster, the magic stone should not be so bad. As is the monster, so is the stone. Taking it in his hand, the protagonist was sure that everything will work out with him. He got the magic stone and food. He killed a great monster after all. But his final goal is to kill the evil god Mazur Zol. He still doesn't know if it's really an evil god or not. He also doesn't know if the goddess Mises can be trusted, but that doesn't matter to him. He just received a task, so all that matters is killing the target. Having prepared everything, the protagonist exclaimed, "It's time to start creating the artifact." He started working, and everything worked out. He explained that the artifacts he was making were sensitive to the magical power used directly in magic. Both monsters and animals have magical power, but basically only humans can use magic. Therefore, from the reaction of the tool, you can immediately tell that there is a person nearby who uses magic. While creating a new tool, the protagonist noticed that he was using this needle as an antenna, which increases the sensitivity of the artifact. It can definitely be said that the quality of intelligence artifacts is determined by their needles and magic stones. Therefore, the needle is not just for transformation. By adding its magical power, it casts a spell on the object and gives it shape. Such objects are light, but inferior in quality to forged products. Looking at the tool he was creating, he noticed that he had increased the concentration of magical power inside. This is the best he can do with materials of this quality. During his work, he used connection and empowerment. Upon completion of the work, the protagonist concluded that the magic detector is ready. It feels like the radius of action is about 1 kilometer. Looking at the resulting MC, he thought that he should test it in practice. When he poured water into a glass with magic and drank it, he noted that everything seemed to be working properly because the detector immediately indicated that magic was being used nearby. Going outside, the protagonist sighed. It was time to have lunch. For cooking, he used frog meat, brushwood that was left over from building a house, and a spit made from a hammer. MC wanted to light a fire, but he saw his energy bar. He had spent too much mana on production magic, and he had very little left. Now he used the weak fire of the forge to light the fire. He used extraction again with magic to get table salt. He salted the meat, blew on it and took a bite, but suddenly his face changed dramatically. He thought that frog meat was very light, but it turned out to be more filling than he expected. However, the salt alone did not add any flavor to it. Nevertheless, he continued to eat, remembering that sometimes they say that hunger is the best seasoning. Looking at the remaining meat that he had not cooked, he wondered what to do with it now. Of course, he would like to save the food for later, but he does not have enough magic stones to make a refrigerator or a freezer, and he does not want to get involved in a battle with animals. But suddenly he remembered the box with items and wondered if the meat would spoil if he put it in his inventory. It was high time to check. Entering the bedroom, he noted that it would be unpleasant if it spoiled, but he would have to see on the spot. He lay down on his bed and began to think. If possible, he would like to find people and get out of here, but he does not know anything about the locals, and leaving here without preparation is too dangerous. First of all, he needs to do potions. Yesterday he already entered the battle without potions, and he does not want to repeat it again. In the morning, when he went outside, he noticed that after a night of sleeping on a bed without a mattress, he was sore all over. The next task is to make a mattress. He went into the forest and exclaimed that he found something. These are healing herbs for potions. There might be more nearby. It's a common healing plant called Maya. It's one of the least effective herbs, but with the help of magic, it can be used to create a second-level potion. The protagonist collected more of this herb and put it all in a pile. He shook himself off when he was already home. When he had everything ready, he noticed that it was time to start making potions. First, he needed to grind the plants with magic power. Now the resulting liquid needed to be mixed with water and put on the fire. Then, he needed some time to let it simmer. After waiting a little, the protagonist concluded that the second-level potion was ready. It's good that low-level potions don't require much effort. Top players use level 11 potions, which are 500 times more effective than level 2 potions. But it's better than being left without potions at all. Ideally, of course, it would be necessary to prepare at least level 4 potions, but this will have to be postponed for later. Having removed the bowl with the potion from the stove, MC noticed that there was nowhere to pour the potion, but he found a way out. Using transformation, he made several containers from wood, into which he later poured the potion. Looking at the finished work, the protagonist exclaimed that now he can calmly enter battles. Going outside, he asked himself, maybe he should try hunting monsters in the area? At the same time, he will look for materials for artifacts. He began searching for an enemy and said to himself, I wonder how many magic stones he will get. After that, the most interesting part began. The protagonist fought animals, caught fish, picked mushrooms, thereby obtaining magic stones. Returning home in the evening, the protagonist noticed that even from such simple materials, he could already make a lot of things. First of all, he needed flashbang grenades. Using his magic and the magic stones he had obtained, he began crushing and got to work. He thought that it was a pity to waste the material, but there was no other way to make a flashbang grenade. After many attempts at crushing, he got a pile of powder from magic stones. Then he used light magic, and then imbued the shards many times. He noticed that the shards of magic stones were imbued with magic, but the effect lasted only 1 second. The shards only lit up with a dim light for a second. However, from the dim light of millions of shards, a bright flash would result. Of course, the powder was difficult to handle, but he still managed to do it. Near the end of the work, he applied the compound and got a flashbang grenade. After making one, the protagonist noted that one would not be enough, so he would try to make at least 3. After a while, he finished and, stretching, noticed that making 3 bombs by hand was more difficult than he expected. Making high-level items is a lot of work. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed that the magic detector began to signal. He thought, I'm not doing anything right now. Why is this happening? It seems that it detected someone else's magic. He turned around abruptly, grabbed the magic detector, flash grenades and bow, and ran out of the house. As he ran, he thought that he had no idea who it was, but whoever it was, he had to see them with his own eyes, even if they were hostile. He put the magic detector on his hand and ran into the forest. He used hidden assistance and imbue. Suddenly, he heard someone screaming about danger. The protagonist, having climbed the tree, noticed that it was not far from here. He continued, jumping on the branches, and finally reached his destination. The girl screamed that she couldn't leave her father and gourd here. MC saw an angry beast and injured people below. He thought that it looked like they were attacked by a bear. The man was seriously injured, and the girl couldn't help in the fight. The knight who was trying to protect them had a wound in the shoulder area, and most importantly, this bear had deadly poison on its claws. The protagonist told himself that if he didn't do anything, all 3 of them would die within the next 5 minutes. But if they survived, he could get information from them. Going down to help, MC used release and hidden aid. The bear was about to attack the injured knight, but the protagonist came to the rescue in time and threw a flash bomb into the bear's face. There was an explosion. The knight was also blinded and did not understand what was happening. As he charged, MC loudly asked if this giant really thought he would let it get away. He pulled out a poison sting and threw it into the beast's eyes. After a successful attack, the protagonist thought that this bear seemed stronger than the monsters he had fought before. One blow from a poison sting would not kill it. In that case, more poison would be needed. The protagonist coated the arrow with additional poison and fired it straight at the bear. After that, he turned to the girl and ordered her not to move if she did not want to get hit too. Although the arrow had pierced the beast, it could still attack. The bear charged at the protagonist screaming, but MC had almost achieved the result. He coated the arrows with a mixture of 3 types of magical poison. 1. Mira poison, a toxin based on the herb of the killer. This is the poison used to inflict the most severe wounds, including fatal ones. 2. Hematoxylin poison based on mushrooms. This poison is effective even against monsters that neurotoxin cannot kill, which is why he added it to the mixture. 3. Paralysis poison based on frog poison. This poison paralyzes the victim and gives time for other poisons to reach the key systems of the body. Due to the paralysis of the nervous system, the monster practically does not feel pain, due to which the enemy does not realize the danger of the poison until death. In the end, the protagonist killed the huge beast. The frightened wounded knight asked, "What was that?" First, the protagonist flooded his eyes with light, and then the monster was defeated. Could it be that he did all this? MC replied that he killed the bear. He thought that, judging by the fact that the knight can still move, the bear has a slow-acting poison. You could say that every cloud has a silver lining. However, the bear tore his chest with its claws and he will die from blood loss before the poison has time to work. If he doesn't get the medicine now, he's finished. Suddenly, a knight who could still stand on his feet stopped the protagonist and asked him to wait. Even though he saved their lives, he's still a stranger. MC looked at him and calmly replied that, whatever the case, he didn't mind staying away. But it looked like that dude would be finished if he did. The knight looked at the protagonist and muttered, "These aren't some commoners." He glared menacingly and continued, "Who did he call a dude? Does he even know who that is?" MC interrupted him and asked, "He couldn't just stand there and let him die, could he?" After thinking for a moment, the knight looked at him and asked if he could save him. MC noted that he couldn't say for sure, but promised to try. Holding out a flask of potion, he explained that it was medicine and that the knight should give it to the victim. The knight took the medicine suspiciously and began examining it, not trusting the first person he met. The protagonist held out another flask and noticed that there were 2 bottles to choose from. The one the knight chooses will be drunk by the protagonist, as he still seems to have doubts. The knight mixed the vials and gave one to the protagonist. The protagonist opened it and drank it, showing that everything was natural. The knight turned around and handed the vial to the girl. She approached her wounded father and said that she brought medicine. When she gave him the potion to drink, everyone was shocked, as the wounds began to heal very quickly. The knight could not believe it. Was this a high-level potion? The protagonist wondered why they were so surprised, since he only gave them a second-level potion. It seemed that they did not have a culture of using potions. The protagonist called out to the knight and handed him the vial, saying that he should also drink this potion. But the knight replied that he was just a knight on duty, and it was better to save this potion for those who needed it more. The protagonist shoved a bottle of potion into the knight's mouth and exclaimed that he should drink it quickly, since he already had enough potions. The knight drank it and noted that he would owe the protagonist. MC looked at him and reminded him not to forget that he had not helped them to the end yet. Something had to be done about the bear's poison, otherwise they would both be finished. The knight began to cough and loudly asked if he had a cure for the poison. The protagonist noted that he probably did and asked how he felt. Was there any effect from the poison? The knight looked at his hands and reported that his palms and feet were a little numb, but other than that, everything was fine. The protagonist thought that it seemed like paralysis. If nothing was done, it would reach the heart, and that would be the end of them. He replied that he could not make an antidote here, so he was returning home. He ordered the knight to bring that uncle there. The knight was again outraged that the protagonist called him an uncle. He calmed him down, saying that it would be better if he did what he said quickly, otherwise his noble uncle would die. He can carry him himself, if he can't. When they arrived at the house, the knight went inside and asked if the house really stood in the middle of the forest. The protagonist noted that it was nothing special, and that he would take care of the medicine, so he better wait here. The knight, suspecting something, asked, "Since he makes medicine, is he a doctor?" The protagonist replied that he's not a doctor. He doesn't have a medical education, but he knows how to make medicine. The knight was surprised. He doesn't have an education, but can he really make an antidote? The protagonist agreed that if the knight was so worried that he wanted to make them more poison instead of medicine, he could oversee the process himself. After that, the knight asked for some time, and they went to put the victim on the bed. But when the protagonist brought water for the wounded man, the knight abruptly began to drink it from the basin. Then the protagonist asked what was wrong with the poison. Had there been any new symptoms? The knight replied that there were, His whole arm was numb. He asked if he would have time to make an antidote. The protagonist noted that this was unconditional, since only the knight's arm was numb. It seemed that this poison acted very slowly. There was enough time to make an antidote. The quality, of course, was not the best, but if everything was mixed carefully, everything would be fine. It took a lot of work to make a potion from poor quality materials. For good materials, just one type of charm would be enough, but you'd have to work with what you had. At this time, while the protagonist was preparing the potion, the knight was watching him closely. Suddenly, he announced that everything was ready. The girl and the knight approached the bowls with the antidote with great interest. After that, the knight noted that he wanted to check if there was poison here. He needed to wait a little, after which he drank the antidote, and changes began to happen to him. The girl turned to the knight named Gord and asked if everything was okay with him. He exclaimed that the poison disappeared in a second. How is that possible? The protagonist noted that the antidote saves from the effects of the poison. There is nothing supernatural about it. But Gord suspected something again and asked if this potion was really an antidote. MC sighed and thought that it was time to give it to that guy too. There was more poison in his body. If they hesitated, all his efforts would be in vain. They gave the antidote to the guy and he began to shine. The protagonist noted that he would wake up when his wounds were completely healed, and the poison left his body. The protagonist turned to the girl and noted that if it seemed that something was wrong with him, she should give it to him, holding out a bottle of potion. The girl thanked him and took the bottle. Having finished, the protagonist noted that now they could finally talk. He immediately wanted to ask who they were and why they were here. The girl looked at the worried knight and offered to reveal who they were. She asked if they would tell the reason for their arrival after father came to his senses. Is he okay with that? MC said he was okay with it and suggested discussing what the knight had just told them. His name was Gord. He was the personal guard of King Missus. The protagonist wondered if they really had a royal family. The girl answered for him, saying that they did, and introduced herself. Her name was Rumia. She was the daughter of the 14th king of Missus, Lias Missus. The protagonist thought to himself that he couldn't believe it. He tried not to negotiate with those who were higher in status than him, but since he was dealing with the king, everything should go well. Suddenly he was taken aback in bewilderment. What was going on here? There must be some special circumstances. 2 members of the royal family, one of whom is the king, and yet they only have 1 bodyguard. This is definitely suspicious. Rumia asked to keep this information a secret. The protagonist said that he understood everything, introduced himself as Wright, and said that it was nice to meet him. He said that first they needed to wait for the king to come to his senses, and then they could discuss the plan. The girl was amazed. Did he really say the word plan? So he was offering them his help? The protagonist wondered if they really needed his help. He offered to eat and talk. Then he took out the meat from the chest and couldn't help but notice that it was fresh. He thought that it seemed like the food in the chest with the items did not spoil. He began to cook. Rumia asked what it was. The protagonist clarified that it was fried frog meat, but what kind he did not know. Rumia asked him if it was safe to eat the meat of an unfamiliar monster species. The protagonist replied that he definitely wouldn't die from the poison, since he had already prepared an antidote potion. The girl noticed that he was brave, and sitting down next to him, she thought that, perhaps this was folk wisdom. She had never encountered anything like this, but it was very interesting. The protagonist heard these words and thought that he had expected something completely different. He thought that the girl would start criticizing this beggarly food, but everything turned out differently. Gord ran up and shouted to his mistress that he would not let him deceive her. He himself was a commoner, but he would never eat the meat of an unfamiliar monster. The protagonist was clearly not like them. Rumia asked again if he was telling the truth. Gord exclaimed that he had never used an antidote as a cure for his stomach either. Meanwhile, the protagonist produced salt again and seasoned his meat, starting to eat it. He thought that, as usual, the meat was pleasant and there was plenty of fat. He remarked out loud that it was tasty after all. He said to himself that yesterday he thought that the meat tasted good only because he was hungry, but it seemed to be something else. While Gord lectured his mistress, she looked at the meat the protagonist had prepared. He teased her with his food and continued eating. The protagonist wondered if they hadn't brought any food with them on their journey. Pointing to the meat, he said that he doubted whether the princess should eat it. Gord noted that, unfortunately, they had no provisions. The protagonist clarified that he had gone on a campaign with the royal family, and they didn't even have food with them. The knight noted that the circumstances of their journey were quite unusual. After that, the protagonist suggested that in that case they join them and try it. Gord agreed and decided to try the meat. When he did, he noticed that it was very tasty. While in the capital, he had tried many delicacies, but he had never eaten such delicious meat. After that, he loudly asked, What kind of meat was this? The protagonist calmly answered that it was the meat of an unknown species of frog. Gord exclaimed that they must find out the name of this type of monster, and in the capital, they must try this meat. The protagonist, after these words, asked the lady, "So this is what he really is?" Rumia noted that Gord really likes delicious food, and sometimes at royal receptions, he runs straight to the table without greeting anyone. MC wondered if he was a gourmet. The princess turned to Gord and asked if she could try it. The knight exclaimed that of course she could. Everything was fine. The meat was safe to eat. She took the meat and began to eat it, but first asked if they had a plate. The protagonist, without a word, used transformation to create a table and cutlery. The princess clapped her hands and asked where the table with the plate came from. When Gord began to look closely at the table, the protagonist asked if he had done something wrong. The knight replied that everything was fine. As the princess continued to eat, the brightest memories came flooding back. She noted that it was very delicious. Gord thought that the meat was really delicious. The protagonist asked Gord if he would have more. Gord replied that he was just a knight on duty and would try to minimize the waste of provisions on his part. But MC gave him more portions and said that there was still plenty of meat, let him eat as much as he wanted. If the meat ran out, the protagonist promised to get more. Gord was very happy and exclaimed that he would owe after eating. Everyone was happy. The knight said that even at royal receptions they do not serve such delicious meat. The girl turned to the protagonist and asked. He said that it was frog meat, but she had no idea that such tasty frogs existed. Was it really a galleon frog? The knight turned to the princess and said that galleon frogs are very difficult to cook. Such meat cannot be cooked in the forest. Rumia noted that, speaking from past experience, they tasted very similar. The protagonist thought that this was the first time he had heard of galleon frogs, and wondered if these frogs were really that difficult to cook. Gord explained that the king had once ordered their meat to be served. The palace cooks were given about 100 frogs, but only one of them was served. The protagonist asked him what was so difficult about them. The knight replied that they had about 10 poison sacs in their bodies, and if even one of them was touched while cooking the frog, the poison would spread throughout the body, making the meat inedible. The sacs themselves were also extremely fragile. After these words, MC took out the head of the frog he had found and showed it to them, asking if it was similar to those frogs. Gord exclaimed that this was a galleon frog, that simply couldn't be. Could he really cook their meat safely? After the protagonist agreed, the knight began to beg him to share his secret. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The knight and the protagonist prepared their weapons for battle just in case there couldn't be guests in the middle of the forest. The knight grabbed his sword and ordered the princess to stay put. The princess asked, could it be Larsel? He had gone to call for help. Could it be him who had returned? The knight thought about these words and admitted that this was possible. Gord approached the door and loudly asked who was there. A voice behind the door said that it was Larsel. At this time, the protagonist was hiding around the corner. The knight said that they could enter and the door was not locked. Larsel entered, greeting the others. He noted that the princess was also there, and it was good that she was okay. Gord asked, did he find help? Larsel replied that he couldn't find anyone, and when he came across a house of locals, he found them there. Gord thanked Larsel for scouting the area, but Larsel noted that there was nothing to thank him for, since he came empty-handed. He then asked why Gord brought the princess to such a place, and what kind of house was that. Gord pointed to the protagonist and explained that it was his house. Larsel noted that he was hearing this name for the first time. Could he really be their ally? The knight said that he was an ordinary person, although he could hardly be called ordinary. After these words, Larsel furiously asked the knight if he really decided to bring the princess to his house. In response, Gord tried to justify himself, but the princess interrupted him and turned to Larsel. MC saved them. Larsel asked her about it again and could not believe it. Rumia explained that he first killed the monster that attacked them, and then healed their wounds. The knight added that the king was currently sleeping in the next room. He had fallen under the influence of the monster's poison, but the protagonist had given him an antidote. The medicine was effective. So, he would recover soon. Larsel asked suspiciously. So they meant that he just happened to show up at the moment the monster attacked them, and just happened to have the right antidote with him? Maybe he was just using them? It was too dangerous here. They needed to get out of here as soon as possible. MC didn't understand what he was saying at all. The princess pointed out that the forest was full of monsters, and this house was the safest place in the area. Besides, is this really the right way to talk to the savior to whom they owe their lives? The protagonist joined the conversation and said that if he wanted to use them, did they really think he would let them freely roam the house, which wasn't even locked? Larsel turned to MC and exclaimed that he did nothing only because of the knight Gord. If it weren't for him, he would have probably taken the princess prisoner long ago. But the protagonist noticed that he was wrong. He could kill 4 of their kind without blinking an eye, and he didn't do it only because he wasn't interested. He added that what he said was the pure truth. His movements were so predictable that he could kill him on the spot, and even of the two, Gord would be stronger. If he decided to kill him, he would do it in 10 seconds. After these words, the veins on Larzel's forehead bulged with anger. He clarified, "Is he really encroaching on the knight's honor?" MC shook his head. No, he was just telling the truth. Larzel grabbed the sword and rushed to attack, but the princess stopped him in time, ordering him to stop. Larzel tried to convince her, but the princess clarified that this was an order. She called out to the knight, "Gord, if Larzel refuses to obey her order again, let him cut off his head for treason." Gord replied that he listened and obeyed, putting the blade to Larzel's neck. He said that he deeply asks for forgiveness and begs for mercy. The protagonist, seeing all this, thought, knowing is still scary. She always behaved like an ordinary girl, but now she is behaving cruelly with him. Larzel may look repentant, but he sees that he still does not believe him. Should he put it off for later? MC called out to the princess and asked her for something. How about a duel without rules, like on a real battlefield? To which the princess agreed. Before the start, Larzel asked the protagonist. He said that he could kill 4 of them like him without blinking an eye. He would be happy to shatter his illusions. MC thought that an open battle with a knight was not the best situation for him, but no matter what world he was in, he was still an assassin. Time for a sneaky and cunning battle. Before this, when the protagonist called out to the princess, he explained that he wanted to duel Larzel, but he did not intend to kill him. But he was not going to kill him. It would be a pretend duel. Most likely he would be able to learn a lot about him after one battle. He thought that in such a situation, killing the princess's bodyguard was more expensive for him. He needed to do it without bloodshed. The princess asked if he was sure about that. Gord asked her to explain what she meant. Rumia explained that the royal family was responsible for the education of knights, because she did not want to cause him trouble. The protagonist noted that he would prefer to clear up the misunderstanding. The princess added that Larzel was very strong at heart. He was far from a true knight, but he was certainly very capable. Gord added that the princess was right. He was one of the 3 strongest elite bodyguards of the royal family. He should not be underestimated. When the warriors arrived on the battlefield, Larzel asked if it was true that there would be no holds-barred fights. MC replied that he understood everything correctly. No restrictions on weapons and techniques. The main thing is to fight to the death. The protagonist took out a bottle and added that he had this. Larzel asked what it was. The princess explained that it was a potion. It looked like it was level 1. Larzel was surprised. Is this really true? A level 1 potion? He is an ordinary commoner. Gord noted that he thought so too at first. Most likely, the protagonist is far from an ordinary person. A commoner could live his whole life carefree, selling the medicines that he made himself. Larzel clarified, so he is a doctor? The knight noted that it is so. After all, he made them an antidote. Judging by his potions, one can assume that he served as a personal doctor somewhere abroad. Larzel noted that no country would let a doctor go who could have first-level potions. The protagonist listened to these conversations and asked himself a question. Are potions really so highly valued in this world? It seems that people who make potions are called doctors here. In the game, he was called an alchemist, but most likely, it is the same thing judging by their words. A small percentage of doctors can make first-level potions. An alchemist needs about level 10 of skill to make a first-level potion. Gord pointed out that it was true. Even a personal doctor would not take level 1 potions out of the country, and he lives deep in the mountains. Perhaps he escaped from somewhere. Larzel agreed. It was possible. MC wondered if they really thought he was a doctor on the run. It was better than finding out that he was actually from another world. MC interrupted their conversation and asked them to leave his past alone. Instead, they should start a duel. Larzel asked how they could trust someone who refused to talk about his past. MC agreed. That was exactly why they needed a duel. Gord volunteered to be the referee and announced the start of the duel. At the very beginning, the protagonist decided to use a flashbang bomb and launched it. Larzel was blinded and did not understand what it was. He did not see anything and noted what unusual tools he had. He did not see anything at all, but if he thought that he could defeat him so easily, he was wrong. After the attack, the protagonist noted that he was still fighting. It seems he really is a valiant knight. After that, he was very surprised that even without sight, Larzel repelled his attack. He thought that skilled warriors would be able to sense the enemy even in complete darkness. Larzel looks about 20, and it seems he has already reached this level. It will not be difficult for him to defeat Larzel. But in this duel, victory is not the main thing. His goal is to defeat him at the same time, showing the difference in their strength. In this case, the protagonist has only one option left. Larzl confidently handles the sword. It's time to destroy his confidence. After that, the protagonist again rushed to attack, shouting that victory will be his, but Larzl skillfully repels his blows again. During the fight, Larzl noted that he is not bad. The protagonist replied that he is also holding up well. Larzl wanted to point out that nothing would work with just force, but after another attack by the protagonist, he was very surprised. MC used transformation. During a blow with his blade on his sword, the protagonist simply broke the enemy's weapon in a matter of seconds. The use of magic by the protagonist. Larzl found himself with a piece of wood in his hands instead of a sword and completely naked. Larzl simply cannot believe it, and the protagonist is pleased with himself. Suddenly, Gord shouted that victory was decided. But after these words, everything became the same as before. Larzl in clothes and in his hands, his broken sword. He cannot understand anything. Was it really an illusion? The protagonist thought that a lot of energy was needed to use the gift, so this technique is not suitable for long fights. But this time, he got off with a slight muscle pain. If he tried to do this to a high-ranking opponent, he would already be in the next world. But Larzl, fortunately, is not that high a status. Larzl was upset and asked himself what had happened. Why was his sword in such a state? He explained that it was a special fencing technique. This often happened when his opponents tried to parry blows. But he immediately thought that it was all a lie. He had only used a transformation to break his sword. He had studied nothing more than the most basic fencing skills. Gord noticed from the protagonist's movements that he would not say that he had such a special technique. But was he really that strong? He wondered. Did Larzl have some kind of special sword? To which the knight agreed, yes. But the protagonist said to himself that when he touched it, he felt nothing. Gord explained that this sword was the work of the famous blacksmith Lammas. As far as he knew, this sword was specially forged for Larzl, as part of his acceptance into the royal guard. The protagonist heard this, approached the broken blade, and noted that it was not that difficult to fix. He could return the sword to its original form, but Larzl did not allow him to do so, ordering him to take his hands away from his blade, thereby cutting his hand. He declared that he refused to accept this. As he began to leave the scene of defeat, the princess noticed that he had entered into a duel with the protagonist by mutual consent, so she left him unpunished. But for a knight to behave like this after defeat is unacceptable. Not only did he insult the noble man who saved their lives, but he also refused to accept defeat with dignity. Such behavior from a royal guard is a stain on the reputation of the entire state. She approached the protagonist and asked for forgiveness. She accepts responsibility for the indecent behavior of her subordinate. Turning to the princess, Gord hastily asked her to raise her head, let her think about her situation. The princess turned to him and asked him what he thought he should do with Larzl. Gord thought about it and said that he had repeatedly refused to follow her orders and then behaved inappropriately after the duel. Such actions put the prestige of the royal guard into question. According to the code, he was subject to the death penalty. Hearing the conversation, the protagonist thought, Rumia has the title of princess, but in reality, she is just a 15-year-old girl. Most likely, she does not really want to execute the knight she spent so much time with. Gord wondered if there were any other options for punishment. Other organizations could get by with expulsion from their ranks, but according to the code of the royal guard, the death penalty is the only way. MC interrupted them. Is there anything to execute here? He thought that perhaps it is impossible to sentence a person to execution for a few insults. This is a completely different world after all. The Order of the Royal Guard is directly responsible for the safety of the royal family, so it was to be expected that there would be strict rules. But it doesn't look like Rumia wants to execute him. If the king finds out after waking up that one of his knights died because of him, it won't help in further conversations. He has no reason to cover for Larzl, but perhaps this time it will be to his advantage. Larzl asked, he is the only one injured, right? But he doesn't see a big problem with it. Gord said that of course it was, but it concerns the rules of the royal guard. The royal guard is called to protect the royal family. To dishonor the honor of the order means dishonoring the honor of the king. That's why the code of the royal guard is so cruel. The protagonist realized, it turns out that the problem is in honor. He noted that Rumia and he are the only witnesses. If they hide the truth, then no one will know about anything, right? He is not going to tell anyone about what happened. Rumia won't either, right? The princess agreed. Gord thought for a moment and stepped back. If the protagonist agrees to this, then they will take Larzl under responsibility. The princess asked to clarify what take under responsibility means. Gord explained that there is an article in the Code of the Royal Guard, according to which, in special cases, the execution of the guilty party's sentence can be postponed if he is needed in service. The protagonist thought, Does this mean that Larzal will be exempt from punishment until the end of his service? And asked, does this mean that if Larzal continues to serve, he can postpone his punishment indefinitely? Gord noted that this is exactly so. For this, the consent of the victim and the responsible person is required. Gord pointed his finger at himself and said that he would be the one in charge. And after declaring that they had fulfilled all the conditions, he added that he would determine Larzal's punishment himself, looking at him. Larzal trembled and sweated. He did not know what to say, but finally bowed to Gord, thanking him for it. Gord seriously warned that next time he would execute Larzal immediately without questions if he did anything else. He also added that he counted on Larzal to do everything to clear his honor. Larzal, continuing to bow, said that he would do so, and Gord, turning his attention to MC, told him to speak up if he suddenly changed his mind, explaining that in that case he would carry out the sentence. That was Wright's right, and MC closed his eyes and said that he understood everything, and then looked over Larzal, who sighed, straightened up, and, frowning slightly, looked back at Wright. Almost immediately, he clenched his jaw tighter and frowned more deeply, after which he turned around and began to leave. Rumia wanted to do something, but Wright extended his hand to the side, blocking her way, and looking after the leaving Larzal, he realized that now his life was in MC's hands. He did not understand how it came to this, since he simply wanted to show him his strength in a duel. Some time passed, and Wright picked up a small container filled with water, placing it on the table. He announced that it was clean water, and Rumia, who was sitting next to Lias, thanked Wright for the water, noting that he helped them a lot. MC replied that there was no need for gratitude for this, since there were not enough hands here. At the same time, outside, Larzal and Gord were chopping wood together. Not knowing what to talk about next, Wright stopped and watched for a while, as Rumia soaked a soft cloth in clean water and began to wipe Lias's face with it. She did it quite carefully, and sometimes even with unnecessarily rough movements. However, Wright still did not say anything about this, but simply came closer to the bed, pressed his fingers on the mattress several times, and thoughtfully asked if Rumia thought the bed was a bit hard. Rumia, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, also put her palm on the mattress and asked if MC was really talking about it being a bit hard. She seemed genuinely surprised, and Wright, moving back a little, thought about how he had collected furniture for this house, but he had made the bed, or more accurately the mattress, from what was at hand. At the same time, Rumia suddenly smiled and admitted that she thought the furniture in this house was of the highest quality. Wright froze in amazement, and then, closing his eyes, admitted that he was thinking about looking for better materials and making a new bed, while simultaneously summoning a chest and starting to look at the possible materials that were available. Rumia, surprised by MC's words, asked what he meant by better materials. Wright suddenly, having found the item he needed, exclaimed that it was excellent, and took out a fragment of Larzal's sword. Remembering that he took it from Larzal as punishment for what happened, Larzal's face was terribly sad, but he did not dare to refuse Rumia's order and gave the fragment to Wright. At the moment, having stopped thinking about it, Wright left the room and Rumia followed him, asking if he really wanted to make something out of this shard. Wright announced that he would make a mattress out of it, and Rumia froze, asking if MC knew that torture was forbidden. Wright, stopping, sharply turned his head towards Rumia, but did not say anything. And Rumia, after a short silence, noted that with permission from the royal family, everything would be fine. However, she still did not understand why Wright was doing this, and so she tilted her head slightly to the side, looking at MC. Wright explained that he would not torture anyone, saying that he would make an ordinary bed out of the sword. He placed the weapon fragment on the table and began using magic. But before he began making the mattress, he closed his eyes, assuming that Rumia imagined a bed with blades sticking out of it, and noting that this was an unusual imagination for a young girl. Using transformation, Wright began to make springs from the metal that the sword was made of, and Rumia, taking one of these, began to examine the spring in surprise, squeezing it in her palms, and asked what it was. MC explained that it was a spring that could be used to make a good mattress. He had manufacturing skills and was confident in his abilities, but first and foremost, he was an assassin, so he had no experience in making beds. That is why Wright realized that he would have to rely on his own memories, and began to arrange the resulting springs into a frame for the mattress. He finally figured out what the mattress was made of, and opening the chest, looked at the remaining sword fragment, realizing that there wouldn't be enough materials, and decided to make up for the shortage with iron sand. At that moment, Larzal passed by the window of the room where Wright was making the mattress, and froze when he noticed that MC was holding a fragment of Larzal's sword in his hands. However, he couldn't grieve for long about what had happened to his sword, as Gord called out to Larzal and ordered him to carry it closer to the tree. Wright, ignoring the screams from outside, activated the chest again, taking out knitwear, a straw mat, cotton, and felt. He began to lay all of this in layers on the resulting frame of springs, connecting them with threads so that everything would hold tightly. Wright especially carefully stitched the sides of the mattress so that the parts would not move, and covered the edges with pieces of fabric on top so that everything would look prettier and also be even softer. Finally, after laying all the layers of fabric, MC again fastened everything along the edge with threads and used a connection to make the resulting mattress stronger. Finally, everything was ready, and Wright laid the mattress on the wooden frame, looking at the resulting bed. He ran his palm over his forehead and then sat on the bed, noting that it would be much better this way. Rumia, who, pressing her finger to her chin, came closer and asked if Wright really made this out of a sword. She poked her finger at the mattress, and MC, getting up, confirmed this, asking if Rumia would try it. Rumia was surprised when she heard Wright's proposal, and then carefully sat on the mattress but could not hold on and, slipping, fell on it. She, frightened, closed her eyes but slightly jumped away from the mattress thanks to the springs that make up the frame of this. Rumia sat up and was silent for a while, touching the mattress with her hands, and Wright, seeing that she couldn't say anything, asked, "How is it, Rumia?" Rumia, her eyes wide in amazement, exclaimed that it was incredible, and admitted that she had never seen such a soft bed before, even though she was a princess. MC realized that Rumia liked this, and Rumia began to enthusiastically talk about how Wright not only knew how to make medicine, but also made such a beautiful bed. She thought that Wright was great, and MC, hearing these words, put his hand on his chin, suggesting that he could start mass production and make a lot of money. Or do something like that. Distracted from his thoughts, Wright turned his gaze to Rumia, who continued to sit on the mattress, still looking at it with amazement and delight. Wright was silent for a while, and then, heading towards the exit of the room, he announced that he would remake all the beds in the house in the same style. Rumia asked if MC was sure about this. Wright confirmed this, warning that he had enough time, and left the room, heading to the next bed. Rumia, approaching the door, made sure that Wright had left, and carefully closing the door behind her, took off her shoes, and running up, jumped onto the bed, smiling happily. From the fact that she landed too hard on the mattress, the button on her blouse came undone. But Rumia did not pay attention to this and continued jumping on the mattress, closing her eyes in pleasure. Stretching her arms up, she spun around the mattress a few times, and then rolled in the other direction, but in a slightly different way. In this way, she continued to have fun until she got tired and fell exhausted onto the bed. She tried to catch her breath, but despite being very tired, she was still happy. And at that moment, MC suddenly looked into the room. Rumia, noticing him, became embarrassed, and covering her unbuttoned shirt, looked a little to the side, trying to somehow hide her embarrassment, and fixed her hair. Wright did not say anything, but simply threw a pillow that he had brought with him towards Rumia. Rumia leaned back a little in surprise and closed her eyes, but opened her eyes wide in surprise when she grabbed the soft pillow with her hands. She buried her face in it, and clutched the pillow tighter in her hands. And Wright, seeing how Rumia was acting, waved his hand goodbye and left the room. Rumia sat for a while, not moving, and then began to hug the pillow and laugh, rolling around the bed. Very soon she got tired again and just lay down, smiling relaxedly. Some time passed, and MC, opening the door, entered the room, placing a ladder against the wall. Rumia by this time had more or less calmed down and was sitting on the edge of the bed, combing her hair and tidying up her appearance. And suddenly, taking the pillow in her hands, she hugged it and buried her nose in the pillow, not knowing how to say what she wanted to say. Wright, noticing Rumia's hesitation, looked at her and asked what happened. Rumia awkwardly admitted that she had one request, and Wright guessed that it was a request that she did not want to ask. Rumia finally gathered her courage and asked if she could take the bed back to the palace. Placing her palm on the mattress, she promised that she would pay, and MC froze for a moment, guessing what was going on. He could make a large number of these beds if he had the materials, and he agreed to Rumia's request, saying that she could take the bed with her when she could return to the castle. Rumia was very happy to hear this, and hugged the pillow to herself, thanking Wright for allowing her to do so. She lay down on the bed, and Wright, watching this, realized that the new bed had turned out to be a great success. At the same time, Larsel, who was still working outside with Gord, desperately fell to his knees, leaning his hands on the wall and grieved over the fate of his sword. Gord, noticing this, ordered Larsel not to shirk his work. The next day, Rumia suddenly shouted Lias's name and smiled happily, looking at him. Gord and MC came closer to the room, and Lias, distrustfully touching his chest with his palm, asked if he really survived. Lias woke up, and Wright, entering the room, stopped next to a happily smiling Rumia. Lias, noticing him, looked at Wright a little warily. He still did not believe that he survived, as he remembered that the bear inflicted a fatal wound on him. Continuing to look at himself, Lias asked if he really dreamed it. However, Rumia convinced him that it was real, explaining that he survived only thanks to the potion. Lias looked at Rumia and asked again, puzzled, and Rumia pointed her palm at MC, said his name and said that Wright had healed Lias's wound with a precious level 1 potion. Wright said his name, adding that he was a doctor, and Lias froze for a while, his eyes wide in amazement, and then frowned slightly and realized that he owed MC his life. He thanked him for saving him, and then asked warily who Wright was. Wright was silent for a while, but asked if Lias had been offended by his manner of speech. Lias, grinning, admitted that it did not bother him at all, since few adventurers knew even the basics of etiquette. Lias knew that this irritated some people, but admitted that he himself preferred not to pay attention to it. Lias fell silent for a while, once again distracted by examining his clean skin, on which there was no terrible wound. After that, he looked around the room, admitting that when he asked this question, he was talking about MC's identity. Wright reminded him that he said that he was a doctor, and Lias, thoughtfully holding his chin with his hand, asked if this was really Wright's house. MC confirmed it, and Lias, pointing his finger at the lamp hanging from the ceiling and illuminating the entire room, drew the attention of the others to this magical lamp, noting that the light from it was even and soft. He knew that such lamps were expensive, and this could only be seen in the royal palace. And that is precisely why Lias asked, where did the doctor get such a thing? Wright looked at Lias and mentally noted that he was being very persistent, and Lias, again placing his palm on his chest, remembered that his wound was too serious, so a level 1 potion would not help. Based on this, he realized that the potion's level was higher, and asked if that was true. He looked at Wright, waiting for an answer, and MC, showing a bottle of the potion, confirmed Lias's guess, saying that the potion was level 2. Rumia and Lias froze for a while, looking at the bottle in Wright's hands in shock, and finally Lias asked where Wright got a level 2 potion from. Gord, who was also standing in the room and heard all this, was unable to say anything, and MC calmly said that he did it himself, and Lias, placing his palm on his forehead, repeated this and trembled, and then laughed and asked if Wright was really serious. After calming down, he adjusted his mustache and suggested that Wright demonstrate his own skills, and MC, closing his eyes, agreed, asking how about Lias telling Wright how the royals ended up in such a place in exchange. This question made everyone silent for a while, and Rumia, not knowing what to answer, looked at Gord, who immediately became wary. Lias also suddenly became serious and asked if MC really thought that he could make conditions for the king. Wright did not argue with this, saying that this was an exchange of valuable information, and Lias, smiling, agreed, promising that he would tell Wright about it. However, he said that first MC would prove to him that he could make second-level potions, and Wright agreed with this. Rumia, looking at Lias, asked if he was sure about this. Lias, placing his palm on Rumia's head, confirmed his confidence, noting that they could not do without the help of allies, and a doctor who could make second-level potions would be very useful. Rumia, somewhat irritated by Lias touching her hair, removed his palm from her head and lightly hit Lias in the chest. Wright did not react to this in any way, and very soon went to the kitchen, taking several branches of the plants he needed. Showing a bunch of herbs to Lias and Rumia, he said that these were ingredients, announcing that he would now make a potion. Lias, carefully examining the grass, asked if this was really a Medzia herb. MC confirmed this, noting that it was the most common Medzia herb. Tearing off the leaves from the branches, Wright put it in a special container for mixing and, taking an additional necessary tool, began to grind the plants. Gradually, the leaves began to release juice, and Wright continued to confidently grind the plants, looking intently at his hands. Lias, who was watching MC's actions, noted that he had the hands of a master, and Wright said that this was all because he was a master. When all the leaves were crushed and released juice, Wright poured it into another container, and putting it on the fire, said that all that remained was to boil it. Some time passed, and the potion was ready, and when MC took it out, Lias, looking at the potion, was surprised by the pleasant red color that it acquired. Wright, also looking at the potion, thought that the rich red color was a typical color of second-level potions. Without showing his emotions outwardly, he poured the potion into bottles and, closing them with lids, announced that everything was ready. Lias, taking one of the bottles with the potion in his hands, asked MC for permission to try it. Wright admitted that he wouldn't mind, but noted that they had no wounded here. Lias said that there would be wounded soon, and took out a small dagger from the sheath hanging on his belt, drawing the blade across his hand. Blood spurted out, and Rumia, seeing this, cried out in surprise. Even MC was surprised, but did not show it. Gord and Rumia, unable to contain their surprise, called out to Lias, but he simply held out his palm, calling them to silence. Removing the cap from the vial of potion, Lias poured it on his wound, and in no time the cut healed. Looking at this, Lias said that it was amazing, guessing that this was indeed the same potion. Wright looked at Lias and asked, how could a king risk trying a potion on himself? Lias, flexing his hand, asked if he could have forced someone to do it for him. Adjusting his mustache, he added that since MC's potion was real, there were no problems, as well as no wounds. Wright sighed in relief and soon sat down at the table with Rumia and Lias. Gord stood next to them, and Lias, intertwining his palms, put it on the table, seriously declaring that he was convinced that MC knew how to make a second-level potion. As promised, he decided to tell Wright why they were here, but asked MC to keep this information a secret. Wright also seriously said that he understood everything, and Lias froze for a while, thinking about how to tell him what happened. He sighed and frowned, and then, placing his hands on his elbows on the table, finally announced that they were here because of an attempted murder. MC, unable to contain his amazement, asked again, and Lias told him that Starkus, who was a mage from the prince's guard, tried to kill Lias himself. Starkus used teleportation magic, and Wright asked if that meant Starkus teleported them to the monster. Lias confirmed that this was indeed the case. He noted that he knew how to handle a sword, but did not continue the sentence, thinking for a while and remembering how he ended up in the forest with Rumia, Gord, and Larsley. At that moment, waving his hand towards Larsel, he ordered him to bring reinforcements, and Larsel, obeying the order, ran away. Lias and Rumia sat down on a rock nearby, waiting for Larsel to return, and suddenly, feeling some movement behind him, Lias turned around abruptly, noticing a huge bear that had appeared very close to them. Rumia, noticing Lias's changed mood, also turned around, and Lias, not waiting any longer, pulled out his dagger and, standing between the monster and Rumia, tried to attack, but the bear was faster and, waving its paw, dealt Lias a terrible blow, causing blood to spurt into the air. At the moment, Lias lowered his hands and looked away sadly, noting that everything happened too fast, so he did not have time to react and almost died. MC realized that it was a murder by teleportation, mentally noting that teleportation magic itself is not dangerous, but if you set a trap in advance and then teleport the target there, it will cause great damage. Wright tried this too, and thus killed high-level players who he could not harm otherwise. And suddenly MC was distracted from his thoughts, hearing a blow that came from the fact that Gord abruptly fell to one knee and, bowing, asked Lias for forgiveness, since he was sure that he should have protected Lias and the others at the cost of his own life. However, Lias, placing his hand on Gord's shoulder, ordered him to stand up and declared that no knight would have time to protect him. In addition, Lias noted that it was Gord who killed the monster and protected Lias, and asked if that was not the case. Gord, although he stood up, admitted that he was not the one who killed the monster. Lias froze in amazement, frowning, and, holding his chin with his hand, suggested that in that case it was Larsel who did it. However, Gord said that this assumption was also wrong, and, pointing his hand towards Wright, said that it was him. MC simply raised his palm, confirming the fact that he did it, and Lias, not understanding what this meant, asked if Wright was not a doctor. Rumia, amused by Lias's bewilderment, laughed, turning away a little and covering her mouth with her hand, and MC, taking out a small vial filled with liquid, explained that he killed the monster, but did it with poison. Lias looked at the small vial and asked again, and, again taking his chin in his hand, asked if Wright had really made this himself. MC said that he had made it from simple ingredients, noting that he had simply mixed everything in the right proportions. Lias understood how things really were, realizing that Wright also understood poisons. He leaned forward a little to get a better look at the small vial, and Gord, repeating Lias's pose, said that MC was a doctor, but also strong in combat, since he had defeated Larsel in a duel. This made Lias turn sharply towards Gord and ask again what he had heard. Lias knew that Larsel was still a child in many ways, but noted that he was a master with a sword. Gord did not argue with this, remembering how he had led a large number of other wounded warriors away from the battlefield where Larsel was training. However, Larsel still lost to Wright, and right now, on Rumia's orders, he was investigating the teleportation zone. In addition, Gord said that MC broke Larsel's sword with some unusual technique, admitting that it was very impressive. Lias, now looking at MC, asked if he really broke Larsel's sword. Wright simply showed a spring made from Larsel's sword, and Lias, running his palm over his head, said that it was hard to believe, and, sitting back at the table, suggested postponing this topic for now, since now, in his opinion, was not the best time for this. Leaning on the table, he adjusted his mustache with his fingers and seriously asked if MC would help him. Wright asked how exactly he should help Lias. Lias explained that he was asking MC for help in returning to the castle. The local forest was very dangerous, but Lias thought that with the help of a skilled doctor, they would be able to return home. And Wright, crossing his arms over his chest, closed his eyes, noting that Laius was talking as if returning to the castle would solve all his problems. Laius did not understand what MC was talking about, and so he asked about it, and then wanted to tell him what would happen when he returned. Wright, continuing to keep his eyes closed, asked if Laius really thought that the mage Starkus, who sent them to be eaten by a monster, would leave Laius alone? Laius frowned warily, and Rumia and Gord exchanged glances. Laius suddenly sighed, thoughtful, and, closing his eyes, said that Starkus should have already been executed for what he did, since he seemed very suspicious, and with Laius gone, these suspicions would become more justified. MC looked at Laius seriously and asked if the suspicious man was part of the royal guard. This question made Rumia, Laius, and Gord freeze with their eyes wide open, and Laius didn't even immediately realize that he could answer this. He put his hand to his forehead and realized with horror that this was indeed the case, asking how Starkus ended up in the Kossis guard. Rumia put her hand to her lips in shock, and Gord asked why he did such a thing. A faintly glowing aura seemed to form around the three of them, which was invisible to them. Wright, frowning, leaned closer to Laius and asked if Starkus seemed suspicious to him. Laius, still looking straight ahead in shock, confirmed this, remembering that people were dying under strange circumstances around Starkus. In addition, there were rumors that Starkus had been putting something in Laius's food. Slamming his shaking hand on the table, Laius asked if he had really appointed Starkus to Kossis's guard. He realized that he would have been better off hiring adventurers, and MC, holding his chin with his hand, suggested that Kossis was a prince. He wondered out loud if Starkus should have at least been fired for something like that. The aura around him had now become darker, and Laius told Wright that Starkus should have been executed by now. He froze, his eyes widening, and also covered in sweat from the tension he was experiencing, and, clutching his hair with his hands, asked why in that case he had not given Starkus a serious punishment, but only sent him to wash dishes. Loud noises began to be heard in the room. The dark aura around Rumia, Laius, and Gord grew stronger, and MC, watching this, heard how among the chaotic sounds coming from this aura, orders began to be clearly heard not to meddle in this matter. Wright listened carefully and was silent for a while, and then asked if there was really no one in Laius's circle who tried to condemn Starkus. Laius remembered that no one said anything, and even his advisor, who was always grumbling, never spoke out against Starkus. The orders were heard more and more often, and MC asked if it was true that everyone hated the mage Starkus. Laius said that it was certainly so, and at that moment, Wright suddenly heard how a voice coming from the dark aura ordered even louder not to dare meddle in this matter. From the black cloud that appeared above the heads of the frozen guys, the silhouette of a monster made of bones appeared. The monster stretched its arms above them, and from its bony palms, threads stretched downwards with the help of which the monster controlled Laius, Gord, and Rumia. MC understood how the magician Starkus worked, and looked at the monster hanging in the air, which repeated its order and asked how Wright dared to do this. Continuing to look at the monster, MC noticed that this one did not have 2 arms, but much more. Looking closely at the threads stretching from the creature's fingers, Wright realized that this was manipulation of consciousness, which was a very dangerous magic. The strength of the manipulation depended on the power of the magician, but the spell could be dispelled if you continued to point out inconsistencies in the memories. The monster suddenly jerked its hand several times, approaching MC, and Wright, looking at this, asked himself, "What is the creature doing?" The monster, meanwhile, approaching MC, deformed its body in such a way that the upper part of its finger changed and rose, and sharp tips appeared in the gap that opened. These tips suddenly flew out and began to approach Wright, stretching threads after them. A bright flash of light appeared, but Wright was not defeated by the threads of the creature. On the contrary, the monster received damage, and looked in amazement at the destroyed half of his palm. MC admitted that he did not expect this, asking, "Is it still trying to use magic?" When the dust from the impact cleared, Wright was visible, with a magical tool called a mouse sitting on his shoulder. It was a robot designed in the shape of a mouse, with a weapon on its back, which was now emitting a thin stream of smoke from its recent activation. Wright looked at the monster seriously and asked, did it really think that if it couldn't kill MC, it would just break its consciousness? He wasn't going to let the monster do that. And the mouse, obeying Wright's order, made its eyes glow, and then raised its tail up, which began to disintegrate into pieces, which flew towards the bone creature, hitting it and causing damage. Looking at the monster's pieces falling down, MC asked somewhat arrogantly, did it really think that it could defeat Wright like that? He advised the monster to return when it became 1,000 times stronger, and looked at how the strings broke, and several vials with the faces of Rumia, Gord, and Laius fell down. In addition to these vials, on a tree in a spacious room, covered with cobwebs, on thin threads hung a large number of other vessels, representing people subject to the magic of subjugation. Starkus, who was sitting in his room on a high-backed chair, noticing the fallen vessels, asked if the magic had suddenly dissipated at such a moment. However, at the same time, there was something else. And, getting up, Starkus asked if it was because of the magical wards. Walking around his room, he also assumed that someone had helped Lias. But picking up a book, Starkus decided that it did not matter, since he was not going to let anyone stand between Lurasmers and his desire. Lias, in Starkus's opinion, should enjoy the taste of suffering and despair if he lived to see this moment. Approaching the window, Starkus looked at the city, to each of whose inhabitants from the sky stretched invisible to them threads that kept the inhabitants' consciousness in subjection. Distracting Wright from his thoughts, Lias suddenly, frowning, asked if everyone hated the mage Starkus. He said that this was indeed so, but suddenly froze along with Rumia and Gord. Pressing his palm to the bridge of his nose, he extended his palm towards MC and asked him to wait a minute. Wright closed his eyes, saying nothing, and Lias remembered that Starkus behaved like a real barbarian, but everyone in the castle treated him like a friend. This made Lias become more and more desperate, and he asked if Starkus had conspired with the others to drive Lias out of the castle. MC asked, crossing his arms over his chest, if Lias was really such a bad king. Lias disagreed, and although he admitted that it was wrong to praise himself, he noted that there were very few kings who cared about their subjects as much as he did. Since Lias had ascended to the throne, the royal family's expenses had been cut in half. Some expenses were dictated by the country's governance policies, so it would be impossible to cut the budget completely. Wright asked what the common people thought about this. This time Gord answered, saying that Lias was very beloved by the people, and if you asked anyone on the street, you would hear the same thing. MC was silent for a while, and then, closing his eyes, he realized that this meant that it was definitely mind manipulation. MC assumed that Starkus was already controlling all the people in the castle, and Lias, wide-eyed in amazement, asked if Wright was talking about mind manipulation. MC confirmed this, explaining that this was a kind of magic that could take people under control. Similar magic existed in virtual life online, but only special non-game villains could use it there, and players could not. Gord suddenly asked if it was right that no one had ever reacted to Starkus's actions precisely because of this magic. MC said that this was most likely the case, and Rumia, hearing this, covered her mouth with her hand, not knowing how to react to the current situation. Lias frowned and asked why Starkus would forcefully teleport them away when he could have just fixed it himself. Lias didn't understand why Starkus didn't do that, and Wright explained that the royal family and high-level adventurers had high resistance to magic, which was why Starkus had decided to throw Lias out of the castle. Gord noted that it all really did add up, and everyone decided that Starkus needed to be stopped. Lias stood up, leaned his palms on the table and seriously declared that if what Wright said about mind manipulation was true, then Starkus could take over Lias's entire kingdom. However, Lias didn't know what to do, which made him feel helpless. MC, getting Lias's attention, announced that this magic was very easy to dispel, and Lias, amazed, asked again, and Wright, confirming this, said that the magic would subside if the caster was killed. He extended 2 fingers and sharply drew them near his throat, showing this gesture of murder, and summed up by saying that if Starkus was killed, the problem would be solved. Lias sat for a while, looking at MC, and then, closing his eyes, lowered his head, resting his palm on his forehead. He assumed that Wright as a doctor would not understand this, but exclaimed that Starkus was not so easy to kill. MC asked if it was impossible to find another way if there was no easy way to kill. Lias warned that his palace was well guarded, so it was almost impossible to get past the guards. Wright noted that these guards let in a mage who knew how to manipulate consciousness, and admitted that he was sure that everything was actually not that difficult. Lias, hearing these words, became angry and, looking seriously at MC, asked what the doctor could know about such a thing. He shouted that only a real assassin could handle this, who was able to sneak into the castle unnoticed and kill the enemy, but Lias could not contact such an assassin while everyone was in his castle. The room suddenly became darker, and Gord, alert, grabbed the hilt of his sword with his hand. Rumia and Lias froze, surprised, and Wright seriously asked what to do if he had a person in mind. These words made Lias amazed and exclaimed that this could not be. He, wide-eyed in amazement, asked if MC really knew any assassins. Wright asked if it was so surprising that he had such acquaintances. He reminded that he knew how to make a second-level potion and asked if the others had forgotten about it. Lias admitted that, if you look at it that way, it was true, but he objected, noting that usually a mercenary wouldn't be able to kill Starkus that easily, since Lias's castle was an impregnable fortress, through the walls of which many assassins and other riffraff had tried to penetrate without success. MC froze for a while and then asked if that really meant that it was an impregnable fortress. He named the spell an unbreakable barrier, a magic destruction barrier. and also a space explosion barrier, and holding up 3 fingers, asked if that was all the protection. He mentally added that he gave examples of some of the strongest barriers from virtual life online, since these spells combined together were a powerful obstacle in the path of anyone. For a while, no one said anything, and finally Laius announced that these were all barriers from legends, admitting that they simply did not have anything like that. Their castle was surrounded by defensive wall-class magic, and Wright, hearing this, imagined a scale in his mind, in which the spell power rating was vertically arranged from the lowest to the highest, starting from the bottom up. The 3 barriers that MC gave as an example were at the very top of this rating, and the defensive powers fell almost to the lowest mark. Wright asked out loud what other defensive structures were in the castle. For example, he was curious about what the windows looked like, and Laius said that the windows were not protected by magic in any way, since there was no need for it due to the fact that the windows were too far away to be hit by a spell. MC did not even remember the last time he had such a simple order, and announced that his friend would handle it, although he warned that his participation depended on the reward. Laius asked if Wright was even listening to him. He reminded them that they needed to kill a powerful sorcerer who was sitting in a protected castle, but MC said that someone who couldn't handle such a task simply couldn't be called a killer. King sighed. If he really knows someone who can help him, then he agrees to everything. He can really kill Starkus. The protagonist replied that he will definitely do it and will receive a reward only in case of success. The king couldn't believe it and asked if it was true. The protagonist noted that it was. He was ready to vouch for his success with his life. The king agreed. He was ready to offer any reward and asked to introduce him to this killer. MC asked, "How about doing it right now?" After that, with a snap of his fingers, the protagonist explained that he was not only a doctor, but also a hired killer. At this time, the support artifact, the mouse, climbed onto the table and began to serve the heroes. The protagonist repeated, his familiar killer is himself, and now they need to discuss the reward. The king was very surprised and asked, "He is a doctor, right?" MC noted, "From a doctor to a killer is one step. From simple things you can, for example, brew a deadly poison." The king noted, "Starkus is definitely prepared for this." The protagonist agreed, most likely so, but what if something gets into his body that he cannot recognize as poison? The king asked how he would poison him. MC explained, he knows a lot about it, including making a poison that can be sprayed over a field where they grow food for the castle kitchen. He can send a flying artifact into the clouds so that the poison mixes with the precipitation. Starkus will not suspect anything. The king asked, "Is that possible?" He thinks that making such an artifact would be very difficult. After that, the protagonist took out his invention and put it on the table. Launching it, it instantly smashed the cups that were in the hands of the assistant's artifacts with its cannon. Having demonstrated this, MC noted, "That's how it works. Finding a way to kill him will not be difficult." MC always knew. The key to successful negotiations is to conduct a convincing demonstration for the customer and surprise him. He took an advantageous position, and now it is necessary to discuss the reward. The shards of the cup fell to the floor. Looking at them, the king noted, if he really can kill Starkus, he will not stint on the reward. But what does he want? The protagonist answered, land for a personal workshop, confidentiality, and cooperation. The king noted, no problem about the land. But what does he mean by confidentiality and cooperation? MC explained to him that it would not be to advantage if people knew that he was an assassin, and he would prefer that only those he could trust knew about his skills. And cooperation is cooperation, where both parties are equal. One can ask the other for help, but the other can always refuse. The king noted, he has a serious request to be on equal terms with an entire state. The protagonist wondered, is there anything bad in this offer? Under such conditions, he cannot force him to do anything. The king exclaimed, he agrees to his terms, and the protagonist noted that he accepts the order. They shook hands. The protagonist concluded for himself that his current target is the magician Starkus, and as a reward he will receive land for a personal workshop, confidentiality, and cooperation. The king asked how many days it would take. MC explained that if they approached the area by spraying poison on the field, it would take at least a month. If they did without it and attacked directly, it would take less time. Maybe the faster the better? The king noted that he would prefer a faster method, but they only had one try. It would be better to choose a method that would work 100%. Could he do that? The protagonist replied that it depended on how protected the enemy was. First, they needed to explain the castle's defenses in as much detail as possible, and most importantly, not to forget about the spells that Starkus used. Laius thought for a moment and explained that the defenses could have changed since he was not in the castle. MC reassured him that he would find out everything important himself. Laius agreed to this, but reminded him that he needed to keep this information to himself. Later, Larsel came from the forest and handed the king a paper with information. It was late in the evening that Lias, Gord, and MC continued to think over the plan. After that, Gord took Larsel to the bedroom. Larsel sat on the bed and was amazed at its softness, but later remembered the springs were made from his broken sword and got angry at the protagonist again. When the sun rose, the princess woke up, washed herself, and got dressed. She went to the room where all the men were working again. The king gave more information and then told the protagonist this is all he can tell him about the palace and Starkus. He understands that it will be difficult to fulfill the order. Rumia greeted everyone, wishing them a good morning, and each of the heroes answered her. After thinking for a while, the king asked the protagonist, is he sure that everything will work out? MC looked at the resulting plan and firmly stated, if he understood everything correctly, then it can be said that he has not had such an easy order for a long time. A few artifacts will be enough for preparation. At this time, Gord prepared breakfast and served everyone on the table. MC again turned to the king and noted, they should start with murder using artifacts. They can only hope that nothing has changed in the castle since his departure. Lias sighed and concluded that he does not understand contract killings, so it is up to the protagonist to draw up a plan. MC thanked him, and on this, after breakfast, while Gord was washing the dishes, the protagonist turned to him. He said that it is about 3 hours from here to the capital, right? Gord calmly replied, that's right, they're near Leneralia. MC thought, so if he collects the materials, he can handle the order in one day. He turned to Gord and told him, he needs 500 magic stones, 30 kilograms of iron, and 10 kilograms of bronze. Will he be able to get them for him? Gord stood up and, dusting his hands, noted that Leneralia has the main department of the Kruan Trade Alliance. The head of the Kruan Alliance will be able to help them. They can definitely get the materials there. MC said that he understood everything, but does he have money? Gord rummaged in his pockets and said that this was too sudden. He has nothing. The protagonist asked the others, well, they don't have a penny either. MC admitted to himself, actually, he doesn't have money either. He asked if they can pay by check. Gord replied that it was possible, but if a member of the royal guard used a check, it would be immediately reported to the main body of the order. If they found out he was alive, everything could go to hell. The protagonist heard him and agreed. It was better to avoid that. He asked if there was a way to get materials without direct contact. The main thing was to get bronze and iron, and he could hunt monsters for stones. Lias noted, if it was something small, then no problem, but 30 kilograms of iron and 10 kilograms of bronze would cost a pretty penny. There was no way without direct contact. The protagonist realized, bronze was a rare material. This world was not as technologically advanced as his home world, so iron was most likely mined with great difficulty. But for this order, he needs both. Suddenly it occurred to him, they can sell something to get materials in return. He wondered, maybe sell a level 2 potion? The king noted that potions themselves are very valuable, but it is better to keep level 2 potions to yourself. The protagonist thought, is it really not expensive to sell them? Although of course, this potion can be considered a regular medicine and pay you much less. After thinking for a while, he asked a question. Maybe then try a higher level potion? They have time, so he can make a level 4 potion. After these words, Larsel was very surprised, and Gord and Lias simply could not believe it. Gord noted that he probably really knows how to make them. The king noted that potions higher than level 2 are so valuable that they will immediately attract the attention of many. The protagonist was surprised. Are they really that valuable? Lias explained, all potions above level 2 must be passed down through the royal family. Such potions are very rare. Only one is produced in 3 years, and not always. For comparison, several bottles of level 1 potions are produced per year. MC thought, 1 potion in 3 years is very little. They are considered that not at all. He would never have thought that it was such a treasure. The protagonist wondered, then what about level 0 potions? The king noted that they were great, but not so rare as to consider them suspicious. MC was happy, and it was time to get down to business. He took bottles of level 2 potions and began to mix them with water. Looking at this, everyone else was completely shocked. The protagonist saw how surprised everyone was, and asked, did they not know that if potions are diluted with water, their level decreases? Lias asked in amazement. They know, but does he himself understand what he did? The protagonist calmly replied that he added water to the potion and got a level 0 potion. Lias exclaimed, did he not listen to him? They get such a potion once every 3 years, and he diluted it with water and made a level 0 potion out of it. MC calmly noted, it takes him 2 minutes to make such a potion. Let no one worry about it. He thinks the fate of the state is more important here. The king noted, this is of course true, but he has never known anyone who can make these potions so easily, so he is still in a little shock. The protagonist calmed him down and said that they will soon get used to it. After a little while, the level 0 potions were ready. MC turned to Gord and asked, "Is he sure he will be able to sell them?" Gord replied that he can rely on him, but it would be better to sell them at night. MC asked, "Why do they have to wait so long?" Gord explained that if he went out now, there was a chance that he would run into one of the royal guards. They could not be sure who was a friend and who was an enemy, so it was better to avoid that. MC noted that this was logical, but he could help. He handed Gord a magic stone and offered to take it with him. Gord asked what it was. The protagonist explained it was a magic tool for disguise. Gord took the stone and turned into a different person. Lias noted, indeed, he did not look like Gord at all. Larsel also noted that his face was completely different. While Gord was examining his new appearance, the protagonist handed him a mirror. Gord looked into it and simply could not believe it. Could he really do such a thing? Everyone else noticed that his voice had not changed. When they started to see Gord off on his way, the protagonist asked, maybe he should take him to the city? It would be hard for him to carry 500 magic stones alone. Gord noted that Larsel, who had also changed his appearance, would carry the things. They knew how to avoid monsters, so there was no need to worry about them. MC said that he understood and reminded him that his appearance had changed, but his voice had not. Let him try not to run into his acquaintances. Gord agreed it would be better if he could negotiate with his face, but how would he change back then? MC explained, you need to whisper stop, and he would return to his real face. To return the disguise, you need to say start. They checked this and left, saying that they would be back soon. MC wished them to be careful. After that, they returned to the house, and the protagonist thought, this house is not at all suitable for creating magical tools, it needs to be remade. He went to get the remaining materials, but then the king called him and explained that he wanted to consult with him about something else. He wants to ask about that artifact. With it, you can take on the appearance of a certain person, right? The protagonist looked at him and noted to himself, he is cunning. He replied, it will take a little work, but yes, it is possible. Surely he has some ideas? Lias noted that he had no ideas right now, but the thing was useful. He asked if it would be possible to order these artifacts from him when he finished the task. MC replied that it was possible but for a certain fee. Suddenly, Rumia opened the window and exclaimed for her father to see. The protagonist's little assistant, Maki, tidied up his clothes. They were now like new. But then she asked, did she probably disturb them? Lias replied that they had already finished talking. He turned to the protagonist and noted that they would then talk about it after the order. When Lias entered the house, his daughter asked what they had discussed. Lias replied that he had asked him for something. At this time, MC approached the materials and noted that it was time to build a simple workshop. Using magic, the protagonist began to build. He thought, killing Starkus was not his main goal. He is here to kill Master Duel, the god of this world, and the assassination order and cooperation with the king are just transit points. And yet his goal is unknown, and the god of the kingdom's support will not hurt him if the power of the god depends on the faith of people in the whole country. He will definitely find a use. He should build a good relationship with them. While thinking about this, he was already finishing the construction of a new workshop. Suddenly, Gord and Larsel appeared. Gord turned to the king and noted that they returned. Lias noted that this is an excellent job, but were they not followed? MC calculated to himself. It turns out that the two of them carried 140 kilograms of luggage. He opened the box with the luggage and asked, did they really carry all this together? He is definitely impressed. Gord noted that they are in excellent physical shape, lifting 3 iron plates. The protagonists noted to themselves that the quality of the iron, of course, is not the best, but it will be enough. Gord noticed this and turned to the protagonist, who himself was in good shape, because these objects weighed 30 kilograms in his hand. After that, MC took some plant and asked what it was. Gord explained that Larsel had picked up medicinal herbs on the way, saying that they could come in handy. MC took the materials to the workshop and noticed that the materials were there. It was time to get to work. Larsel did not expect, really so soon? MC told Gord that he would seal the doors and windows with magic. If something happened, let them call him from outside. Coming closer, Gord asked, is it all quiet because the methods of creating murder tools are a closely guarded secret? MC explained that the secret is, of course, one of the reasons, but the biggest reason is their danger to others. Gord did not understand how they could harm. MC asked, does he really think that creating murder weapons is a safe occupation? Gord thought for a moment and noticed that he was right. He added that he would watch out for Larsel to start banging on the door. MC thanked him and said that he should leave the rest to him, and advised him to sleep. He almost forgot to tell him they were leaving for the castle tomorrow. He prepared an open bath for everyone. they can use it. They only have one try, so they should be 100% ready. Gord exclaimed, "Are they really leaving tomorrow? He will definitely have time to use up all these materials before the morning." MC replied, "That's right, it will take all night, especially considering their circumstances. They can't drag it out. They need to recapture the cast soon as possible and along with it the state, right?" Gord thanked him and left, and the protagonists got to work. He took out a box with items and used the expansion skill. After that, many windows appeared around, from which robotic arms stuck out, which began to do work. MC noticed that this was a workshop of secret maneuvers and a cave of 1,000 monkeys. While everyone was resting, he was busy creating weapons. In the morning, everyone except the protagonist was in the house. Suddenly, someone broke through the wall of the dwelling and began to attack. Gord and Larzl prepared to defend themselves. It was some kind of iron bird. But then MC appeared and stopped it with a snap of his fingers. He apologized. This invention escaped during a test run. Gord asked if he was finished. MC replied that everything was ready and asked to take the boxes with weapons to the cart. He asked, "Did he do everything today?" MC agreed and noted, "Everything is securely packed, so even if something falls, it is not scary." At this time, the king and his daughter left the house, preparing to leave. The protagonists noted that it was about time. Lias agreed that it was true. MC noted to himself that today he would be carrying out his first assassination order in another world, and also asked the others. They remembered the essence of the operation. Right? Gord noted. They would disguise themselves and infiltrate Gord, after which they would wait for him in a safe place with a Vibane. As soon as this order was completed, he would give them a signal, and they would be able to leave. Lias stated that he would deal with the situation after the murder of Starkus himself. MC said that everyone had magical tools for disguise, and they needed to use them. Everyone took a stone and said the word "start." Gord noted that yesterday's transformations were different. The protagonists noted that he had prepared the tools. Everything should go so that they would not attract attention as much as possible. He thought to himself, everyone was worried, especially the princess. If he failed the order, they would completely lose control of the country. Gord wondered, "Can you change your gender with this artifact?" Protagonists asked, "Why?" Gord explained, he saw ads about them in the city yesterday. They said they were looking for a woman and 3 men. Perhaps this is all the work of the Starkus guards. One of them needs to change gender so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Protagonists answered, "It is possible, but 4 men are also suspicious." Gord said, 4 girls will also look unnatural. Larzl wondered, so it would be best if there were 2 men and 2 women. MC said, Gord will be the mother, Larzl the father, then the king and princess will be the children, so they will pretend to be traveling merchants. Lias wondered, if they are going to pretend to be merchants, then why shouldn't he be the father? MC explained, judging by yesterday's information, it is highly likely that they are currently diligently looking for him specifically. Can the voice be changed to your own style of speech? No, but if you give him a role that is very different from his own, then everything might work out. The king wondered, is it necessary to think everything through like this? MC turned to Larzl and Gord and asked if they agreed. They said they did. MC explained that you need to press the button on top to change gender. Gord had already done this. He turned into a woman. Looking at her, the king noted that she was too big. Larzl said, this will make them stand out even more. MC noted that he can adjust his height and build and asked to give him the artifact. Gord asked, is there something wrong? At this time, the princess laughed a little and then apologized. MC noted that there was nothing to worry about. Rumia picked up the protagonist's little assistant Maki. MC gave another assistant and turned to the princess, offering to take him with her. He might come in handy. The princess looked at the protagonist and thanked him with a smile. Each of the heroes prepared for the journey, and the protagonist finished. It was time to win back Mrs. He was busy with thoughts. An endless stream of monotonous orders, standard goals. He had almost 1,000 victories behind him, and he had not seen the flames that engulfed the sky and the earth for a long time. Looking into the distance, he said, this time his target was God. Maybe everything will finally change. After these words, he decided to open the box. Rodents and iron birds ran out of it. MC ordered them to go, controlling them. He noticed the central command system was normal. He entered all the information regarding the target, full combat readiness. Rumia noted that Wright was right. At first glance, the inhabitants behaved as usual, but in fact they seemed lifeless, with clouded eyes, as if someone was controlling them. She decided to turn to a passerby man, but he turned around and was rude to her. Each person was as if bewitched. The man turned to Larzl. Does he have problems? But Gord came up and gave some coins to the man. He climbed in and ran away. Gord turned to Larzl and asked if it was true. He was still angry at the protagonist. Larzl replied that he no longer held a grudge. Gord continued, He was too emotional. If he quarreled with him now, the whole plan could suffer. At such moments, you can't be distracted by feelings. After all, the protagonist made him new equipment. All that remains is to wait for the opportunity to need it. Larzul turned to the king and asked if they should stop in such a simple place. It might not be entirely safe. Lias explained that he understood, but if they stayed the night in an expensive establishment, they might draw too much attention to them. Right now, there is no better place for them than this refuge in Waibon. Looking from the point of view of the birds, the protagonist noted, here is the airspace of the castle. First, they need to find out the location of the target. He used the magic counter skill. If he is a high-ranking mage, he will be able to find it stronger than magical energy. Guessing the destination, he sent birds there, but encountered a magical barrier. Most likely, it appeared only recently. The barrier is easy to destroy from the inside, but it is unlikely to be blown up from the outside, no matter how serious the castle's security is. No one will guard a sewer pipe with a diameter of 30 centimeters. This is a matter for small rodents. Suddenly, Gord contacted the protagonist remotely. He said that they arrived at the place of their overnight stay. MC asked if everything was in place. Gord noted that everything was fine and asked how he was doing. MC said that he did not know that the castle windows were protected by a barrier, but he could handle it. How was the situation near the castle? Gord noted, as the protagonist, and foresaw. The entire population seemed to be in a trance, even the children. Lias noted that he could not even imagine that Starkus was capable of such serious manipulation, future consciousness. If he had such powers, why did he use them only now? MC suggested, maybe he was waiting for the right moment. After these words, the king wondered what he could have been waiting for, but it didn't matter. He turned to the protagonist and asked if he remembered what he asked him the day before leaving. MC noted that he should take care of Prince Kosus if he found him. He remembers. Lias noted that he was counting on him, and the protagonist wished them to be more careful. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. The man turned to Starkus and apologized for disturbing him. At that moment, the protagonist realized that this was his chance, but he almost revealed himself because of the protective magic on the door. In this case, he will have to try ranged combat, but unfortunately, Starkus is not visible from there. MC thought, this room is much more prepared for an assassination attempt than it might seem at first glance. The man continued and asked how his mission of religious conversion is going. They have sent missionaries to 10 cities who are actively educating the people about their religion. Yesterday alone, they managed to bring 246 new believers to them. Starkus noted that 246 is not enough. MC wondered what kind of religious conversion, so he wants to change the object of faith? Did he really take control of estates first, and now this? The man said that their missionaries are trying their best, but it is quite difficult to convince people to abandon the gods they have believed in for so many years, so things are slow. Starkus noted that his mind manipulation does not work here, and the result is still unsatisfactory. He ordered them to try harder. Otherwise, they will not be able to save the country from destruction. In Starkus's opinion, only their god Lurus Mars could save them. The men simultaneously agreed with Starkus's order, and MC mentally repeated the god's name, asking himself if there were other gods in this world besides Midzas and the evil god Mazura. Starkus, looking at the men, ordered them to hurry, asking if they remembered what to do with those who disagreed. The men, who were also under Starkus's influence, declared that those who disagreed must be convinced with a whip and a fist. For this purpose, they created a squad of inquisitors, which was to begin work from the next day. Starkus noted that this was wonderful, advising the men to be firm in their faith. The men again simultaneously expressed their agreement with Starkus's words, and Wright realized how things really were. It was a false name for the foundation of a new religion, and he remembered that Midzas had said that Mazura resorted to such methods. It seemed more like coercion through torture than persuasion, and so, addressing the device that was supposed to help MC talk to Rumia and the others, Wright asked if Gord was there. Gord confirmed that he was, and MC announced that he had something to ask, and asked if Gord had heard of the god Lurus Mars. Gord sat down on the couch next to the device and said that he had heard of it. He explained that it was a young religion that had been practiced for about 30 years. Since there was real benefit to the faith, it had recently gained a large following. Wright especially noted the word benefit, and asked again, and Gord explained that the people of this faith gave out free bread to the faithful when they went to church, and did something similar. While Gord was talking, Lias and Larzul told Gord that women did not sit like that, so Gord, forgetting that he was in a woman's body, sat in a man's position, with his legs wide apart. Ignoring Lias and Larzul's words, Gord continued to tell MC about the religion, recalling that the basis of this religion is charity for the people. The only question was, where the money for this came from. And although this religion was popular among the people, there were many dark rumors about it. Wright, thoughtfully holding his chin with his hand, realized that the believers were luring people with handouts, but the source of this money was unknown. This was really suspicious, and suddenly MC heard Gord add that they also had a goddess, Midsis. Most of the residents over 30, including Gord, professed faith in Midsis, and Luris Mars was mainly believed by the youth. At this time, the men who came to Starkus's office had already gone out into the corridor and began to leave, and Gord asked Wright why he was even asking about this. MC replied that he was just curious and returned to watching his animal assistants. At that moment, a dark aura began to emerge from under the door of the office where Starkus was sitting, and Starkus, who had activated the magic, put his palms opposite each other and offered to greet the guests. He grinned and called Sting and Bat. And Wright, watching the magic that had gone beyond the castle, asked where such power came from. He immediately contacted Gord and the others with the device and warned them that they were in danger since they had been exposed. Lias, Larzal, Rumia, and Gord froze in alarm, and the next moment, someone's attack suddenly flew into the room where they were, breaking through the wall. Gord and Rumia were affected by this, and Lias and Larzal, noticing this, frowned, desperately shouting their names. They took off their disguises and took up fighting positions, holding their weapons out in front of them and holding them ready to fight off the flying rocks. Larzal, standing in front of Lias, asked who was there. There was no immediate answer, but instead something flew past, hitting the front door. There was an explosion, and Larzal and Lias looked in that direction, noticing two young guys standing in the gradually settling dust. One of them, smiling, asked who they had here. He recognized their teacher, Lias, among them, and asked if he was not dead. The other guy, laughing, turned to Starkus, shouted that it was great, and admitted that he was overwhelmed with energy. Lias, looking warily at Sting and Bat, noted that they had an impeccable plan, and asked how they found them. Without waiting for Sting and Bada to respond, Larzal stood in front of Lias and announced that they were members of the Royal Guard, admitting that he was sure that Starkus was controlling them. One of the guys, placing his palm on his chest, asked that they not be compared to the puppets from the castle, declaring that they were completely free. Interrupting his comrade's words, the second guy chuckled, noting that there were now two opponents, and at that moment the second knight, ignoring the screams of his comrade, began to say that they were the chosen ones. However, the other guy continued to interrupt his friend's words, as he realized that if there were two opponents left, then this meant that he had cut down two with one blow. He was amazed at the power of his blow, and at that moment Bada, having hit Sting, ordered him to shut up. Sting flew back a little from this blow, but did not do anything in response. At that moment, Larzal suddenly appeared behind Bada and tried to attack him, but Bada stopped the stump of the sword Larzal was fighting with, asking where he was rushing to. Bada used magic, and from this, shining butterflies flew around him. Bada, continuing to hold the blade, asked if they were not curious. How did they know that Lias and the others were here? He suggested looking at the magic mark of the old man from Kuruin, and Lias, hearing this, asked again. Larzal, frowning, advised Lias not to let him deceive him, since the head of the Kuruin Merchant Guild would never take the side of the enemy. He noted that the head of the Kuruin Merchant Guild with his piercing eyes would immediately recognize what was going on. However, Larzal was unable to say anything else, since his eyes suddenly opened wide, alert since he sensed something. The next moment, Sting suddenly appeared at his side, also using magic, exclaiming that Larzal was slow. He formed a magic tube next to his hand and threw it at Larzal, and Larzal, unable to resist, flew back, although he was able to reflect the attack. Meanwhile, Bada announced that they sold 100 first-level potions of unknown origin at once, so one could think that they were preparing to escape. But then, just a day later, they left the magical forest and returned to the kingdom. Turning to Lias, Bada asked how they did it. Lias and Larzal silently looked at their opponents, and Bada, seriously turning to the side, noted that most likely one should ask with whose help they managed to do this. Lias, frowning, asked who knows about this. He suggested that this person could be a woodcutter, but Bada did not answer anything, not appreciating this statement. Lias suddenly said that he wanted to ask Bada and Sting a question, and asked why they had joined Starkus and were helping him take over the kingdom. He did not understand what motivated them, but he assumed that it could be money or power. Sting and Bada froze for a while, dumbfounded by the question, and then Bada, putting his fingers to his head, closed his eyes, exclaiming in annoyance that Lias was thinking very simply. Sting was also dissatisfied and, raising his head up, called Lias an old man, noting that he did not understand anything. Larzal, hearing this, indignantly asked again, but Bada and Sting did not pay attention to this. And Bada asked Lias what he thought the people of the Sender needed. At the same time as Sting, he exclaimed that they needed strength, and together they explained that people were weak, and only a powerful ruler could give them strength. This power was supposed to make people free, as well as help them conquer everything around them and take everything from others by force. That is why Bada and Sting were not going to protect a king who could be so easily taken away from the throne. To prove his superiority, Bada pointed to a hole in the wall, through which he could see a destroyed neighboring building and people injured by the explosion and now lying in a haystack. Lias frowned in confusion and wanted to ask Bada and Sting about something, but he could not formulate a question. And before he did, Sting and Bada grinned, and their bodies seemed to be covered in smoke, due to which only shining eyes and mouths were visible. Soon, this illusion disappeared, and Lias and Larzl saw in front of them the still grinning Sting and Bada, who, having activated magic, surrounded themselves with magical weapons. Bada exclaimed that everything was correct, declaring that the kingdom of Mises would be reborn under the leadership of Luras. Bada stood up in such a way that it would be more convenient to attack, but at that moment, a blade of something like a sword pierced his leg from under the floor. Bada froze in amazement for a while, looking at the sword sticking out of his leg, and Larzl, taking advantage of Bada's distraction, ran closer to him and stepped on Bada's wounded leg with his foot, thus fixing his opponent in one place. Larzl swung his sword at Bat with a furious frown, and at the same time Sting, preparing to protect his partner, shouted for Larzl to come here and began to form his magic attack. However, Lias had no intention of leaving Larzl alone and threw a chair he found nearby up in front of him. Swinging his leg, Lias kicked the chair, sending it forward at high speed, and Sting, who clenched his jaw upon noticing the chair flying at him, did not have time to react and was pinned against the wall. Bat, frowning, looked at his partner, and Larzl declared that they had made too much noise. Gord, who had also removed the illusion from himself, but had not yet reached the room, also ordered the opponents to be silent, and Larzl, swinging his sword once more, struck Bat, calling him and Sting traitors. Blood sprayed into the air from the wound inflicted by Bada, and calmly looking at the screaming Bada, Larzl was suddenly distracted, looking towards the entrance, and noted that Gord had arrived somewhat late, admitting that he felt sick from just the speeches of Sting and Bada. Gord, standing in the doorway with Rumia, warned that he was in a hurry, offering Larzl to try to escape from that house on her own and run here to the 3rd floor. Lias, ignoring the playful bickering of Gord and Larzl, ran up to Rumia, shouting her name, and, hugging Rumia, admitted that he was very glad that she was okay. Tears appeared in Rumia's eyes, but he did not have time to rejoice at the reunion for long, since Bada, trying to get up, shouted that he was in great pain and furiously asked how Larzl did it. And suddenly Bada's body crumbled into dust, and everyone realized that they had not imagined it, but that it was projection magic. Very soon Bada, whole and unharmed, appeared next to them and, laughing, asked that Gord, Larzl, Lias and Rumia not think that they would leave in peace. He promised to skin them and hang 2 of them on the gate for all to see, and he would make a rug out of Lias's skin and a bag out of Rumia's. Smiling madly, Bada asked if this was a good idea. When Lias frowned, leaning forward to begin the attack, he was asked to step back. Larzl and Gord stood in front of Rumia and Lias, resolutely looking at their opponents and, having more conveniently gripped their weapons with their palms, swung them, getting into fighting stances. They promised to show Bada and Sting, whom they called scoundrels, what the confidants of King Lias were capable of. Even before they had time to do anything, a powerful air attack flew towards them, created by Sting, who had already freed himself from the chair. But Gord and Larzl not only stood firm, but also ran forward, repelling the attack. Once again swinging his sword, Larzl broke through the last line of attack and ran faster, approaching Bada. Larzl, swinging his sword, made shining stars appear in the air, activating a secret technique of the royal palace of Mises, which was called a clot of flashes of double stars. Stars appeared throughout the entire area of the room and repelled small attacks that Bada directed towards Larzl. However, some of these attacks still reached Larzl, but he, frowning seriously, dodged it. Realizing that Bada was using butterflies, he cursed, as the magic of the butterfly wings was dangerous. However, the knight, who relied on magic in everything, was not scary for Larzl, and Bada, realizing this, asked if this is really what he was thinking. He put his hand in front of him, on which he wore a large ring, and looked at the silhouette of a butterfly formed above this ring. Bada called Larzl the talent of the royal guard, but announced that Starkus gave them new strength and, rising into the air, shouted that they are no longer the weak guys that Larzl remembers them. Phantom butterfly wings appeared behind Bada, and he activated the storm of wings. Wings consisting of magical butterflies began to move towards Larzl, who, however, despite the danger, continued to run forward. Lias, frowning, looked at the attack and asked where so much power came from. Rumia, worried about Larzl, warned him to be careful, and Larzl, frowning, sighed, concentrated, and ran forward. Bada attacked him with his wings, which, having lengthened, became more like tentacles, consisting of a large number of magical butterflies. However, Larzl dodged each attack, occasionally using his own magic, and as he approached Bada, Bada, smirking, asked if Larzl had survived. He thought it was amazing, but Bada warned that they had only just begun. Still smiling, he called out to Sting, who, laughing, jumped out from behind Bada, preparing another magical attack. Streams of air swirled around his palm, and Sting, raising his hand, announced that Larzl had managed to dodge, but warned that his luck had ended there. Sting suddenly extended his hand towards Larzl and activated the nail gun, sending a funnel of powerful air currents towards Larzl with the pointed end. Larzl's eyes widened, frowning as he was slightly scared of the attack coming towards him. He remembered how some time before he stood there, looking in shock at Gord, who was handing something to MC. Gord announced that he remembered something and said that it was for Wright. MC, although he did not know what it was, took what Gord handed him and upon closer inspection noticed that it was a sandwich wrapped in special paper. Gord, smiling, reminded him that Wright had not eaten yesterday and announced that he wanted it for breakfast. Neither Larzl nor MC knew how to react to this, but they were soon distracted from this, as Lias, having come closer, seriously asked if Wright remembered about his request. MC confirmed this, warned that everything was ready, and asked Lias to wait a minute. Lias, not understanding what Wright wanted, asked what happened. MC, who had been holding an object hidden by a piece of cloth, threw the cloth aside, suggesting that they start with Gord. He attached the armor piece to the armor already on Gord, and Gord, waving his hand a few times, looked with delight at the new piece of his armor. Wright said that it was a shoulder shield with simple defensive charms, explaining that it would be able to repel enemy attacks. He thought that Gord would need it, and also added that it had defensive charms placed on it. At the moment, using the immovable barrier and the charm placed on it, Gord stood in front of Larzl, who was being attacked by the enemy, closing him in with himself. Looking at the defense that was instantly built, Gord smiled, remembering how, when he first received the shield, he asked if an immovable barrier was, according to MC, simple magic. Wright, hearing this question, assumed that Gord wanted a crest, and fulfilled this request, drawing a crest on the surface of the shield. Waiting for the attack to dissipate, Larzl thanked Gord, and Gord, not paying attention to this, warned that Sting and Bada were no longer the ones they knew, and therefore asked Larzl to be on guard. Finally, the attack launched by Sting dissipated, and Sting frowned, his mouth open in shock when he noticed that Larzl and Gord did not have even a scratch. He was sure that this could not be, and pointing a finger at Gord and Larzl, asked what kind of shield is this. Bada, placing his hand on Sting's shoulder, asked him to calm down and warned him that his magic was not afraid of any shield. He put his palm forward, and the silhouette of a butterfly appeared in the air above his ring again. The next moment, the number of butterflies multiplied, and this filled a fairly large space. And Bada declared that no matter how strong Gord's shield was, you just need to attack in such a way that it could not reflect the attack. This, in Bada's opinion, was all that was required from tactics, and so he directed the butterflies to this part of the room where Rumia and Lias were. Lias became wary, noticing someone else's attack, and Larzl, realizing that these were fragments of those butterfly wings, abruptly turned to the side, addressing Lias. However, Lias suddenly calmed down, looking at the butterflies approaching him, and the next moment, powerful streams of flame flew from Lias towards the magical butterflies. Before they went to the kingdom, MC, looking at Lias seriously, said that he should be next, and handed Lias a ring, saying that it was for him. Now, thanks to this ring, Lias built a directional barrier around himself and Rumia, as well as an attack. From the ring, which was put on Lias's finger, streams of magical energy were spreading, and, in addition, clutching a dagger in his hands in order to defend himself in close combat, Lias asked not to worry about him and continue the fight. Bada was amazed, realizing that this was a directional barrier, and Sting was so shocked that he could not say anything, and just opened his eyes wide. Lias, meanwhile, holding out his dagger, said that this was handmade, confirming that it was indeed a directional barrier. The next moment, several streams of fire flew out of the barrier, forming into the heads of creatures resembling wolves, and headed towards Sting and Bada. Sting and Bada barely dodged this attack, and Sting, furiously pointing his finger at Lias, shouted that there can't be a directional barrier that attacks from the inside. He was sure that Lias was hiding something else, but Lias calmly said that no one knew about it, and suddenly Bada warned Sting that something had appeared from behind, and Sting, turning around, noticed Larzl, who, having jumped up, had already swung his sword. Gritting his teeth in anger, Sting frowned and made a new attack begin to form near his hand. He managed to react and sent a powerful stream of wind towards Larzl, ordering him not to underestimate him. However, Lias, who was holding a long weapon that looked more like a stick, dispelled Sting's attack, swinging it, and quickly approaching Sting, who froze in shock, asking what was that. Flying past Sting, Larzul struck him in the neck, and Sting, whose mouth spurted blood from the blow, fell to the floor. Larzul, in contrast, calmly landed on his feet, sighed, and remembered how he had previously held an object hidden in a piece of cloth. At that moment, he looked at it in bewilderment, asking if this was really the enchanted sword flame ceremony. Wright said that among everything he gave out, this was the only equipment for attack, and warning that they did not plan to engage in battle, explained that he chose items that would ensure safety. However, the sword that MC handed to Larzul was made of the wood of the flaming tree, and was strong but not durable, and so Wright warned Larzul to be careful, as he would only be able to use the sword once. He advised Larzul to wait for a chance and use the sword wisely. And now Larzul stood up, raising his hand in which he was clutching a long wooden pole, which was the flaming sword. Gord, Rumia and Lias froze, watching in shock, and Larzul suddenly, calling an invisible interlocutor, forcefully threw the wooden sword to the ground. Sting screamed, still unable to cope with the pain received from the blow to his neck, and Larzul, pointing a finger at the sword lying on the floor, furiously asked, "Is this really a flame ceremony?" He shouted that it was just some kind of stick and asked, "Is this really a joke?" Lias, unsure of how to react to such a fit of rage, simply covered his eyes with his hand, while Rumia and Gord stood silently watching as Larzul cursed at the sword. Meanwhile, Sting cleared his throat and, looking at Bat, admitted that he thought he was finished and thanked Bat for helping him. Remembering how Bat used his butterfly to divert the attack from Sting at the last moment, reducing the impact of the blow. However, Bat just stood there, thoughtfully holding his chin, and Sting said his comrade's name, but Bat still did not respond. Mentally returning to the past, Larzul meanwhile remembered how MC told him that the sword needed to be set on fire in order to awaken the power of this sword. In that case, there would be a +9 to the fire damage, and Wright, smiling, asked what was so unclear about that. At this moment, Larzul, frowning furiously, shouted that he had set fire to this sword, and asked what to do next. He decided that MC still could not be trusted, and he needed to do everything himself, and at that moment Sting, smirking, suggested that Larzul come here if he did not value his life, and promised that Larzul would regret that he could not kill Sting. But Bada calmly asked Sting to wait, and he, looking at Bada in bewilderment, asked what was going on. Bada, calmly looking at his opponents, asked if Sting thought it was strange. He noted that Gord and the others were not at all surprised by their attack, and did not even try to escape. Moreover, they seemed to have been prepared in advance, and looking closely at Rumi, Lias, Larzul, and Gord, Bada realized something, and, cursing, shouted the name Starkus. Frowning, he turned around, and at that very moment, the animals created by Wright and located in the castle began to increase in size and also to shine. In the end, they exploded, and the barrier was destroyed. Immediately after that, the birds joined the attack, and the inhabitants of the city began to run to the sides, dodging the debris flying down. One of the girls suddenly stumbled, fell, and would have been injured by a flying fragment, but one of the MC animals ran closer in time, and having built a shield, protected the girl from falling, while looking at the even rows of birds, already preparing a new attack. So far, almost nothing was visible behind the huge clouds of dust that had risen, but Wright, having connected to the vision of his birds, continued to peer at the destroyed part of the castle. Hearing the rumble, Rumia, Gordlius, and Larzul froze and, looking back, asked each other if they heard it. Larzul assumed it was MC and remembered that he had taken the assassination order, so he asked where the explosion came from. Bada cursed, realizing it was a trap, and desperately shouted that they needed to get back to the castle quickly. Gord, Larzul, Lias, and Rumia turned around, looking at their opponents, and Bada, suddenly becoming much calmer, asked if they really thought they would hear something like that. He was sure that Starkus did not need their protection, and at that moment, Starkus, who was surrounded by an additional shield, calmly took a sip from his cup of tea, admitting that he did not know who decided to attack or where from, but noted that if this person thought that this would kill Starkus, he would soon realize that everything was actually just one big mistake. He looked very calm, and Wright, analyzing the protection around Starkus, realized that it was a defensive barrier of the attack reflection type. Due to the fact that Starkus was able to reflect the attack created by MC, Wright noted that this was quite good. However, he knew that this barrier lasted for a maximum of 2 seconds, and he realized that if the first attack was repelled, the second attack would destroy the barrier. Therefore, MC, twirling the needle with which he controlled his artifacts in his fingers, activated magic and sent the birds down, asking how Starkus planned to repel the next attack. During the flight, the birds gradually transformed and, opening their mouths, divided their bodies into 2 parts. From the resulting cracks, firearms moved forward, from which, lining up, the birds sent a large number of smaller projectiles towards Starkus. Starkus, unafraid of this, turned to the power of magic and, calling on it, asked that magic come to his defense. From these words, a defense formed around Starkus, and all the projectiles fired by Wright exploded, colliding with it. The explosion destroyed the rest of the castle, and a dense column of smoke rose into the air. The people of the city on the other side froze upon hearing the loud sound, but the shield erected by Starkus did not waver or even crack, and Starkus calmly continued drinking his tea. MC, thoughtfully placing his hand to his chin, realized that a magic song was used, and admitted that this was a tough opponent. Laius, hearing another explosion, looked towards the castle in bewilderment and asked, "Did Wright fail?" Bada and Sting grinned and then laughed, and Gord, Lias, Rumia and Larzal, frowning, looked at their opponents, who simultaneously shouted that nothing could compare to Starkus's strength. They were surrounded by a shining aura of magic, which made their silhouettes seem dark. In addition, they were sure that they also could not be dealt with so easily, and using the bloom of magic, they prepared for a new attack. Sting ran forward and used a nail gun and a pellet shot, causing a large number of magical attacks to appear in the air above him in a spiral. Gord used his shield to block the others from these attacks, but clenched his jaw from the effort, warning that the attacks had become stronger. Suddenly, he frowned and noticed that a crack had appeared on the shield, and Sting, who also realized this, laughed and asked if Gord could even imagine such a thing. He declared that this was his power, warning that it was all thanks to Starkus. He also added that he was no longer the rookie Gord had beaten during training. Gord admitted that this could be true, but shouted that Sting was still as inattentive as before. Sting, hearing this, froze in bewilderment, and the next moment his hand, on the end of which the magical attack was created, was thrust into the floor. Sting cursed, and Larzal jumped up and tried to attack him, but he frowned warily, noticing something else. At the last moment, he dodged a large number of magical butterflies sent at him by Bada, who smiled and suggested that he stop ignoring him. Still looking slyly at Larzal, he asked if he really thought that a knight who relied on magic was not fit to hold a candle to Larzal. After flying a little into the air, Bada waved the edges of his cloak resembling butterfly wings and activated Butterfly Dance and Death Rhapsody, causing more of the room to be filled with butterflies created by Bada. However, Larzal was not going to give up, and, frowning, ran forward, dodging someone else's attack. He quickly made his way to Bada and, finding himself at a distance that could be covered quite quickly, jumped, reducing the last meters, but Bada created a new batch of butterflies, which threw Larzal back. Larzal defended himself in time with his own magic, but because of this, he was thrown back some distance and was forced to make his way to Bada again, dodging attacks from butterflies. Bada, laughing, declared that this was excellent, advising Larzal to fight and suffer, and also to meet face-to-face with the sword art of the royal court. And suddenly, the next second, Bada felt something hit his cheek, and noticing that a thin cut had appeared in that place, from which blood had flowed, he asked if Larzal had really hurt him. Bada was sure that this could not be and asked when Larzal had managed to do this. However, he remembered that this had already happened when Larzal had attacked Bada at the very beginning of the battle, and because of this, Bada had a major question, and he asked how Larzal had been able to withstand his attacks with a piece of junk, which Bada called the stump of the sword Larzal had fought with. Larzal, meanwhile, frowned in concentration, waved his hand several times, and a powerful magical attack began to form behind his back. The stars that Larzal used as his magic formed a tunnel through which he was able to reach Bada without hindrance. Looking at the sword in Larzal's hands, which seemed to be extended, not by metal, but by magical energy, Bada asked if it was really a magical sword. Bada was sure that it couldn't be, since Larzal didn't know how to use combat magic. Continuing to look, Bada, frowning in bewilderment, asked if Larzal had really charged the sword with energy. In order to catch his breath and rest, Larzal stopped and asked if Bada was really saying that Larzal wouldn't be afraid of a knight who relied on magic. Frowning confidently, he shouted that it was so, and ran to the attack again, reminding them that they weren't training, and promised that he would give it his all. Bada called Larzal an impudent man as he barely dodged an attack that Larzal launched at him. Larzal continued to run forward, defending himself, as Bada sent another swarm of magical butterflies at him, and Bada cursed as he realized that Larzal had memorized his attacks and knew that he was no match for him. Larzal weakened his barrier and ran forward, but the next moment, another attack of butterflies appeared in the air right above him. Feeling a powerful energy behind him, Larzal turned around, and Bada, smiling, declared that it was all a joke, and launched his butterfly attack at Larzal. However, these attacks did not reach Larzal, as he was surrounded by a barrier. Bada, frowning in confusion, asked, "What was that?" Laius, who had managed to reach Larzal in time and protect him with his own artifact, warned Larzal not to get ahead of everyone, and Larzal apologized to Laius for his behavior. Laius, Straightening up, held out his dagger, and advised Larzal to retreat and rest for a while. He warned that they had underestimated the enemy and explained that if they did not attack with concentration, they would have a hard time. However, they had MC's weapons with them, which meant that they had a chance to win. Lias looked at Gord, who was successfully repelling Sting's attacks, and also noticed Rumia, who was reaching out her hands to the fire sword that Maki, who served Wright, had brought closer. Larzal was silent for a while, thinking about Lias's words, but after asking for forgiveness for his rudeness, he noted that if they simply defended themselves, they would lose their chance to win. Despite Lias's recent warning, he stepped forward, decisively clenching his hands into fists. Larzal wasn't going to let Sting and Bada defile the name of the Mises kingdom any longer, and swung his sword and ran forward, passing through Lias's barrier. Bada smiled and said that it would be better if Larzal listened to Lias, and Lias frowned, becoming wary of these words. Bada pointed behind Lias and Larzal and asked them to look, and they saw a new attack of butterflies form right above Gord. Frowning desperately, Larzal and Lias warned Gord that there was an attack behind him, but cursed in their minds when they realized that Gord couldn't hear them. Activating a defense around him, Lias ran forward, and Larzal also moved, trying to get to Gord to save him. At the same time, Bada extended his hand forward and sent a squad of butterflies after him, but Larzal suddenly accelerated and ran forward, dodging the attack and overtaking even Lias, who started running first. Bada, noticing this, laughed, amazed at the speed, but asked if Larzal would make it in time. Larzal, clenching his jaw, ran forward, thinking about how he let everyone down when they were teleported to the forest. Without stopping, he pulled his hand back to increase the swing and power of his blow, also remembering the moment when he lost to MC. Following the movements of Larzal's hand, shimmering magical stars appeared, and Larzal also remembered that he was currently under a magical mark. He had failed after fail, and so now, frowning, Larzal concentrated magic near his sword and asked, what was the point of all his training then? Making a desperate dash forward, closer to the attack approaching Gord, which gradually began to tear his clothes, Larzal began to remember moments from his life, deciding that at least this time, he should do something different. Finally, Gord felt the attack approaching him and, frowning, turned to the side, noticing the silhouettes of magical butterflies. However, the attack never reached Gord, because Larzal, having managed to stand between the attack and Gord in time, took the blow. The armor on his chest was broken. Blood sprayed into the air, and Larzal flew back. Everyone cried out his name in concern, and Bada, smirking, announced that he was the first to go. The night before leaving for the mission in the House of Wraith, Gord suddenly said that he heard that it could help in the preparation of the potion and magical tools. And suddenly MC, frowning warily, stood up abruptly, and, going up to Larzal, who was standing nearby, grabbed his hand and began to carefully peer into the gloves on Larzal's palms. Lias, coming closer, asked if something was wrong. Wright announced that Larzal had a magical mark by which they could determine where they were. Larzal, asking for an appeal in front of everyone, promised that he would get rid of it right away and began to take off his glove, but Lias, holding out his palm forward, told Larzal to stop and suggested leaving it in place. He understood that Starkus would most likely be protected by his loyal assistants Bada and Starkus, and they could interfere with them. Turning to Larzal, Lias waited for him to react and show that he was listening, and then announced that when MC finished preparing, they would leave the capital and would act as bait, luring Starkus's assistants away from the castle with this mark. Gord, kneeling down, warned Lias that it was too dangerous, and Larzal, who had taken the same pose, said that Lias did not need to go with him, saying that he would go alone. However, Lias did not agree with this and, crossing his arms over his chest, seriously reminded him that he was the king of Mises and therefore he could not allow someone else to risk their life for him. Looking at Rumia, he said that she would stay here with Gord, but Rumia said that she would go with them. Lias became angry and asked if she did not understand how dangerous it was. Rumia replied that she understood, and firmly declared that that was why she would go with them, asking if that was true. Rumia and Lias stood there for a while, exchanging glances, but eventually Lias closed his eyes and did not argue, and walked closer to Gord and told him to take Rumia with him and retreat if anything went wrong. Gord expressed his agreement with the order, and Rumia bowed and thanked Lias for his understanding. She looked at her palms and pressed them to her lips, and Wright looked at Lias and asked if they would all go together. Lias, although somewhat displeased, assumed that it looked like that, and suddenly remembered something, asking if MC could make another level 2 potion. Wright said that in that case, he would prepare something more useful for them than potions. MC and Lias were talking for a while, and Larzal, who was standing a little bit away, asked himself why he never succeeded at anything. He didn't understand what all his training was for, and thought about what he wanted to do at least this once. At the moment, Larzal suddenly heard someone calling him, and he coughed, his eyes suddenly opening wide. Rumia was sitting next to him, while Gord and Lias were fighting off Sting and Bat's attacks. Bada, using his butterflies, attacked, and these attacks were taken by Lias, who used the ring given to him by Wright, as well as his dagger. Gord, with his jaw tightly clenched from the effort, closed himself off from the powerful attacks directed at him by Sting, and Rumia, along with Maki, used potions and a sewing needle in order to somehow heal the terrible wounds that appeared on Larzel's body at the moment he blocked Gord from Sting's attack. Rumia was in despair and unable to hide her horror, opened her eyes wide, looking at Larzel's wounded body. Larzel was exhausted and silent for a while, and then, turning to Rumia, asked her to leave him and run away from here with Lias. However, Rumia did not react to these words and continued to try to do something about Larzel's wounds. She ordered him to lie still, and Larzel, recreating the image of MC in his mind, suggested that he could help them. He apologized to Rumia and, closing his eyes, said with annoyance that he had once again tarnished the name of the Mises kingdom. Tears began to flow down Larzel's cheeks, and Rumia, who was also unable to hold back her tears, reminded Larzel that she had told him to lie still. Unable to contain her emotions, she began to scream, at which point Bada came closer to them, noting that it was painful for him to watch Rumia's futile struggle. Rumia froze, her eyes wide in horror, and then turned her head, looking at Bada. Lias, who had fallen, thrown back by the enemy's attack, and was now trying to get up with the help of Gord, desperately shouted Rumia's name, and finally getting up, ran forward with Gord to protect Rumia. However, their path was blocked by an attack released by a laughing Sting. Without hiding a mad smile, Sting declared that he would not let them escape, and Lias, frowning, gave the order to retreat. Together with Gord, he began to fight, defending himself from Sting's attacks, and Bada, looking at Rumia and Larzel, noted that they were the same age and asked why in that case they were so different. Rumia froze, not understanding what Bada was talking about, and Larzel narrowed his eyes. Bada, holding out his hand forward, invited Larzel to join their side, noting that he was suitable for the role of the Chosen One. Putting one palm to his chest, Bada noted that under the tutelage of Starkus, Larzel's strength would increase tenfold. Rumia and Lias, in Bada's opinion, were only a burden, and so Bada suggested Larzel leave them and join Starkus. Larzel, gathering his last strength, asked if Bada was really talking about a burden and strength. He raised his trembling hand up, and at the same time, in the castle, Wright continued to fire his projectiles at the Starkus shield. Seeing that the shield remained unshakable, MC realized that it was a long magic song, longer than 5 words. He understood that only real professionals were capable of this, and thought about it, deciding to try something else. He unlocked the 3rd box, which had remained closed until that moment, and a powerful rocket flew out of it, rapidly approaching the castle. In flight, this rocket split into several segments, which allowed it to increase its speed. This was one of the magical tools that Wright had prepared for murder. And to be more specific, these were 3 magical super rockets of a special composition. The rockets were heavy enough, and therefore could not take off without an accelerator, but there was a lot of magic gunpowder inside for this. The missiles were supposed to be able to penetrate the defense of even a 10-word magic song, and Starkus, noticing the attack approaching him, froze warily, frowning. He was silent for a while, looking at the shining missile flying towards him, and realized that it was dangerous. He sighed, and a small circle flew out of his mouth, along the edge of which magical symbols were written. Taking a little more air into his mouth, Starkus released it from his mouth, expanding the resulting magical ring. Turning to powerful magic as well as to their god, he asked that they become his strong shield and go to protect him. A magical shield appeared around Starkus again, and MC, looking at it, asked how many words were there. In virtual life online, even the most powerful magicians were not capable of this, and so Wright carefully watched as his missile, having reached the right point, hit the shield erected by Starkus. From this impact, cracks began to spread across the ground, reaching great distances. When the dust cleared, MC saw that the shield erected by Starkus began to fall off in charred pieces, and a column of black smoke rose into the air. However, when the shield disintegrated, Wright noticed a cage inside it, constructed of shining bands of magical energy. Starkus stood inside it, surrounded by a shining aura, and MC, looking at the image of Starkus, which was visible on the panel hanging in the air in front of Wright, asked, "What kind of monster is Starkus?" And yet, despite such an assessment, MC smiled, and holding his palm in front of his face, asked, "Will he really have to use this?" The ring placed on his finger glowed, as did Wright's eye. At the same time, in the place where the battle between Sting and Bada, as well as Larzel, Rumia, Gord, and Lias was taking place, Larzel slowly sat up with Rumia's help and, continuing to stretch his hand towards Bada, asked if he was really saying that if Larzel abandoned Lias and Rumia, he would become stronger? Bada, smiling, confirmed this, offering Larzel to join them. But Larzel, squeezing his hand, removed it from Bada's outstretched palm and asked who he took Larzel for. Frowning seriously, he asked if Bada really thought that Larzal would betray Laius and Rumia for some kind of power. In his opinion, a man without honor was just an animal, and, reminding him that he was a royal knight, Larzal added that his future and his power belonged to the royal family. For a second, Bada was shocked, but he closed his eyes, shook off this obsession and admitted that he was very sorry, because he thought that Larzal was one of those who looked forward. Since Larzal did not want to listen to the teachings of Mazur, in Bada's opinion, he was no different from those other dolls, and could only be considered the foundation for the great successes of Bada and the others. And suddenly, Rumia, lowering her head, asked if Bada was talking about dolls and the foundation. Rising, she looked at Bada and asked if he was talking about the inhabitants of the kingdom ruled by Starkus. Even Larzal was amazed at the decisiveness with which Rumia said these words, and, trying to get up, asked Rumia not to come closer to Bada. From the sudden movement, the wound, which had only recently been stitched, came apart, and blood spurted out, and Larzal, unable to cope with the pain, fell on his side and screamed. Maki immediately began to stitch up the wound again, and Rumia, looking at Bada seriously, asked what he wanted to gain by playing with the lives of Larzal and Laius' subjects. She assumed that Bada and the others wanted to gain power or to regenerate the Mises kingdom. But before she could say anything else, Bada swung his arm and hit Rumia on the cheek. The blow was quite strong, and Rumia's head jerked to the side, and Bada froze for a while, looking at his palm in shock. He asked himself, why was this happening? He remembered that he wanted to kill Rumia, and asked himself, why did his hand tremble under her gaze? Rumia, looking at Bada again, frowned, and her gaze became quite cruel. Rumia didn't pay attention to the thin stream of blood flowing from her mouth, and just looked at Bat, who, frozen in fear, asked why Rumia's tiny figure seemed so big to him. It was as if two armed knights had appeared behind Rumia, and Rumia herself was clenching her fists with such force that it trembled. She relaxed for a moment, but clenched her fist again, and Larzal, noticing this, turned to Rumia, wanting to tell her something, but did not have time, since Gord and Laius, flying very close, hit the wall, attracting the attention of Rumia and Larzal. Turning in their direction, Rumia turned to Laius, who, having risen, announced that he felt a gigantic magical power. Stretching his hand towards Rumia, he asked what was wrong with her cheek. Rumia didn't have time to answer, as Gord, covering her and Laius with his body, told them to hide behind him, as something incomprehensible was happening to the opponents. Sting, approaching closer to Bada, asked what he was doing. He ordered Bada to kill Rumia, and Bada, turning to Sting, asked him for forgiveness, but noted that he was simply distracted. However, Bada suddenly froze, noticing that a dark mass was crawling out of Sting's chest, on which two narrow eyes and a wide grin stood out. Frowning in confusion, Bada asked what was happening. The creature that appeared from Sting asked if Bada was distracted. He assumed that Bada's confidence in Mazur could be shaken, and Bada, hearing this, recoiled a little, continuing to frown in confusion. Recognizing the voice, he realized that it was Starkus, and asked him for forgiveness. Bada wanted to say something, but Starkus, who had connected to Bada and Sting with his domination magic, ordered Bada to be silent, as he was sure that his faith had been shaken by the words of his former comrade. Starkus extended his hand, with two vials hanging in the air, representing Sting and Bat, and declared that this meant that Bat was no better than the rest of the scum of this country. A dark substance also began to emerge from Bat's body, which also came out of Sting's body, and Bat, looking at this, desperately asked if Starkus really wanted to incinerate their souls and turn it into a magical attack. He asked Starkus to forgive him, but Starkus, not listening, continued to form a spiral using fusion magic, Requiem. The dark smoke that emerged from Bat and Sting's bodies rose into the air, combining into a single powerful magical attack, and Larzal, noticing this, froze, not understanding what was happening. Starkus, meanwhile, clenched his hand into a fist, asked displeasedly if this was really all the power of Sting and Bat's souls. He called them real worthless, and Bada and Sting were in agony at that moment, clenching their jaws to somehow cope with the pain. Sting, calling out to Bada, admitted that he was in pain, and asked what was happening. They both understood that this should not be, and, remembering what they were like as children, asked why it ended like this. Bada and Sting remembered how Sting helped the injured Bada up after a grown man took their property from them. After that, Bada and Sting imagined themselves as older and asked if they had made a mistake somewhere. Suddenly they saw the appearance of Starkus in front of them, and their souls began to mix, transforming into a huge spiral attack, directed with a pointed end towards the guys. Gord stood in front of them, put forward his shield, trying to repel the attack, and Laius, running up to him, excitedly shouted his name. Gord advised everyone to run, warning that he would not be able to hold out for long, and clenched his teeth hard, putting much more effort in trying to hold out longer. Laius, who also activated his shield, asked if Gord really thought that he would abandon him. Gord, looking at Laius, wanted to object, but Laius, without waiting for this, looked at Rumia and ordered her to take Larzal and leave. He wanted to explain what they would do next, but he fell silent, noticing the determination with which Rumia looked at him. Gord, who also noticed this, frowned in annoyance, noting that this ran in the family between Laius and Rumia. Laius, covering his eyes with his hand, agreed with this, and Rumia, looking away a little awkwardly, did not deny it either. Gord thanked them for everything, admitting that it was a great honor for him to become their protector. Laius, shouting Gord's name, declared that it was too early to give up, and Rumia, smiling at Maki sitting on her chest, declared that everything was fine, promising that she would protect everyone. Bat and Sting continued to pour out magical energy, strengthening the attack, and Laius, looking at this, realized that for Starkus, even his knights were just pawns. He understood that they could not be saved, since a little more time would pass and they would die, feeding Starkus's magical power. Around the same moment, Gord suddenly noticed that his shield began to be covered with deep cracks and said that they must kill Bat and Sting before that happens. Laius asked how they could do it. He assumed that they needed to shoot something bigger at Sting and Bat, but he didn't understand what they could do that with. Suddenly, Gord noticed a fiery sword piercing the shield next to him, and puzzled, froze, looked at Larzal who had risen, wanting to tell him something. Laius, also noticing Larzal's actions, reminded him that Larzal had just been healed and advised him not to get back into the fight. But Larzal stubbornly said that they were in danger now because of him, and admitted that he would only be glad if he could save everyone else by sacrificing his life. However, Larzal was not going to die until he killed Bat and Sting first. He remembered how MC told him that the flame ceremony was an unusual artifact, since in order for it to start, it needs to be lit. Now, with a determined frown, Larzal decided to believe Wright, and while still holding the sword in Laius's fire shield, he commanded it to ignite. A bright flash appeared in the air, dispersing Bat and Sting's attack. The shining sphere that appeared from the sword igniting illuminated everyone nearby, and made even Gord, Rumia, and Laius freeze. Everyone looked at Larzal in shock, in whose hands, instead of a wooden pole, a silhouette of a sword engulfed in flames was visible. In addition, fire appeared in the air around Larzal, and trying to catch his breath, Larzal froze for a while, holding the sword in front of him. Knowledge of how to use this sword began to emerge in his mind, and realizing this, Larzal asked himself, who is MC? However, despite this question, Larzal did not get distracted and realized that with this sword, he could win. A tall column of fire rose into the air from it, and Larzal looked at Bada and Sting, who separated from each other and jumped into the air, preparing to attack. From the force with which they jumped into the air, the rest of the room that Larzal, Gord, Laius, and Rumia were in cracked and shook, and everyone exclaimed that this could not be happening. Rumia and Laius, unable to stay on their feet, almost fell, and Gord and Larzal, noticing this, excitedly shouted their names. Laius, holding out a protective artifact in front of him, announced that Rumia would protect and told Gord and Larzal to watch the battlefield. Bada and Sting by this time began to connect again through mixed magic, forming a great spiral requiem. The streams of dark magical energy, intertwining, united in the air in a huge circle, and Larzal, seeing this, called out to Gord, going to discuss the actions for the next attack. Gord understood what Larzal wanted from him and said that he would do it, placing his sword in such a way that Larzal could jump on the blade of this one. Before doing what was required, Gord asked that Larzal save his old friend from suffering. Larzal paused for a moment, sadly looking straight ahead, and then frowned determinedly and promised that he would put an end to this. Gord swung his sword, launching Larzal high into the air, and Larzal, rapidly approaching the attack created by Bat and Sting, remembered how he approached them as a child. He tossed the sword from one hand to the other, remembering how he handed Sting and Bat a bag of coins that he took from the man who robbed them. Now Larzal saw in episodes first what was happening in reality, and then what he remembered from the moments of his life related to Sting and Bada. For example, he remembered how he went to the Gord squad for training with them, at the moment when he was currently using his sword to direct attacks into the branches of magical attacks directed at him. After that, he remembered how he trained with Bada and Sting, and also how he was knighted. Thinking about this, he was already approaching the epicenter of the attack, remembering how he saw that Bada and Sting were training in magic, trying to form their attacks. Now they looked completely different and were not innocent children, but enraged young people burning in the agony of a magical attack. Once, long before, they, tired from training, fell asleep, leaning their backs against each other, but now everything was different. Larzal, moving forward, swung his sword, looking ahead with determination and preparing to strike. Remembered how Bada, having woken up, looked around and noticed Larzal training hard. They were the same age, and so Bada did not understand why everything had happened this way. Now Larzal asked Bada for forgiveness, because if he had understood him then, perhaps the two of them would now be serving Lias. But now Larzal was forced to use the secret technique of the royal court called the Shining Flash of the Double Stars and destroy Bada and Sting with it. When the attack was destroyed, Larzal stopped on a small rise left from the house and stood, illuminated by a ray of light penetrating the thick thunderclouds hanging over the city. Bada, who was still alive, lowered his head and asked Larzal, "When did he go astray?" Larzal did not answer right away, but eventually said that Bada was not mistaken. Since they had the same goal, they just believed in completely different things. The opening in the clouds became wider and wider, and Bada's body gradually dissolved into the air, and before finally disappearing, Bada asked Larzal for forgiveness. Larzal put his palm on the dissolving remains, without saying anything in response. After a short pause, Gord, looking at the bright opening in the clouds, asked if it was really over. Lias, putting his palm to his forehead, looked at the sky, admitting that he did not think that Wright's artifacts would be able to reach the clouds. He admired MC's strength, and Rumia expressed hope that Wright was okay. Everyone froze, distracted by the sky, and suddenly a large man began to approach Rumia from behind. Gord, noticing this, warned Rumia, but it was too late, and at the moment when Rumia turned around to look at the possible threat, the man, swinging his hand, plunged a sharp shard of a bottle into Rumia's chest. Rumia's eyes widened as she looked at the shard that was heading towards her, and Rumia, Gord, and Larzal started running towards her from all sides, shouting Rumia's name. However, a weapon that the mice created by MC were wearing suddenly popped out of Rumia's body, and it sent the bottle shard flying back. Larzal, Gord, and Lias froze, not understanding what was happening, and the gun that appeared fired several times, sending the man even further away. The artifacts popped out from under Rumia's clothes, asking Rumia not to forget about them. They fired several more projectiles towards the man, destroying him completely, and when that was done, they calmed down, giving each other a thumbs up. Rumia stood there, shaking violently from fear, and Lias ran up to her, hugging Rumia, excitedly shouting her name. Gord was also nearby soon after. Lias, kneeling down, asked if Rumia was okay. Gord, noticing that part of Rumia's chest was exposed, turned away, covering his eyes with his hand, and Rumia said that she was okay, noting that it was all thanks to Maki. The bottle that the man was using as a weapon pierced the box with the items, and the contents turned out to be an armed mouse. Lias did not quite understand how it worked, but said nothing, and Larzal, happy, sighed in relief, and suddenly noticed that the sword he was holding in his hands was gradually beginning to crumble. Looking at the stump of the pole remaining in his hands, Larzal asked if time was up. Closing his eyes, he imagined Wright's appearance and admitted that he was very grateful to him. However, the image of MC in Larzal's mind suddenly smiled, which made Larzal frown and get angry, and he shouted that Wright should not even think that this meant that Larzal acknowledged him. Gord, hearing Larzal's screams, turned to him and asked him in confusion, what was Larzal doing? He told Larzal to come here, and Larzal, obeying, jumped off the dais he was on, landing on the ground next to Rumia, Gord, and Lias. Lias, looking at the dead man, sadly noted that Starkus was treating his people like this. Gord, distracting Lias from his grief, announced that they needed to teleport out of here, admitting that he thought they needed to stay away from crowds of people. Lias expressed his agreement with this, and suddenly everyone noticed a tall column of light rising into the air from the castle. On alert, Gord and Larzal took up fighting positions, and Larzal asked what kind of light was that. Rumia and Lias hid behind Larzal and Gord, noticing that the light was coming from the palace, suggested that it might be MC. Rumia, who was clutching the edges of her blouse with her palm to cover her nakedness, looked forward with hope, saying the name Wright. At the same time, the battle between MC and Starkus was in full swing. Starkus continued to hide behind his shield, and Wright used artifacts to kill him. A little earlier, the beasts created by MC ran through the city, surrounding the residents with shields, who could be injured by the fragments of buildings falling from the sky. At the same time, Wright, continuing to deftly rotate a thin blade in the air, controlled the birds, with which he fired projectiles towards Starkus. Starkus, in turn, continued to build new layers of magical protection around himself, but MC did not stop, and another projectile launched by him hit the shield, causing small cracks. Having caught the projectile with an invisible thread, Starkus, frowning, turned to the thief, ordering him to show himself. Starkus used magical tracking, but Wright noticed this and said that it was not yet time for an audience. He blew up his bird, and the connection was broken, but Starkus noted that MC's resistance was pointless, since he had an important mission, namely, to fulfill Mazor's wish. Having released a new number of threads of subordination magic, Starkus connected to new projectiles, warning that he had no time for fools like Wright. MC blew up every bird that Starkus connected to, and especially paid attention to the fact that Starkus called the god Mazura and not Luras, which means that he knows the real name of the god. And suddenly, Starkus, frowning, looked to the side a little, noticing a huge magical attack that appeared in the air on the other side of the city. He wondered if the mixing magic finally worked on Sting and Bat. In his opinion, they were simply useless, but Starkus noted that these guys still had some power, so now they would definitely be able to kill Laius. And then, if Starkus got rid of that thief who was trying to get inside the castle, and who was also helped by Laius, the god of Mazura should be closer to his great goal. Thinking about this, Starkus smirked, but suddenly his eyes widened, noticing that a hole appeared in the sky. He could no longer feel Bat and Sting's magic, so he wondered what was going on. Wright realized that it was time to use another magical attack and activated the ring on his finger. From this, a dark aura began to spread into the air, and the stones that fell from the destroyed birds glowed, absorbing this aura and throwing it into the air. This magical energy, increasing in size, rose high into the air, but Starkus declared that it was hopeless and nothing would work. The stones that fell from the birds continued to shine, emitting magical energy from themselves, and Starkus, looking at his hand, asked if this was really a soul technique. This was MC's ace in the hole, which was the strongest assassination magic for contracts on the strongest enemies. Such a technique was called soul destruction, and now Starkus, realizing this, began to arrange a shield around himself again, calling for the great god Mazura to absorb him. However, Wright noted that this would not work, as this spell worked through the resonance of magical stones, which produced special waves that could destroy the soul. No magical space could protect the victim, and even the most powerful mage could not strengthen his soul, the root of his existence. Magic to protect the soul also did not exist, and despite the fact that Starkus prayed his soul to be rewarded and protected, his body gradually began to decompose, and the flesh began to separate from the bones. MC activated the soul destruction spell, and dark energy began to rush down, gathering in a dense sphere around Starkus. Finally, it dissipated, and Starkus was left alone as a witness in the ruins, his head down. His body was wounded, his arms were missing, and Starkus powerlessly sank to his knees, asking if Wright really thought that was all. Bloody tears flowed from his eyes, and energy suddenly began to spread from Starkus's body. MC noticed that this was an unusual magical energy, and finally understood the meaning of Starkus's prayer. With it, he gave his eyes to the evil god Mazura, and thus protected his soul from destruction. There was no such magic in virtual life online, however. Directing his birds closer to Starkus, Wright realized that this was not magic. Suddenly, something seemed to begin approaching MC, and he froze in shock, noticing that Starkus, looking with empty eye sockets as if right at him, announced that he had found the right thing. At the same time, Rumia, Gord, Lias, and Larzal were running through the city. Gord walked ahead, showing Lias and the others where to go. Lias pushed the frightened Rumia in front of him, and suddenly cursed, blaming Starkus for everything, and asked if this was another ambush. Larzal, who was running at the very end and trying to fight off the huge number of people subordinated to Starkus, hurried Lias, asking him to run faster. The people that Larzal was driving away from himself repeated the word away, and Rumia, hearing this, turned around in fear, but Lias blocked her view, telling her not to look at these people and just run. And suddenly Gord stopped, realizing that they were at a dead end, and turned around, standing in front of Rumia and Lias to protect him along with Larzal. The zombified people began to climb on top of each other, forming a huge mountain, and continued to repeat the same word. Rumia froze, looking at them in fear, and the people continued to climb on top of each other, telling them to gather. Threads suddenly began to stretch upward from them, and the inhabitants began to fall down exhausted. Gord, looking at this, asked in confusion what was happening. He noted that the people seemed to be drained of their strength, and Larzal, approaching one of the townspeople who had fallen limply, poked him with the stick he was using as a weapon, and noted that it seemed that these people were no longer susceptible to the mind manipulation magic. Rumia suggested that it was because of Wright, but Lias dismissed that suggestion, noting that they could not yet say for sure. He looked to the side a little, and Gord, Rumia, and Larzal, also looking in that direction, asked what it was. Lias noted that if Starkus was dividing his power to control the townspeople one by one, then now he was taking that power from them in order to increase his magic. Everyone noticed how a huge cloud of magic appeared in the air above the destroyed castle, from which claws, sharpened at the ends, crawled out in different directions. MC, observing the clot of magical energy, noted that it surpassed the magical space, and, realizing that this was the space of a real god, smiled in anticipation. Starkus, who was standing at the base of the clot of magical energy, announced that this was the end, and the creature consisting of energy that appeared in the air leaned forward, a approaching, and Wright felt in this a thirst for blood, from which it was impossible to hide or escape. However, this was no obstacle for MC, and he, having calculated the speed of the clot of magic, the ace he had up his sleeve, the remaining magical energy, as well as the distance between him and the creature, calculated that he had 1 minute in reserve. MC made all the calculations with his eyes closed, but when he started to act, he opened it, looking ahead with determination, and told himself to go forward. Activating the magic, he waved his hand, which held a thin blade, with which he controlled the artifacts under his control. The countdown began, and Wright, having connected himself with all 3 boxes that he had created before, activated the launch, and a creature appeared that was too dangerous and posed a threat to Mazur. MC found himself surrounded by parts of the earth that had risen into the air, as well as other materials, and huge monkey golems appeared behind him. The countdown was still going on, and only 30 seconds remained, but Wright planted his feet more firmly on the ground, taking a more stable position in order to continue the battle. Starkus, meanwhile, glorifying Mazur, sent a clot of magical energy into the attack, but it was already met by monkey golems, fighting off any resistance. MC ordered the clot of magical energy to disappear, and Starkus shouted back that he would finish Wright. There were only 15 seconds left on the timer, and MC covered his face with his hand, protecting himself from the bright light that flashed around. Time was running out each time, and the clot of magical energy broke through the monkey golems, destroying one of them. However, the monkey golems were still combat-ready and attacked the clot of magical energy, directing their magic into it. This magic was brightly shining and gradually dissolved the clot of energy. And by the time the countdown on the timer reached 1, Starkus's magic dissolved into thin air. The clouds that covered the sky before disappeared into thin air, and Wright raised his hands up, satisfied with his victory. Streams of magical energy were still spreading around, restoring the damage, and Starkus was thrown far back and, lying in the water, declared that it was impossible. His body was mangled, but Starkustus still thought about his god. Watching over the silent Starkus with his animals, MC declared the mission accomplished and contacted Gord, Rumia, Larsel, and Lias with a device that, although badly broken, was still functional. After stating his name, Wright asked if the others were okay. Rumia, Gord, Lias, and even Larsel were overjoyed to hear the voice, and MC declared the target had been eliminated and the order had been completed successfully. Gord joyfully threw Larsel up into the air, and Rumia joined them, raising her hands in delight. Lias, dumbfounded by what had happened, thanked Wright, promising that he would definitely repay him for his help. MC asked if it was okay to leave the rest in Lias's hands. He looked at the people who, freed from Starkus's domination magic, were looking around in amazement, not understanding what had happened. Lias said that he could leave the rest to him, noting that it would be easier for them because Wright had caused so much chaos. Wright declared that this was excellent, and told Lias to contact him when things calmed down. The artifacts created for the sake began to retreat, carrying their wounded comrades, and MC turned off the communication channel and, tiredly closing his eyes, ran his hand through his hair, thinking about how he had not spent even 6 days in this world, and had already encountered such a strong opponent. He thought that this would be a simple order, remembering that he had delivered the final blow with a needle less than 0.2 millimeters in diameter, on the tip of which was an instant poison, for which there was no antidote. Wright focused Starkusk's attention on his frontal attacks, and thanks to this, he was able to deliver a fatal blow. This was the ace in MC's sleeve, which he used with the help of one of his animals who, having approached the wounded Starkus from behind, shot him with a thin needle. Now, looking at the petals of pure energy flying around, he smiled and noted that 1,000-fold power would still not be enough to defeat him. MC had been through a lot since the day he received the order for the evil god Mazur from the goddess Midzis, and for the first time carried out the order in this world. Lias and the others returned, and the night guards, seeing Lias, knelt down, bowing to him. Rumia, running to her familiar maids, hugged them, laughing happily, and very soon all the inhabitants of the city began to rebuild. Wright admitted that Starkus was a strong enemy, remembering that he used long magic songs. In the world of virtual life online, there was no opponent who could resist the destruction of the soul. While MC was thinking about this, Maki approached Rumia and waved his paw goodbye, showing that he had to go home. Rumia was sad about this, and she, taking Maki in her palms, burst into tears. Maki also became sad, and suddenly took a small grain from his apron pocket and, breaking it in half, gave the second half to Rumia. Wright understood that if Starkus had avoided the needle strike, then he would have died, but be that as it may, if MC had not received an order from the goddess Midzis, he would never have fought such an interesting opponent. Despite all the difficulties, now everyone was happy, and Rumia, smiling, hugged Maki to herself, hugging it. Very soon, she, along with Lias, Gord and Larzal waved goodbye not only to Maki but also to all the artifacts created by Wright. Now MC was grateful that she sent him to this world. A few days later, Larzal looked seriously at Wright standing in front of him. He conveyed the words of the king to him, announcing that they were waiting for MC at the castle, as it was necessary to give him a reward and formally mark the completion of the order. Wright agreed with this, and Larzal announced that now it would be his words, and, bowing, asked MC for forgiveness for such rudeness, admitting that he was looking forward to the opportunity to work with Wright again. MC was surprised by these words, and Larzal, having not waited for anything in response to his words, straightened up, closing his eyes, and announced that he would go to the castle. He reminded that they would be waiting for Wright in the kingdom of Missus, and suddenly MC asked Larzal to wait and threw him a sword, which Larzal successfully caught. Taking the sword out of its sheath, Larzal looked at the blade in shock, and Wright explained that he made a new sword for him from the same materials. After looking at the sword, Larzal asked what was on the hilt. MC, patting Maki, said that it was he who found it, saying that Larzal could thank Maki for that. Maki took a small bag from the hilt of the sword, opening it, and saw in it an old brooch and the remains of armor. He opened his eyes in shock, not expecting to see such a thing, and then became a little sadder, immersed in memories, and, although a little dissatisfied, thanked Wright and Mickey. He returned the sword to its sheath, and MC, approaching the cart on which the packed packages were stacked, asked Larzal to take these mattresses with him. Let us remember that they used this, and therefore said that he would give it for free. Larzal, hearing about the mattresses, remembered the springs that were made from his sword, and taking the cart, leaving, shouted that he still hated Wright. Despite his displeasure, he still looked at the new sword he received from MC, and he turned his back to him, smiling, closing his eyes, despite Larzal's recent confession that he hated him. MC already knew how to kill the evil god Masur, and since there was still time, Wright decided that he would prepare the tools for now. It was time for him to start implementing the plan. And entering his house filled with assistants and artifacts, MC simultaneously summoned a chest with materials to get everything he needed to prepare for the next order. Some time passed, and Wright came to the castle, where he was met by a man who pointed to a room and asked MC to go there. He warned that the king would soon come to meet Wright, and MC, listening to the man, went into a spacious room illuminated by large chandeliers suspended from the ceiling. Looking around, he thought that he only wanted to arrange a future meeting with Lias. But he did not even expect that Lias would immediately agree to accept Wright. Thinking about this, he went to the large window and, stopping next to it, looked out onto the street, quietly noting that he easily entered the castle. From here there was a completely different view of the kingdom, and looking at the remaining ruins, MC thought that he had just recently completed an order here. He stood for a while, looking at the destroyed part of the castle, and then turned his back to the window and began to walk around the room, looking at everything that was in it. Touching a chair standing next to a massive table, Wright noticed that the furniture was made of good material, but said that the magic here was very primitive, and suddenly someone, distracting MC from looking at the furniture, announced that Lias was ready to receive him, and, turning around, Wright noticed Lias entering the hall, who came accompanied by a squad of knights. The knights stopped, lined up opposite each other in 2 rows, pressing their fists to their chests. Lias, passing between them, came closer. MC bowed and asked Lias for forgiveness for arriving here without agreeing on a time with Lias. He also expressed his hope that he had not caused Lias any inconvenience, and Lias froze for a moment, not expecting to hear such words from Wright. Finally, looking away a bit, he waved his hand at the knights who had arrived with him and ordered them to leave Lias and MC, as Lias wanted to speak with Wright alone. The knights frowned and tried to express, and only Gord, who had arrived with them, declared that they would do as Lias said. The knights, although they bowed, showing that they were following the order, still tried to object, but decided that they would fulfill Lias's request, since Gord agreed with it. Finally, all the knights left the room, closing the door behind them, and Lias, waiting for the door to slam shut, extended his hand towards a small sphere standing on a special pole, activating the magic. Waves of magical energy began to spread out from the sphere in the air, and MC, noticing the actions that Lias was performing, asked if this was soundproofing magic. Lias noted that if his knights heard Wright talking to Lias without respect, they would not like it. Lias smirked and addressed MC as Mr. Wright, which made MC close his eyes and smile. Almost immediately after, Lias and Wright walked over to the table in the hall and sat down on the chairs arranged around it, facing each other. Settling down more comfortably, MC asked if Lias was okay with receiving Wright without guards. MC was not even examined here, and Lias explained that it was a sign of trust, adding that such checks were pointless with Wright anyway. MC thanked Lias for these words, and Lias, taking out a sealed envelope from the inside pocket of his jacket, suggested to put aside pleasantries and talk about Wright's reward. The envelope contained information about the order to kill the magician Starkus. The task was to get rid of Starkus, and since this was completed, one of the conditions of the deal was immediately fulfilled, namely, concealing the identity of the performer from third parties. Among the rewards that MC had not yet received was land for a personal workshop, as well as the establishment of equal relations of mutual assistance with the Kingdom of Mises. Lias suggested starting with Wright's land and took out folded sheets of paper from the envelope, placing it on the table in front of MC. He announced that a few days ago they had a free plot of land with an estate, and Wright, having studied the sheets of paper, read that it was a plot of 1,650 square meters, located near the main street, and also had a house with 13 rooms. Continuing to read the information given in the documents given to Lias, MC asked if the owner had been executed. He pointed his finger at the image of a man that had been crossed out, and Lias, realizing what Wright meant, confirmed that it was indeed true. That man was Viscount Gwala. That man and his family were the scum that had allowed Starkus to enter the royal castle and had also built the estate with Starkus's money. Gwala was too clever with money, but while Lias was under Starkus' control, he hadn't even noticed. Now, speaking of which, Lias introduced the titles of the kingdom, which included Duke, Marquis, Margrave, Earl, Viscount, Baron, Baronet, and Chevalier, whose wealth varied greatly depending on their status. Thanks to Starkus, Gwala, who was a viscount, had quite a large amount of money, which was almost equal to the amount of money possessed by the Duke, who was higher in rank. Continuing to study all the data on the new plot of land, MC mentally noted that it seemed like Lias got rid of Starkus's henchmen on his own. Noticing that Lias was not wasting time, Wright suggested that Gwala was not the only one helping Starkus. This made MC stop studying the papers for a while and think. Finally, Wright decided that he did not need to be shy, and placing the documents on the table so that Lias could see it, pointed his finger at the sheets of paper and asked if he could demolish the house. Lias was silent for a while, and then asked in bewilderment if MC didn't need a building. Wright admitted that he didn't like the layout of the building, since it wouldn't work for a workshop. In addition, putting not just a finger but an entire palm on the documents, MC, smiling slyly, asked conspiratorially if Lias didn't think that this estate should be gotten rid of, root and branch. Lias, frowning, suggested that this should be done in order to serve as a lesson, and Wright confirmed this. They both imagined two huge knights who, wielding their powerful swords, would demolish the estate built with the trader's money, and people who could still be loyal to Starkus, seeing this, should have been wary. Lias was silent for a while, and then, smirking, laughed and promised that he would pass on the order to the executors. After that, having calmed down, he asked if MC needed materials and carpenters to build a workshop. He promised to pay for everything, since Wright had saved his life after all. MC replied that he would build it himself, but said that he needed materials, specifying that he would need stones, wood, and iron. And Lias, hearing Wright's demand, warned that it was a large plot, asking if MC could handle it alone. However, Lias realized that his question was pointless, remembering how Wright had built a new workshop for himself quite quickly. In the end, Lias announced that he would prepare the best quality materials for MC, and MC, closing his eyes, lowered his head and thanked Lias for this. He wondered if he would really have a plot of land right in the center of the capital. Wright thought that this was very good, and now he realized that the reward, which was land for a personal workshop, had been received. Next came the establishment of an equal relationship of mutual assistance, and Lias, thinking about this, put aside the envelope he had brought with him and asked if it was true that MC wanted to be on equal terms with the kingdom that Lias ruled. Wright confirmed that it was indeed so, and Lias, smiling, pointed to himself with his thumb and asked if it would be better to establish this relationship not with the kingdom, but with Lias. MC was not quite sure what this meant, so he asked again. Lias confirmed what he had just said and explained that a relationship with an entire country involved diplomacy and such, including bureaucracy and all that. This, in Lias's opinion, was nothing but trouble, and, rising from his chair, he sat down on the table, picked up a cup and poured tea into it from a teapot standing on the table nearby. In any case, in Lias's opinion, Wright would communicate with Lias, and so he suggested establishing a relationship with Lias directly. MC thought that this sounded good, but realized that there was one problem. Taking the cup that Lias filled with drink and handed him, Wright asked what if the country changed its king. Lias, taking a sip of tea, declared that there would be no problems as long as he was alive. MC did not respond, unconvinced by such a statement, and Lias, noticing this, flexed his arm, showing off his muscles, and declared that he was taking care of his health. Seeing this, Wright suddenly remembered how Gord laughed at him, poking his fingers at MC's underdeveloped arms. Despite the fact that Lias demonstrated his strength, Wright reminded that just recently, Lias was approached by a mage who drove them out of the castle using teleportation magic and attempted to kill Lias. Lias thought for a moment after hearing this objection from MC, and then, looking at Wright, he smiled slyly and, adjusting his mustache, declared that this was precisely why MC needed to make sure that Lias was okay. Taking a sip from his cup, Wright closed his eyes and smiled, calling Lias a fox. However, he admitted that there was something to it, and, rising from his chair, said that in that case he would hand over the magical tools to the castle, since in his opinion the security there was completely useless. Lias asked indignantly, and MC recommended also to rebuild part of the castle and make improvements to the security system. Lias, sighing, admitted that he knew Wright would say so, and allowed him to do what he wanted, warning him to contact Rumia on these issues, since she was in charge of it. Rumia was currently responsible for the reconstruction of the royal palace, and MC promised that he would do as Lias advised. Extending an open palm to Lias, Wright proposed to conclude an equal relationship of mutual assistance on these terms, and Lias, also extending his hand for a handshake, expressed his hope for a long-term cooperation. MC and Lias shook hands, and now the entire reward for the murder was received. And Wright also established an equal relationship of mutual assistance with the Kingdom of Missus, although the conditions were slightly changed, and suddenly Lias, holding his chin in his hand, admitted that he had a favor to ask MC, and asked if Wright would listen to it. MC thought about it, assuming that it was a contract kill. Some time passed and Wright was following Gord through the castle. Turning around to look at MC, who was walking behind him, Gord announced that he had heard that Wright would be helping them with the reconstruction of the castle. He thanked MC for this, noting that Rumia was worried that this matter was not progressing. Wright, paying attention to these words, asked if something was really stopping the reconstruction of the castle. Gord, awkwardly holding his hair with his hand, told MC to clarify this with Rumia, and in order to change the subject of discussion, asked if Wright had already had lunch. MC, wary, asked in response why Gord was asking about this. Gord showed Wright a sandwich, wrapped in special paper, and announced that he had acquired a new item, and MC asked Gord to put it away, asking where he got it from. Gord was upset to hear these words and admitted that he was very sorry, since he even prepared a portion for Maki. He took out a small bag that contained a snack prepared for Maki, and Wright said that Maki also had business with Rumia. Gord was surprised to hear this but did not say anything. Very soon they entered a room, the high doors of which were guarded by 2 guards. Rumia, noticing the MC entering, asked fearfully what he was doing here. She was dumbfounded by Wright's arrival and began to fuss, knocking over a stack of books standing next to her and knocking over several objects standing on her desk, littered with various papers and books. Hiding behind the table, Rumia grabbed a mirror and, looking into it, began to worry about her hair. MC, coming closer to the table, silently waited for Rumia to calm down, and Rumia, looking at Wright, smiled excitedly, holding her hand to her neck. Finally, she sat down at the table, and MC announced that he came about the reconstruction of the castle. Rumia, stumbling at the beginning, asked again, and holding her hand to her neck, lowered her head, sadly looking down. She took off her glasses that she had been wearing before, and Wright, noticing Rumia's mood, asked if something was wrong. Rumia explained that she had spoken with representatives of the nobility about improving the security system of the royal palace, and some of these representatives were convinced, but many were still against it. Putting the glasses on the table, Rumia explained that she was currently preparing documents with plans for the upcoming official meeting. MC, pushing aside Rumia's glasses that were covering one of the documents lying on the table, looked closely at what was written on the piece of paper and admitted to himself that he had never imagined that it could be so difficult. He realized that the nobility was not taking Rumia seriously and assumed that he needed help. Wright, taking a few more papers and looking at it, asked if he could go with Rumia. Rumia allowed MC to do so and asked what he wanted to do. Wright, smiling, declared that it would depend on the situation, and sometime later, together with Rumia, entered a spacious hall where aristocrats were sitting on both sides of the long hall. Finally, Rumia announced that the presentation of the updated plan was over and asked if anyone had any questions or suggestions. One of the people in the room raised their hand, saying they had a question. Rumia said she was listening to Margrave Lilguman. Lilguman looked at the notebook he was holding and said that the new plan was devised by Wright. He did not immediately remember the MC's name, so Rumia prompted Lilguman with it. Putting his finger to his forehead, Lilguman agreed with this, but mispronounced Wright's name, reading it as Gate. Rumia corrected Lilguman, who, without further ado, also said that the MC was appointed by King Lias. He noticed that it was written that with the new plan, they would be able to create a security system that could repel an attack, similar to what they had recently experienced with the mage Starkus. However, Lilguman felt that this was too good to be true, and assumed that it was just an excuse to bring something dangerous into the castle. Looking at Rumia seriously, he asked what she thought about this. Rumia asked if Lilguman was saying that Wright was going to betray them. Lilguman adjusted his thick mustache and said that he was only saying that it was possible, and pointed his finger at MC, asking to be allowed to rephrase his words, and noted that they knew nothing about Wright. Turning to Rumia, he asked how she could trust MC so much. Rumia seriously stated that she trusted Wright because he could kill them all at any moment, no matter how much they improved the castle's security. Lilguman looked at Rumia, frowned, and asked what she meant. Rumia said that she meant it literally, because if MC wanted to, he would have killed them all long ago, including Rumia herself, as well as Lias. That was why, in Rumia's opinion, there was no point in trying to protect the castle from Wright. These words made Lilguman freeze in fear. MC, having thought about Rumia's words, looked at her, surprised by such a speech. Lilguman was finally able to speak after overcoming the shock, and without further arguing that it was true, he suggested that Wright was here to gather information about the castle. If MC left bugging artifacts in the walls, he would be able to eavesdrop on state secrets and sell them to others. Rumia replied that her answer would not change, and continued to talk to Lilguman. Wright, distracted from this conversation, mentally noted that he did not suspect that Rumia trusted him so much. However, trying to convince the nobles who were shaking in fear was a waste of time, and so MC suggested that they should try to convince them by force. Finally, he announced out loud that he understood what was bothering the nobles, and noted that in such difficult times, it was hard to trust others. He asked for permission to convince them not with words, but with actions. Rumia, looking at Wright in confusion, asked what he was trying to say. All the nobles in the hall froze in fear, and MC, looking at them seriously, asked them to tighten the security of their estates as much as possible, promising that if they did, he would prove to them by the next meeting that he could kill any of them. The nobles, asking again about the murder, asked what Wright was saying. MC, putting his palm forward, calmed the nobles, asking them not to worry, and warned that this was just an experiment, declaring that he did not plan to kill anyone. Earl Laser, narrowing his eyes, asked if, despite the fact that this was an experiment, Wright was saying that he alone could kill them all. He wasn't sure if MC would do it in one evening, and Wright, while admitting it would be a busy evening, noted that it was entirely possible. Everyone froze, unsure of how to react to this, and Lilguman frowned, wondering what MC was planning. He thought it was all madness, and he didn't understand what Wright was trying to achieve. Even if MC was such a skilled assassin, Lilguman didn't think he could kill a man locked within 4 walls. Lilguman was planning to lock himself in a room with food and water, forbidding even the maids to enter, and return from the castle in a special, fully protected carriage, changing trains only within the manor. In his mind, it was the perfect plan, and so, mentally turning to Wright, Lilguman asked him to show him what he could do. Seeing the serious looks of the nobles directed at him, MC was surprised that they were so inspired, and in the end, Lilguman said that they accepted the offer, and Wright, smiling, thanked everyone for their cooperation, and, stretching out his arms to the sides, wished everyone a good evening, noting that they would definitely meet again until the morning. The next day, all the nobles were sitting at the table and were no longer as confident as they were when they first heard MC's offer to prove his strength. Lilguman, squeezing a narrow sheet of paper in his trembling palm, asked why this happened. He had not taken off his shoes even once that evening, and therefore did not understand when Wright had managed to do so. He remembered, frowning furiously, how he had felt something in his shoe that morning when he got into the carriage, and when he took it off, he noticed a piece of paper in his shoe that said something about a needle with poison on it. Leaning back in his chair, Lilguman sighed, admitting that MC had won. Everyone else was also annoyed, and especially sad was Lizer, who, having laid his head on the table, grabbed his hair with his hands and told himself to stop, since it made no difference to him how Wright did it. When he woke up, he saw his secret account book on the table, on which was written a note saying that this book was very interesting. In addition, when Lizer went to brush his teeth, he noticed a piece of paper on the tube of toothpaste saying that there was poison inside. The book that MC found had records of all the bribes, so Lizer knew that if this information came out, it would be the end for him and his family. He cursed, thinking that he shouldn't have agreed to Wright's plan, and he clenched his teeth and trembled. Rumia, coming closer, leaned towards him and noted that he looked very pale today, asking if everything was okay. Lizer, hearing Rumia's voice, forced himself to smile and exclaimed that everything was fine, and that everything was in perfect order. Rumia was surprised by such a reaction, but still said that she was glad to hear that Lizor was doing well. To change the subject of the discussion, Rumia announced that she wanted to ask about the reconstruction of the castle, and Lizor opened his mouth to give an answer, and suddenly froze, noticing MC, who, stopping in front of him, waved his hand and showed an account book that suddenly appeared in his palm, which belonged to Lizor. Seeing this, Lizor smiled and exclaimed that he agreed with Rumia's plan. He also added that yesterday he confirmed that Wright was a first-class assassin. Rumia did not expect this, but still thanked Lizor for his agreement. MC waved his hand, causing the book to disappear, and Lizor leaned to the side, breathing heavily to calm down. Lilguman raised his hand and addressed Wright, admitting that he had a question. MC helped Rumia sit down at the table, letting Lilguman know that he was listening to him, and Lilguman showed a piece of paper that he had been clutching in his fist, admitting that he was sure that he had never taken off his shoes, and that there were no traces left in the room. He asked how Wright had inserted that paper into his shoe. Since he was in a completely locked room, Lilguman was sure that he was completely safe. MC decided that he would reveal one of his secrets, as he assumed that he would be trusted more if he did so. Wright explained that it took more than just closing the door to call a room completely locked. He asked Lilguman to look here and snapped his fingers, summoning a symbol in the air, indicating the activation of magic. At that moment, thin sheets of paper suddenly began to appear on the table, emerging from closed drawers, crawling out of documents, and from the clothes and hair of the nobles sitting in the hall. Everyone looked around in amazement, asking what kind of artifact this was. They were not sure that such a thing existed, and also did not understand where it came from. And suddenly, Rumia, feeling something, looked at her legs under the table, noticing the mice running along it, who obeyed MC. While Rumia was examining the mice, the thin sheets of paper that appeared thanks to Wright's magic lined up neatly on the table, and folded in such a way that needles made of paper were installed at the fold. At the same time, all the artifacts shot out at the vase of flowers in the center of the table. The needles were guided into the vase, piercing it, and MC noted that as everyone could see, it was just an ordinary artifact. He explained that he had used this, but the nobles did not react immediately, as they were busy staring in shock at the thing covered in needles. Lilguman sighed in defeat, leaning back in his chair, and Wright explained that the artifact also had vision and hearing, explaining that without them, he would not have been able to control it. Lilguman understood everything, noting that he now understood what Rumia was talking about. He admitted that they really did not need to be afraid that MC had hidden intentions in rebuilding the castle. Wright smiled contentedly and asked if that meant they trusted him. Lilguman admitted it, noting that if MC turned against them, their kingdom would be ruined. That was why they could only hope that Wright would remain their ally. Hearing these words, MC and Rumia exchanged glances, and Rumia suggested that they move on to making a decision. She asked for those who agreed with Wright's plan to rebuild the castle to raise their hands. She was the first to raise her hand, followed by everyone in the room with their palms up. In addition, the thin paper threads that MC had created also raised up the artifacts, and thus the plan was unanimously accepted. Wright thought with satisfaction that persuasion by force had helped him gain the trust of the nobles, and decided that it was time to move on to rebuilding the castle. A few days after the meeting, Gord and several other knights were struggling to move a low cabinet, their jaws clenched in tension, and the MC, who was in charge of the process, said to put it against one of the walls. All the knights shouted their agreement with Wright's order, and put the cabinet in the right place. After putting it down, they stopped, trying to rest, and MC, looking at the finished work, noted that everything was so excellent. One of the knights, leaning against the cabinet, asked Gord what was inside it. Such a question was caused by the fact that the cabinet was very heavy. Gord thought about it, and then, turning towards Wright, asked what was in there. MC said that there were magical artifacts to fulfill the order, noting that there was enough material inside to kill 5,000 people. Everyone froze, amazed by the number Wright named, and began to carefully examine the cabinet. Gord, hearing about this, imagined 5,000 mechanical mice with weapons on their backs. Meanwhile, MC announced that most of the reconstruction was finished. Now the part of the castle that was previously destroyed was restored. After talking about the reconstruction, Wright suddenly got distracted by a sound and looked to the side, noticing Rumia, who was looking at the cabinet with interest and asking why there were no handles. Coming closer, MC told Rumia not to touch the cabinet. And Rumia, recognizing the voice, apologized to Wright for her behavior, admitting that she just thought that she had never seen this cabinet before. She was about to continue talking, but MC, interrupting her words, asked if Rumia had already dealt with the nobility. Rumia, holding her neck with her hand, lowered her head, saying that she had dealt with it, but warned that she still had a lot of paperwork left. Today, everything finally calmed down, and so Rumia decided to walk around the castle. She was about to continue talking about what happened, but suddenly froze in shock and asked Wright to wait, and then asked if all the reconstruction work was finished. It was as if she had just realized that she was standing in a newly built part of the castle. And MC calmly confirmed this, explaining that in order to make it easier for others to get used to it, he used the old palace as a basis. Everything looked the same from the outside, but Wright had significantly improved the structure and equipment inside the castle. The knights, looking at MC and how he explained about Rumia's reconstruction, asked who Wright was. They did not understand when he managed to do all this, and even Rumia was surprised. MC, looking at several sheets of paper on which the necessary drawings were drawn, admitted that there was still room for improvement, but noted that this would be enough for now. He immediately added that it would be nice to add a garage. Rumia, having listened to Wright, smiled, remembering that she was told that the reconstruction would take at least a year. She recreated in her imagination the image of the royal architect Karl, who, smiling, guaranteed the work would be completed in a year. And MC, turning his back to Rumia, said that even the enemies would not wait, explaining that this was precisely why he tried to finish as quickly as possible. Rumia, looking after the departing Wright, noted that only he could remake the castle in less than a week. Gord, coming closer, said that Karl had also said the same yesterday, until he fainted. MC no longer paid attention to these words, thinking that only the final touches remained. Abruptly turning towards Rumia, he asked if she would like to check what the reconstruction included. He said that he could show her everything, and Rumia thanked Wright for this. Walking through the castle, MC showed the defense devices that were now in the castle. Among these devices were artifacts that flew out of the walls, poisonous smoke, and weapons that could be easily taken out during the night's patrol. Everyone was amazed at the improvements in the castle's defense, and it took quite a long time to inspect all the innovations. The sun was already setting when Wright announced that the main defense system was finished. He didn't have time to finish his sentence, as he noticed that Rumia leaned against the wall and tiredly closed her eyes. Coming closer to Rumia, who sat down on a small nightstand, he noticed that she was very tired of working in the castle. Putting his hand on Rumia's shoulder, MC warned that this way she would get sick. Rumia, opening her eyes, apologized to Wright for falling asleep and asked if MC had said anything before. Wright replied that everything was fine and added that Rumia needed to lie down. He announced that that was all for today and began to leave, but Rumia, grabbing MC by the clothes, asked him to wait. Rumia was silent for a while, not knowing what to say, and then bringing Wright to her room, she admitted that she wanted to talk to him. MC sat on the bed and Rumia went to the door. While waiting for Rumia to continue speaking, Wright looked around, noticing a plush toy on the nightstand next to the bed, as well as the accessories a girl needed to maintain her beauty. Rumia inserted the key into the door's keyhole, closed the door, and turned towards MC, asking if he felt anything. Wright was silent for a while, looking at Rumia, and then asked in confusion what she was talking about. Rumia did not answer right away, and then suddenly, abruptly approaching MC, pushed him onto the bed, and hanging on top, looked at him, asking if he felt anything now. Wright still did not say anything, and simply looked at Rumia hanging over him, a drop of sweat falling from her chin. Following the falling drop with his gaze, MC suddenly raised his hand and leaned it against Rumia's neck. Rumia closed her eyes, then suddenly opened them wider, noticing that her neck was fine, although it had been sore all morning. Rumia leaned to the side a little, and Wright was able to sit up, breathing a sigh of relief. Moving to the floor, he lifted the sheet covering the bed and told her that he had injected some anesthetic and muscle relaxant, noting that it had solved the problem. However, he warned Rumia to try not to make any sudden movements for now. Rumia watched in amazement at what MC was doing, and Wright asked if Rumia wanted him to check her bed. He asked her to say so from the start, warning that otherwise there might be misunderstandings. Rumia, putting a finger to her cheek, tilted her head slightly to the side and asked if MC was talking about misunderstandings. She suddenly remembered how she was hanging over Wright, and because of this, she became embarrassed, asking if she hadn't explained the situation when they entered the room. She remembered how she told MC that her mattress was broken and asked if he could check it out. She asked Wright to try sitting on the mattress, noting that he would then understand what was wrong. MC, putting his hand under the mattress, tried to figure out what was wrong, thinking that Rumia had pulled her neck. He himself thought that Rumia had been holding herself a little strangely for the past few days, as she had been touching her neck a lot. Her neck was slightly twisted, causing Rumia's gaze to become sharper and her expression to become more angry. Wright finally found something and pulled out a flattened maki from under the mattress, realizing that this was the issue. Rumia didn't understand what it was at first, but after taking a closer look, she realized that it was Maki. MC noted that this was great, saying that he was just about to start looking for Maki. He explained that a few days ago he wanted to send Maki to infiltrate the castle, but he couldn't find it anywhere. Remembering the fairy tale about the princess and the pea, Wright thought that Rumia was a real princess, since she stretched her neck from such a small thing as Maki hiding in the mattress. MC felt Maki's magical energy, but he assumed that an ordinary person would not notice it even after a long time. Rumia, looking at Maki with excitement, asked if it was okay. When she didn't wait for an answer, she asked Wright if everything would be okay with Maki. MC said that everything would be fine, promising that he would fix everything now. He waved his hand, activating his magic, and Maki returned to his previous form. Rumia was happy and smiled, holding it out to Maki, but Maki suddenly became scared and turned towards Wright, seeking protection. Rumia almost cried because of this and asked what happened. She reminded him of who she was, suggesting that Maki had simply forgotten her. Looking at Maki, MC suggested that it was still bad, and said that he would now directly look at the recordings of it. Wright made the memories that Maki had begin to be projected in the air, and Rumia, looking at the image that appeared, was surprised, asking if this was really her room. MC explained that this way they would be able to understand what happened that night when Maki lost contact with Wright. They saw Maki crawl under the mattress, and very soon Rumia, entering the room, was happy to see the mattress. Maki was also happy, as he thought that he would now give Rumia a happy surprise. But before he could do anything, Rumia, running up, jumped onto the mattress, and Maki, who was hiding under it, was flattened. Rumia laughed happily, and started jumping on the mattress, hugging the soft pillows, and also shouting that it was very good. Covering her eyes with her hands in shame, Rumia now asked Maki to forgive her, admitting that she hadn't thought at all that Maki might be on the bed. The image continued to be projected, and showed Rumia having remembered something. Getting up from the bed and deciding that she needed to close the door, since otherwise Wright might see her again. Walking to the door, she locked it with a key, and at the moment, Rumia, looking at this, nervously said that they had already seen everything they needed to see, and suggested that they not look anymore. MC, slightly narrowing his eyes, asked, "Does Rumia usually not close the door?" In his opinion, it was careless, but Rumia did not pay attention to these words, as she was horrified that in the memories projected by Maki, an image of Rumia herself appeared, hugging a toy in the shape of Wright, and also saying that she can now call her MC. Finally, unable to bear the shame, she jumped forward, knocking Maki off Wright's palm and asked MC not to look at it. Maki was thrown to the side by the impact, hitting the wall, and Wright, unable to hold on, fell to the floor. Stopping his fall in time and putting his hands in front of him so as not to fall on Rumia, MC was silent for a while, looking at Rumia, and Rumia, not knowing what to do, closed her eyes. Finally, Wright asked if Rumia was free tomorrow. Rumia did not expect such a question, and opening her eyes, looked at MC in confusion. Wright, helping Rumia up, admitted that he wouldn't mind walking around the city, and asked if Rumia could accompany him. Rumia, moving to the bed, asked what about Gord? MC said that he wanted it to be just the two of them, and Rumia asked in confusion, and then froze and, lowering her head, admitted that she was very happy to hear Wright's offer, but noted that, as he himself could see, she had a lot of work. Lias handed over the work to Rumia, not because he was short of people, but in order to give her the opportunity to stay at the castle. Rumia wanted to continue explaining why she could not accompany MC, but he, interrupting her words, placed his hand on Rumia's head and, smiling, asked her not to worry, noting that he had a plan. He also added that if Rumia wanted it, not even Lias could stop them. And Rumia, embarrassed by these words, looked at Wright in surprise. MC, removing his hand from Rumia's head, announced that they would meet in the garden tomorrow morning. Rumia did not argue with this, and Wright, approaching the door, opened it with his magic and said goodbye to Rumia until tomorrow morning. Rumia, raising her palm in a farewell gesture, also said goodbye to MC until tomorrow, and then looked at Maki, who could not contain his affection. Angered by this, Rumia, raising herself, hinted that she would jump on Maki again, and this, horrified, screamed, almost crying. Night fell, and at the same time, in another place, a man, throwing 2 shards above his palm, noted that Starkov was too arrogant. If Starkus had saved his magical energy and fled immediately after the attack, in this man's opinion, he would not have died such a horrible death. As a fellow follower of Mazur, this man was ashamed of Starkus, but he admitted that the enemy was not simple since he was able to expose Starkus's last attack. Clenching his fist so hard that the fragments lying in it cracked into smaller pieces, the man asked who the enemy Starkus was. He wanted to meet this person, decided that it was not necessary to do so, since he saw Wright's last trick and did not want to repeat Starkus's fate. However, this man really wanted to meet a worthy opponent. but he himself could not attack him, which made the man's soul ache. He pulled out the sword stuck in it from the floor and twirled the weapon above his head several times, and then calmly lowered it down and leaned on it with his hands, deciding that sooner or later they would meet, because here was something that others could not afford to lose. After looking at the hidden artifact, the man turned to the heretics, noting that no matter what tricks they used, he, the magic knight Relias, would be their doom. In the morning, when the sun was shining all around, Rumia and MC were walking down a street filled with people. Rumia excitedly cried out that she could see the castle from here, and jumped up and down with joy, declaring that she had managed to get out of the palace. She was very happy about this, but suddenly froze, realizing how she was acting. Rumia looked at Wright, a little awkwardly, and then walked calmly, admitting that she never thought that Lias would give her permission to do this. She asked how MC had achieved this. Wright, looking seriously at Rumia, reminded her that he was currently her royal guard, so he asked her to call him accordingly. Rumia realized that she had treated MC a little incorrectly before, and after asking him for forgiveness, she corrected her words, promising to be careful. Returning to the topic of conversation, she asked why Lias allowed her to leave the castle. Wright said that they had to fight for that, and Rumia, embarrassed, imagined how MC, having announced that he wanted to take Rumia as his wife, stood in front of Lias, preparing to fight him. Rumia thought that this couldn't be true, and Wright agreed with this, admitting that he lied. Rumia got angry and frowned, lightly hitting MC on the shoulder. They continued their walk, and when they reached a certain area of the city, the girl, noticing Rumia, suddenly cried out happily. Noticing Mira, Rumia also became happy and ran closer to Mira. Mira, smiling, noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and said that Rumia was becoming more and more beautiful. Rumia reminded her that they had met just recently, and also said that she was glad to see Mira. Wright stood a little to the side and carefully watched what was happening, and Mira, continuing to talk to Rumia, remembered that when they first met, Rumia was still very young. Rumia, awkwardly laughing, noted that Mira was talking about this again, and suddenly the people walking along the street screamed, noticing Rumia. At first, they thought that this could not be, but after looking closely they realized that it was indeed Rumia. Running up to Rumia, they began to ask if she was okay. Such concern was caused by the fact that people heard that the castle was half destroyed, and because of this, the townspeople were also curious about what would happen next in the kingdom. MC stood between the townspeople and Rumia, and at that moment, Mira suddenly swung and hit one of the men on the head with a large carrot, ordering the townspeople to calm down. She noted that they might anger Rumia otherwise, and the townspeople apologized. Mira, pointing the carrot fragment she had left in her hand at Wright, noted that he was new and advised that he should make sure Rumia was safe, as she felt that the MC should know how things were currently. Rumia, running up to Mira, thanked her for this, but stated that she would like to talk to the others now. Standing on a box nearby, Rumia asked everyone to listen to her, and noted that as they all knew, their kingdom had recently been faced with problems. However, they had overcome these problems and had returned peace to their land. Rumia smiled, saying that the townspeople had nothing to worry about anymore, and for a while, the townspeople conversed among themselves, pondering what they had just heard. One of the men, holding his chin with his hand, noticed that Rumia had only one guard with him and asked if that wasn't too dangerous. One of the men disagreed, explaining that it was all about safety. Not everyone understood what that meant, and the man suggested thinking for themselves, reminding them that Rumia was Lias's only daughter. The man asked if the others really thought that Lias would let Rumia out of the castle that easily. Since Rumia was here, it meant that Lias had not only dealt with the enemies, but also knew that it was so safe here that no one would attack Rumia. Everyone understood how things really were, exclaiming that Lias was a good man, and Wright thought that this was precisely why the government had to make the people think that they were safe. In difficult times, the kingdom had the task of ensuring the moral peace of the inhabitants. Looking at the children who started showing Rumia something, MC thought that she was known for her kindness and ease. In addition, people were easily drawn to her, and Wright realized that everything was going even better than he thought. Rumia, looking at what the children showed her in surprise, asked MC to look too, and exclaimed that it was a very large ball. She handed Wright a rather large fruit, and MC, taking it, mentally noted that at first glance it looked like a normal sortie from the castle, but in fact, it was all just a political performance. Thus, Wright persuaded Lias to give them permission. Now Rumia, closing her eyes in pleasure, tried the fruit, and at the same time, Lias, sitting next to Lilguman, leaned his hands on the table and propping up his head, asked how Rumia was doing. He did not know if everything was okay with her, and tried to distract himself from his worries with alcohol. Lilguman, trying to cheer up Laius, replied that it was time for him to give Rumia more freedom. Laius, not wanting to listen to this, ordered Lilguman to remain silent. Rumia and MC meanwhile continued their walk, and Rumia, walking through the city, from time to time showed Wright various buildings, and also stopped to talk to the residents. A little later, they approached the Midsus church in the capital, and, leading MC closer to it, Rumia asked why he wanted to come here. Wright replied that it would take a long time to explain, and walking together with Rumia into the church, he began to look around, asking himself, was this really the capital church? It seemed simpler than MC thought, and, walking further, he remembered how Laius said that he had a request, and asked if Wright would listen to him. MC assumed it was an assassination order, and Laius, with his hand on his chin, asked if Wright had heard of Duke Gralsel. MC admitted that he had heard of the name before, and upon hearing that Gralsel was a duke, assumed that meant he was a member of the royal family. Laius, looking out the window, said that was indeed the case, noting that the culprit who let Starkus into the capital was Viscount Gwala, but there was no way he could have gotten Starkus into Kossus's personal guard on his own. Looking at the little Prince Kossus playing in the street, Laius noted that there was definitely someone behind Gwala. Wright realized that Laius thought it was Gralsel, and Laius confirmed it. MC asked what proof there was. Laius did not answer right away, but finally said seriously that he was absolutely sure that it was Gralsel who did it, and asked if that was not enough for Wright. MC was silent for a while, and then, turning his back to Laius, declared that it was quite enough for him. He was only an executor, and therefore the morality and justice of the client did not interest him. Ripping a leaf from a bouquet standing on a table nearby, Wright said that if Laius wanted to carry out a purge, he could set the Gralsel estate on fire after the murder, so that it would become an example to everyone. To prove his words, MC made sure that the leaf he had plucked before was burned and turned to ashes. Wright really did not care who his client was, but the kingdom of Mises had become an important base for him. And if King Laius seemed unsuitable to MC, he could consider the possibility of killing Laius and taking the throne. Clutching the remaining ashes in his hand, Wright suggested that they first confirm the truth, and wondered out loud if Laius really wanted to execute Gralsel. He suggested that they first confirm the guilt, and Laius asked if Wright could do that. MC, leaning his elbows relaxedly on the table, crossed his arms over his chest and said that he could easily steal evidence of their estate after the murder. He smiled and asked if it was true that this was exactly why Laius was offering the job. Laius was silent for a while, without answering, and then laughed and realized that nothing could be hidden from Wright after all. Calming down, he added more seriously that there was one thing for which Gralsel could be sentenced to death immediately. Laius wanted MC to look for this very thing, and Wright asked what it was. Laius explained that MC needed to find the Hakara of the Protector of the Kingdom. Wright repeated the name, and Laius confirmed it, surprised by MC's question. He asked if Wright hadn't heard about the kidnapping of the kingdom's protector's Kakara. He noted that this incident would always remain in their thoughts, and MC reminded them that he lived in the mountains. Laius remembered that this was indeed the case, and explained that the kingdom's protector's Kakara was a sacred artifact of the church of the goddess Midsus, bestowed by the goddess herself. However, someone had bypassed all the guards, killed 8 people, and stolen the artifact. The people were killed with poison gas, and so they were unable to figure out the culprit, but the Royal Secret Service named Duke Gralsel as the prime suspect. This was because Duke Gralsel was the only representative who could make such a poison. Laius couldn't believe Wright hadn't heard of this before, but MC didn't say anything and thought about the goddess artifact, Mises. In Wright's mind, Mises was just a silhouette of a woman with no face, and as MC pondered the artifact's composition, he wondered if it was gold or silver. He asked out loud what was special about this artifact. Laius explained that it gave a blessing to all the people of Mises and increased their strength by about 20%. Wright was amazed that the artifact gave a whole 20% to all the people in the country. There were artifacts in Virtual Life Online too, and they were very rare items that gave special power if left in a certain place. Even MC had only seen such artifacts in real life a few times, but even the strongest artifact in Virtual Life Online could only increase the strength of 200 people, and by no more than 3%. An artifact with a 20% improvement for all the people in the country would break all the rules of the game. Wright, distracted from his thoughts, asked if all artifacts worked this way. Laius pointed out that they did not, explaining that the Kingdom Protector's Kakara was the most powerful artifact in the entire world. After its theft, the Church of the Goddess Midsus had lost much of its power, and Laius suggested that the reason Starkus had not attacked them earlier was because he was wary of the artifact's power. MC realized that this explained Starkus's actions, and Lias, realizing the direction of Wright's thoughts, suggested that in that case, the theft of the Kingdom Protector's Kakara would no longer be a coincidence. MC thought about the goddess Midz's artifact and the secret assistant, noting that Gralsel would have all the answers for them. He promised to take on the case, and Lias asked if Wright would agree. MC smiled and confirmed his readiness to fulfill the order, admitting that he wanted to know more about Duke Gralsel and the Kingdom's Protector's Hakara. Wright then returned to his conversation with Rumia and walked closer to the statue of the goddess Midz's. Rumia stopped and began to talk about how the goddess Midz's was kind and smart, noting that she was the embodiment of love and hope for the residents. Just looking at the statue of the goddess, Rumia felt calm in her soul, and MC, looking at the statue in bewilderment, asked if she really felt that way from the statue. Looking at the statue of the goddess Midz's, Wright noticed that she was holding a staff in one hand and assumed that this was the kingdom's protector's Hakara, or to be more precise, a replica of it. And suddenly he was distracted from his thoughts by hearing Rumia call out to him. Rumia pointed to the people kneeling and praying and suggested that they pray since they were there. Rumia noted that this could be an interesting experience for MC and moved a little to the side and knelt down to pray. Wright took the same position, thinking that if he was going to live with wolves, he would have to act like this. He closed his eyes and suddenly heard someone in his mind exclaim that they had finally contacted MC. It was Midz's, who thanked Wright for defeating Starkus. Midz's didn't know what would have happened if MC hadn't stopped Starkus. Wright, recognizing the voice, asked if it was Midz's. Midz's confirmed it, and MC asked if he could contact her through prayer. Without waiting for an answer, Wright asked if Midz's couldn't have contacted him earlier if she knew about Starkus. Midz's admitted that she was going to help MC, but noted that she didn't have enough strength. Wright asked again, not understanding what Midz's meant by helping, and Midz's, confirming her earlier words, said that she wanted to prepare everything in a calmer and safer place, but it so happened that MC was in the forest. Lowering her head, Midz's asked Wright not to turn away from her. And in MC's imagination, a box of cute puppies appeared, seeming to beg for Wright to take them with him. After a short silence, MC told Midz's not to worry, declaring that he would fulfill the order. He noted that Midz's sent him to an interesting world, and Midz's happily thanked Wright for agreeing. The puppies that appeared in MC's imagination also cried happily, but suddenly began to blur, and Wright asked if the connection was unstable. Midz's apologized to MC for this, and assumed that she still had little strength. Wright wondered if it was because of a lack of believers. In the end, he said that he would ask Midz's one more question, and asked if the kingdom's protector's Kakara was with Duke Gralsel. Midz's confirmed this as well, noting that her faith in her had weakened after Gralsel stole that staff. She was outraged that Gralsel would dare to do this, but forced herself to calm down, taking a deep breath. She noted that MC might not believe it, but she said that she was once the most famous goddess in this world. She had been accumulating divine power for a long time, and then made a Kakara out of it. When Mizura started to get rid of other bugs, Midz's, judging by her assumptions, survived only thanks to the Kakara. Wright realized that this meant that Mizura took over the entire world, while Midz's was making herself a staff. These words for Midz's were like a blow to the chest, and she asked MC not to say that, since she herself understood everything. Wright thought about the fact that Midz's could definitely fight back against Mizura if she was such a strong goddess. But instead she was doing the Kakara. But now MC did not think much about it, since it was necessary to return the staff and restore faith. Midz's exclaimed that it must be done, and wanted to say something about the staff, but the connection was suddenly cut off, and Wright, getting up, asked himself, "Is this all?" However, he learned everything he needed, and was sure that it was enough. He soon headed back with Rumia, and after walking some distance in silence, he noticed that Rumia was smiling strangely. MC asked if something was wrong. Rumia admitted that Wright had been praying for a long time, noting that she thought he was talking to the goddess Midz's about something. MC explained that they were discussing ways to solve a problem, and Rumia asked again, confused, not knowing what that meant. Wright confirmed this, explaining that they were talking about how to return a lost item. Rumia didn't understand again, and then suddenly assumed that MC was making fun of her. She nudged him lightly with her hip, but Wright said that he wouldn't dare make fun of Rumia. Rumia got a little angry about this and then smiled, realizing that MC was trying to help them. She was sure that he was doing this because he was a kind person, but Wright, remembering how he destroyed the torn leaf, told Rumia that assassins were never kind people, and he himself was just carrying out his mission. MC continued walking, but Rumia did not immediately follow him and stood for a while, looking after Wright. Finally, she called out to him, and MC stopped, turning around. Rumia handed him a fruit and, smiling, thanked Wright for allowing her to leave the castle. Thanks to MC, she was able to rest for a while, and after waiting for him to take the fruit, Rumia took the same fruit for herself, and, moving a little to the side, looked down on the city and admitted that she had never thought that one day the city or her usual way of life could disappear. She took everything for granted and thought that nothing would change, but now she realized what kind of strong enemies she would have to face in order to protect her homeland. That's why Rumia thought that it didn't matter what kind of person would protect them, good or evil, but she noted that in order to protect the people, they needed a hero. Smiling, Rumia looked at Wright and said that they needed him. MC didn't know what to say to that and stood there silently for a while. Rumia became nervous because of that and asked herself excitedly, what did she just say? She guessed that it was too much, and because of that she felt very ashamed, because Rumia didn't know what Wright would think of her now. And then, MC just bit off a piece of the fruit that Rumia handed him and admitted that it was sweeter than he thought. Rumia was distracted from her worried thoughts, and Wright, smiling, told her to contact him if there were any orders. He promised to help Rumia right away, and Rumia smiled, exclaiming enthusiastically. MC warned that he would not give a discount, and Rumia, a little angry, said that Wright was greedy. All this time, they were being watched by Gord and another knight. Some time passed, and the carriage pulled by horses entered the territory where the Viscount Govar's domain began. However, the announcement that said so was now crossed out. The carriage was driven by Gord and Larzal, and suddenly Rumia, whose face was hidden by a cloak, leaned forward, admitting that she did not even know that such a place existed in the city. Gord and Larzal were angry that Rumia looked out and asked her to stay out of the window. Gord couldn't believe that Rumia had hidden in the carriage to go with them. He didn't understand what would happen if Lias found out. And Rumia, closing her eyes, apologized to Gord and Larzal, admitting that she had simply heard that they were going to deliver something to Wright, and so she went too. Larzal noted that Rumia had just met MC recently, but Rumia said that it had been a whole week. Larzal didn't know what to say to that, and in order to change the topic, Gord announced that they would just give the package and come back immediately. Rumia agreed with this, and Gord suddenly froze, noticing a huge building in front of him. It was Wright's alchemy workshop, and Rumia, looking out of the carriage, asked with delight if this was MC's new workshop. Rumia heard that Wright had built it in just a week, and Gord confirmed this, saying that 3 days ago there had been an empty field here. Larzal agreed with this, and they all stopped the carriage and went outside. The building consisted of a forge, a weaving workshop, an alchemy workshop, a warehouse for raw materials and finished products, and living quarters. After listing all of this, Gord asked how many workers Carl would have requested to build all of this. Larzal asked Gord not to ask him about this, and Rumia was suddenly distracted, noticing a mouse model support artifact, which came closer and waved its hand. Rumia recognized it as an MC artifact. The mouse began to say something. Rumia, after listening carefully, asked if Wright was really not home right now. At the same time, having changed into clothes that were different from his usual suit, MC walked through the city, remembering how he met Lias, who announced to him that he had already collected all the necessary information on the Gralzel case. Wright also needed a map of the estate's surroundings, and Lias said that he would do it. In that case, MC could already be fulfilling the order right now, but Lias didn't have the map with him right now. This map was currently in the office of the Royal Secret Service, and Lias told Wright to take it from there. Holding out an envelope, he said that this was an address, and MC, although he took the envelope with the address, was angry because he still had to go somewhere. Lias asked Wright not to make such a face, explaining that it was very close. In addition, coming closer to MC, Lias noted that he trusted those people, since they, of course, are not hired killers, but maybe they can help Wright with something. MC simply sighed and left, and Lias wished him luck. At this point, Wright had reached the Rumiaran cafe and paused for a while, looking around. As he walked a bit to the side, he asked himself why he didn't meet up with some other people. As he entered, he noticed that there were 2 people in the building, who upon noticing him, immediately greeted MC, recognizing him. Wright went down to the 2 men, who said that even though they were right there, it was their fault that such a person was able to enter the palace, and Lias almost died. However, they still asked that MC at least let them take the fall for them, and let Wright do the killing. MC said that they didn't have to worry about it, saying that he was being paid well enough. One of the men said that they knew that too, and asked that Wright let them atone for their guilt this time, and help him. MC seriously stated that he was only there to get the map, and asked if the men had not been informed that Wright was going on this job alone. The men replied that they had been informed, but told MC to just give the order if he needed help anyway, promising that they would do everything in their power. Wright, walking a little to the side, sat down on the table, realizing how things really were, although he thought that it was no wonder the men were so worried. After all, MC was attempting to kill a member of the upper class, and after asking the men's forgiveness, Wright noted that all he needed for this job was the map, convincing them that he was going on the job alone. One of the men, after asking for forgiveness, asked if they could find out the reason. MC said that this was a kill that only a professional could get, explaining that it was necessary not only to get rid of the target, but also to obtain information. The men announced that the special forces of the court had assigned the best agents to Wright, and if you count MC, there were 3 of them. The man asked, "Aren't they worthy of being called the best of the best?" Wright asked, "Are they really saying that there are 3 of them?" The man looked closely at MC and asked what he would say to that. Wright, rising from his chair, took off the cap he had been wearing and, apologizing to the man, closed his eyes, saying that he was not going to risk their lives. The men looked at each other and suggested that MC at least make a contract with magic if he didn't trust them that much. Wright said that the problem wasn't in trust, but in execution. As he said this, he tore down a part of the wall, and it revealed a man who was afraid of being discovered. The other 2 men were also shocked that MC had revealed the technique of the hidden spirit. The man hiding behind the wall asked, how long had Wright noticed this? MC said he had noticed before he entered, and suddenly one of the men asked Wright for permission to be so brazen and declared that as an agent of the Secret Service he had to hone his fighting techniques. Taking a fighting stance and drawing his dagger, the man asked if MC would be his teacher. He ran forward, intending to attack, but suddenly froze, shaking slightly. The second man, noticing this, asked why Calda was not moving. Calda did not answer right away, but eventually admitted that he did not know what was happening and explained that he had suddenly become paralyzed. He dropped the dagger from his hands and Wright, sighing, asked everyone to look at the ceiling. All 3 men froze and one of them asked if there was a trap up there. MC, closing his eyes in irritation, said that it was not and pointing his finger upward asked the men to look. All 3 men looked up and noticed a mechanical device on the ceiling, asking what it was. Calda suddenly felt like he could move at that moment, and Wright explained that it was a magical killing device that he had attached to the ceiling when he entered the room. With a wave of his hand, MC began to control his artifact, and it fired, sending a needle flying down with force and piercing the floor. All 3 men froze, looking at it, as no one even noticed Wright leaving the tool there. If Wright was the enemy of these men, they would not have a chance to win, and MC, returning to the cap he had left on the table earlier, asked if the men understood him now. He told them to offer him help after they learned how to protect at least their headquarters. Wright asked. Now they gave him a map and put the cap on his head. One of the men lifted the lid of one of the tables, handed MC a sealed envelope containing a map, and announced that according to their information, Gralsel would be leaving the estate in 4 days. Officially, it was a business trip, but in reality, Gralsel was planning to leave the country forever and flee to the Rondal Archbishopric. The men suspected that Gralsel was planning to take the kingdom's protectors Hakahara with him, and this was the last chance to ruin Gralsel's plans. Taking the map, Wright promised to take care of it, and suddenly one of the men shouted that he wanted to ask something. He announced that he was undercover and even stopped his breathing with the artifact, and noting that no one else noticed except MC, asked how he knew where the man was. Wright pointed towards the jar standing above, and admitting that he wanted to ask about it, asked if this was some kind of joke. One of the men asked in bewilderment, what did MC mean? He explained that it was a sign with an explosive substance, necessary for neutralizing uninvited guests. Wright understood what it was, and advised to hide not only the appearance of the artifacts, but also the magical energy of it. He didn't understand what difference it made how well the trap was hidden if magical energy could be felt even outside the building. The same applied to the mantle behind which the man was hiding. The essence of the trap was to find the perfect cover, as well as to deliver an unexpected fatal blow. This is how hired killers worked, and having said this, MC raised his hand and his artifact descended down onto Wright's palm. The man hiding in the robe asked if MC could feel the energy even from the outside. He assumed that Wright had some special detectors, but MC explained that one glance at this place was enough for him. He assumed that in this world, people do not know how to determine the location of artifacts using their own magical power. As a parting gift, he gave these men homework and threw them his artifact, saying that they could disassemble it however they wanted. Wright explains that inside it were artifacts for movement, combat, and measuring magic. In his opinion, the men would definitely be interested in this, and the men, looking at the artifact, asked if MC was sure about this. They suggested that there would come a day when they would no longer be allies, but Wright admitted that he doubted that the men would change much. One of the men frowned and said that they would see if MC could tell the next time they met. Wright smiled and admitted that he would wait for the day when the men were stronger. He left the mission and, closing his eyes, smiled and expressed his hope that they would hide better traps for his next visit. When MC left, the men began to examine the artifact almost immediately, and Calda noted that it was now clear why the king liked Wright so much. Another man decided that they should not be left behind by MC, and a third added that they must live up to Lias's expectations. As the men continued to examine the artifact, they noted that it was still very unusual, and Calda admitted that he had a sense of déjà vu when Wright controlled it with the artifact's threads, as it reminded him of Starkus's magic. The other man asked if Calda was suggesting that MC and Starkus were on the same level of mastery. Calda thoughtfully placed his hand on his chin, admitting that he did not know the answer to that question, and suggested that he had only imagined it. Around the same time, a lit candle in Wright's house almost burned out, and Gord, pointing this out, told a frustrated Rumia that if MC did not return before the candle burned out, they would go home. Larzel, looking around, asked why there were so many candles here. He noted that there were quite a few candles both in the room and outside, and added that it was also dark in here. He assumed that these were not candles at all, and leaned closer to one of the candles, examining it more closely. Rumia, also leaning closer to the candle, noted that if you look closely, it looked more like some kind of fabric than wax. However, she almost immediately corrected her words, saying that it looked more like some kind of thread. Gord asked if this was really true. He admitted that he did not see it, and asked if it was possible to make candles out of thread. Larzel was irritated by their discussion, and suggested that they simply touch the candles since in that case everything would be clear. But at the moment when Larzel began to bring his hand to the candle, Wright appeared next to him, who seriously ordered Larzel to remove his hands from the MC samples. Larzel was scared, not expecting Wright's sudden appearance, and Rumia smiled, glad that he had returned. She also admitted that it was very unusual to see him in new clothes, and MC greeted everyone calmly. Larzel, pointing a finger at Wright, asked if he really said anything about samples. He assumed that MC was studying something else, and asked if it would be better for Wright to improve his fighting skills. MC, who immediately had one of his artifacts land on his shoulder, assumed that it would suit someone, but explained that the artifacts and the development of new materials are most important to him. Changing the topic of conversation, Wright asked if it was okay for Gord and Larzel to have Rumia with them so late. He asked if Lias would be worried about Rumia. Everyone froze, not knowing what to answer to this question, and Rumia, smiling happily, exclaimed that she brought Gord and Larzel here, explaining that she was here to give MC a reward from the king. Wright asked again, perplexed, explaining that he had already received his land and materials. Starkus had collected a large amount of materials for the construction of the shrine, so MC was able to quickly build his workshop. Gord explained that he was talking about a reward that was not related to the construction of the workshop. Opening the chests they brought, Gord asked Wright to take a look at it. MC noticed that the chests contained magic stones, and Gord, coming closer, asked if it was true that Wright shared magic potions with them during the previous order. In Larzel's opinion, even this should not have been enough to repay MC for his kindness, but Lias sent Wright these magic stones as a token of gratitude. Everyone hoped that these magic stones would be useful, and after saying this, Larzel looked away a little irritated, unhappy that he had to address MC with respect. Wright, looking at the stones, noted that this could be used in construction. Standing up, he admitted that he was grateful for the stones in exchange for those potions, explaining that he needed a lot of tools right now. MC asked for a thank you to Lias for that, and Gord promised that he would do so. After that, he turned to Rumia, saying that it was time to go home, and Rumia, sadly hanging her head, admitted that she did not want to leave. Looking at the burning candles, and also noticing the map in Wright's hands, she asked if MC had accepted some dangerous order. The warrior asked in confusion why Rumia was asking about that. Rumia, hanging her head, wanted to say that she imagined something, but fell silent and smiling, simply said goodbye to Wright, asking him to be more careful. MC promised that he would do so, and Rumia, Gord and Larzel got into the carriage and began to leave. Wright waved goodbye to them, and waited for them to leave before entering his workshop, turning to the fourth artifact and asking what the results of the latest experiment were. Using magic, MC opened the door to the new room, and after listening to the fourth artifact, said that it was great, adding that it would then take the artifacts from number 7 to 47 and continue the research. Walking down the stairs to the room below, Wright said that he wanted to talk about the next order next. He paused, looking at the huge number of new artifacts being prepared in the room, and noted that everything was already ready for the next artifact. He suddenly remembered how Rumia smiled before leaving, and calling out to number 4, asked how long it would take to make the materials for that artifact. Number 4 said that it would only take a day. And MC, delighted, decided that tomorrow night he would go to Duke Gralsel's estate. For some time Wright continued his research, and at the same time in the estate of Duke Gralsel, a young guy, irritably closing his eyes, admitted that he understood everything, since Laius began to suspect Gralsel, but noted that this did not mean that he should now lead Gralsel by the hand to the toilet. Gralsel, who was sitting in the toilet, desperately ordered his interlocutor to shut up, as he was sure that it was easy for him to speak only because he had powers, and that Gralsel was being hunted by Starkus's killer himself. Nervously biting his finger with his teeth, Gralsel said that tomorrow he would leave the country, thinking that when the danger died down, it would be possible to return. In this case, he was sure that he would still have a chance to seize the throne, and the guy, if he intended to fulfill his duty as an apostle, had to listen to what Gralsel said and protect Gralsel's life. Suddenly, the apostle struck with great force and a crack went through the whole house. Part of the wall was destroyed, and the apostle asked Gralsel, "Was this really a threat?" The guy, stretching his sword in his direction, asked discontentedly, "Since when does Gralsel decide what is best for them?" Gralsel looked at the blade of the sword in amazement, and the guards who heard the noise began to run closer and asked Gralsel what happened. Gralsel, stretching his hand to the side, ordered the guards not to approach, declaring that he was fine. Looking at Relias, Gralsel admitted that he was wrong, and, confessing that his fear had clouded his mind, asked Relias to forgive him. Relias looked at Gralsel seriously for a while, and then, winking, put away his sword and said that he would forgive him. As Relias walked away, he noted that they still needed someone to take the throne, so Gralsel still had to live. However, Relias advised that Gralsel watch his language, and Gralsel said he would do so, thanking Relias for forgiving him. Relias looked at Gralsel and said that he could guarantee Gralsel's safety, and explained that he knew how assassins worked, so as long as Relias was here, Gralsel was safe. Gralsel smiled happily, and Relias added that if Gralsel was so afraid of MC, he could have hired more guards. Gralsel looked at the knights leaving and said that it was dangerous, since there was a high risk that an assassin could infiltrate the ranks of the guards. If Gralsel were attacked outside the compound, he could escape using the secret path, but he was not going to let the killer get into his house under any circumstances. There were many artifacts in this place, and so Gralsel was sure that even the most skilled killer would have a hard time getting in. He thought about something ideal, and Relias, looking away a little, noted that the estate was under reliable protection, ideal, although he admitted that Starkus's protection was much better. Gralsel suddenly remembered something, and asked how the kingdom's protector's Kakara was. He wondered if everything was okay with it, and Relias, reminding him that the Kakara was under his protection, asked if this meant that Gralsel doubted Relias. Gralsel nervously exclaimed that this was not the case, explaining that the Rondel diocese would agree to accept him after escaping from Mises, so long as he brought the Kakara with him. Relias thought for a while, and then told that the strongest magical seal of Starkus was placed on the vault. And if there was magic in the world that could destroy it, then Relias admitted that he would like to take a look at it. Shortly before, in the rocks within 10 kilometers of the estate, Wright, who had protected his face with a special mask, emerged from the water and, hiding behind a rock, adjusted his hair, removing wet strands from his face, and noted that he was being greeted quite warmly. In the coastal waters near the estate, protective mines were installed, and in addition, the rocks were hung with magical bombs. No one warned MC about this, and upon his return, he was going to tell the Royal Secret Service everything he thought about it. Taking off his special swimsuit, MC extended his hand, telling the fourth artifact to give new clothes here. The assistant took out dry clothes, and Wright changed into them. While MC opened the map, performing the last check before entering the estate, the assistant climbed on his head and began to dry his hair with a towel. Looking at the map, Wright noted that his mission for today was to return the Hakahara of the kingdom's protector and eliminate Duke Gralsel. MC had wasted too much time on surveillance and placing artifacts, and unfortunately, he did not have time to study the situation inside. The Duke planned to flee the country to the Rondel diocese tomorrow, so it was expected that security would be tightened on the eve of departure. Wright understood that it was time to act now or never, and looking at the map, asked what was here. On one side there was a rocky coast, and on the other side a forest filled with monsters. He realized that Gralsel had chosen the right place, since it was convenient to defend, but almost impossible to attack. Even if someone managed to break through the defense from the sea, the estate was cut off from the shore by rocks, and it was impossible to get into it from this side. It was only possible to penetrate the estate from the outside, but there were all sorts of obstacles there. Now, with the help of one of his artifacts, MC noticed that armed people were walking through the forest, mentally noting that about 200 knights controlled the estate at a time, and considering that they changed 3 times a day, one could assume that at least 600 people were on duty. The security was serious, and Wright could not disagree with this, and putting away the map, noted that his professional skills in combat were useless, and therefore it was in his interests to avoid an open clash. The sacred artifacts were very durable, and even if Wright blew up the estate, the Kakara would not be damaged. Normally, Wright would have simply used the artifacts, but he wasn't going to do that this time. He was walking along the coast, looking at the estate ahead, and stopped for a moment, and around that time, the soldiers who were patrolling the area suddenly asked what the sounds were. They assumed that it was coming from their estate, and when a special panel appeared in front of Wright's face, he thought that everything was happening as he thought, and that there was another apostle of Mazur in the estate. Wright remembered asking again when he heard about the apostle, and Laius explained that this is what they called people who, like Starkus, received the blessing of God. Taking a sip of tea, Laius explained that all information about the apostles was classified, and even he knew little about it. However, Laius knew for sure that Duke Gralzel had the Kakar of the Protector of the Kingdom, and he also knew that it would most likely be kept by someone who was comparable in strength to Starkus. Wright thought with displeasure that Midzes could have told him about this, since it was really important. He asked out loud if Midzes had apostles. Laius admitted that he did not know if there were apostles before, but noted that there were definitely no such people now. It was said that for an apostle to appear, a god needed to have colossal power, and Laius noted that the Church of Luras Mers appeared relatively weakly, so he would not have enough strength for such a thing, much less 2 apostles at once. Laius assumed that there was something fishy here, warning that they needed to be extremely careful. Now Wright, having analyzed the magical energy emanating from the estate, realized that, judging by this, the second apostle was a magic knight. Wright had no idea what had happened, but he understood that if such a monster had settled in the estate, artifacts alone would not be enough. However, Wright was not going to retreat, and suddenly noticed a secret entrance. Stopping, he looked at it and started the magic meter. With this, he recreated in his mind an image of the space inside this entrance and, seeing a boat in the cave, to which a staircase led, he asked if this was really a magic boat. It was clear that great attention had been paid to the jet engine during the design, as magical artifacts were installed on the hull to prevent underwater bombs from detonating. Wright assumed that this was an escape route, noting that it would be foolish to try to enter the estate through this passage, as there was a high probability that he would be detected as soon as he stepped inside. However, Wright decided to leave modest gifts for Duke Gralzel here, and installed several of his artifacts. After this, Wright began to climb up the cliff, and heard someone announce that they were calling the security headquarters, ordering them to report the situation. One of the soldiers who received the signal said that everything was unchanged in the southwestern territories. And at that very moment, Wright, having reached the top, hid behind the warrior, listening to everything that was happening around him. In response, the voice on the phone said that all soldiers needed to return to their starting points. It turned out that the sudden explosion that had sounded earlier did not currently pose a threat. An order was received to continue patrolling along the established routes. But the knights, as if bewitched, repeated that there was no change in the southwest. MC thought that everything was going exactly according to plan. Number 747 successfully copes with its task. It sprays a special poison in the wind, an experimental sample of the magical artifact number 747, which includes poisonous fibers. It will not be possible to kill or put a person to sleep with this poison even with direct exposure, but with its help it is possible to effectively influence consciousness. It moves according to his instructions, poisoning the air with poisonous vapors. This sample is perfect for secret penetration into foreign territory, since the poisonous pores cannot be recognized. For the actual effect on the body, since the poison does not block thought processes, people are conscious. The guards report the situation on schedule and therefore do not arouse suspicion. After that, the protagonist pressed start. Of course, some under the influence of the poison are unable to detect his presence, but it seems that today he is very lucky, and there are no such people here. MC thought, the estate is a stone's throw from here, the last line of defense. The Duke's estate consists of 15 knights. It's obvious that these soldiers are far from ordinary security guards. In addition, the protagonist is sure that these guys know each other by sight. Pretending to be one of them is the same as signing your own death warrant. Suddenly, some of the guards fell. One of them exclaimed, "What's going on?" Why are they all falling suddenly? One of the guards noted, everything was fine. He cannot understand what happened. Suddenly he felt bad. But suddenly one of the guards was found with an arrow. The man immediately reported on the radio that they were under attack. He ordered everyone to their places. A barrage of enemy arrows fell on the estate. All soldiers come in, the estate is under attack from the air. An enemy arrow flew at them. All posts need to figure out the enemy's location. MC thought the invasion was a success. He moved into the body of the guard. The magical energy of the kingdom's protectors Kakara comes from there, so they need to run there. Further on, there were two guards on the protagonist's path. One of them immediately sounded the alarm, but before he could finish speaking, MC took them both out. He finally came to where the stolen kingdom's protector's Kakara was hidden. MC noted for himself, it was protected by a level 4 magic seal. Like an ordinary physical lock, a master key would be enough for him. But with a high-level magic seal, everything is not so simple. At least it doesn't give any signals about the break-in to the apostle in the manor. Apparently, this idiot believes that no one can break his seal. The protagonist thought, he has some time. The safe is made of magical metal, the walls are 1 meter thick. He could deform it with magic and transformation. The main problem is the seal. Hakara is hidden behind a physical lock and a magical seal. Weaving a key to a physical lock is a piece of cake. But what to do with the seal is a good question. You need to determine the type of magical seal and the material from which the connecting part is made. It is difficult, of course, but not impossible. The entire locking mechanism is thickly covered with orichalcum. This is a magical ore resistant to any kind of impact, both magical and physical. By hiding the connecting part behind orichalcum, you can eliminate the only vulnerable spot of the protective mechanism. This metal is not affected by even the strongest transformation magic, so any jewelry can be safely stored under an orichalcum lock. MC guessed that Starkus came up with this. He was the only one who could think of this. But transformation is far from the limit of the protagonist's capabilities. Blacksmithing and alchemy plus 5 basic creation skills, those who have mastered all these skills have access to special magic, true transformation. After some time, the protagonist destroyed the seal and noticed, this is the Kakara of the kingdom's protector. MC thought, one look is enough to understand that it was really touched by the hand of the goddess. The Kakara emanates such a powerful energy that even the mana balance in his body is thrown out of balance. He needs to concentrate, he can lose consciousness if he is careless with it. When the protagonist took the staff in his hand, he thought, has the mana stabilized? Is the balance not disturbed? It seems that he even feels better. Is the Kakara adjusting to him? Is this the help promised by the goddess? MC noticed, in that case, he is done here. After that, he used the skill Manometer. He noticed, a similar count is still somewhere nearby. It's time to move on to plan B. At this time the knights were still looking for the enemy. One of the knights exclaimed, have they really searched all the rocks? That rat must have been hiding somewhere around here. Relias turned to the Duke and asked if he had heard what was going on. It was time for him to meet the intruder. Let him let go of his leg already. But the Duke wouldn't let go at all. He was sure it was a trap. The murderous protagonist clearly wanted to lure him out so that the Duke would be left alone. If the apostle wasn't around, who would be left to protect him? Relias noted that he should check the safe and asked him to let go anyway. The Duke said that the safe was well protected. After all, it had the Starkus spell on it. Nothing would happen to it. Their enemy was a cowardly rat relying on magic tools. He would never be able to pick the lock. The apostle noted that it wasn't about the magic tools. Suddenly the guards shouted. They had found the enemy. He had taken the Kakara. Relias noted, now was his chance. The guards around the protagonist shouted, how did he open the safe? MC looked at Relias and thought, here he is, the apostle. The protagonist said, his mission is complete. Let them give him leave. He threw a flashbang grenade, and each of the knights was blinded. The apostle noted, what's interesting about this? At first glance, it's an ordinary flash bomb, but in reality, the soldier is attacking a small creature on the protagonist's belt, with needles with paralyzing poison. What a cheap trick. However, it must be admitted, it works effectively. Besides, it is unnoticeable. That's not bad work. He turned to the protagonist and said, did he manage to destroy the magical seal of Starkus? However, I think he is capable of more. He rushed to attack with mad speed. MC noted his speed, but this was to be expected from a magical knight. Perhaps he is even faster than Larzel. Only now the Count was left without protection. With one swing of his blade, the protagonist launched his birds, but suddenly the apostle shot down one of them in an instant. He noticed, the protagonist is fast, still doesn't want to show him his weak points. MC thought, he threw a rock at supersonic speed with his bare hands and knocked down his bird? Crazy, what kind of monster is this? Relias came closer and greeted the intruder. He asked him to tell him, how did the Kakara end up in his hands? The protagonist thought, now looking at him, he can say one thing for sure. This guy is a head taller than most magic knights. He wondered, is he really looking for an escape route? It was worth attacking him from behind. Relias noticed that he is in no hurry. Who knows what other traps he has prepared for him? He will be extremely careful. The protagonist noted to himself, this is a very difficult opponent. He has 1,000 times more magical energy than the protagonist, and even though he is stronger, he still remains on guard. Most likely, he is prepared and has already managed to study his basic killing methods. The apostle wondered what he was up to. Suddenly, an explosion occurred when he stamped his foot. The protagonist noted to himself, one frontal attack from him, and he would not have a chance to win. That's why he lured him here. Relias rushed to attack at breakneck speed. The protagonist threw a flash bomb right at him. The apostle had already swung his sword, but the protagonist had prepared something for him. This attack is called Soul Split, but the apostle was able to dodge it. He noticed that the protagonist had set traps at every turn. By the way, what did he do with their guards? Khans asked himself, did he really dodge the Soul Split? Soul Split was the most reliable trap of all that he set. It was the best he could construct from the available materials. It takes a split second to activate the mechanism, and yet he managed to dodge it. Did he have some kind of special ability? Advanced intuition? Relias wondered, what was that even? Could it be spiritual magic? There were so many rumors about it. Who would have thought that such amazing magic could be hidden in a trap? What else could he have hidden here? Suddenly, the apostle threw his weapon on the ground and laughed. He offered a truce. MC wondered, why did he throw his weapon? Was he trying to stall for time? He asked. Is he crazy? They are in the middle of a battle here. What kind of truce can there be? The apostle replied that he remembered. Actually, at first he intended to finish him off quickly, but now he changed his mind. How could he deprive humanity of such a skilled killer with his own hands? The protagonist wondered. Does he probably want him to go over to their side? The apostle replied that he did. Why the hell fight for some worthless missus when with their support he will have unlimited opportunities? Honestly, they really lack such good hired killers lately. MC asked, doesn't he want to introduce himself first and then make such serious statements? The apostle introduced himself. His name is Larius. The protagonist also said his name. Larius asked him to tell the truth. What does he want? Maybe money, women, or fame? The protagonist thought for a second. What does he want? But suddenly there was an attack with a blade on him. He immediately noticed, so this is what he had planned. It is a hovering sword, a special skill of magic knights, allowing you to control weapons from a distance. He expected this outcome when he threw away his sword. Everything became clear. Larius noted, if the protagonist were weaker and simpler, he would accept him to their side without hesitation. But as soon as he repelled his first attack, he realized that this was impossible. He is too dangerous. There is no place for people like him in the world of Mazarzul. After that, he launched an attack. One of the knights in the castle noted, even the sea was raging. Is the enemy really that strong? The second knight laughed. Larius is on their side, so everything will be fine. Whoever is there, Larius will deal with him in no time and return the Kakara. The duke yelled at them. What are they talking about? Do they really not value their lives? Meanwhile, in the estate, Gord asked, what is this? Is it an earthquake? Maybe soldiers are advancing? What is coming from the cliffs? He turned to Larsel. Did he hear it too? Larsel noted, he is absolutely sure that Wright is involved. The city wondered, what is happening behind the cliffs? Suddenly, Princess Rumia came out. She asked everyone to calm down. She turned to Sir Gord and asked him to gather all the knights of the royal guard and follow her father's instructions. She asked the other knights to go down to the city and throw all their forces into protecting the people. There was a high probability of another earthquake. They didn't know exactly what was going on yet, but in the current situation they were obliged to do everything in their power to protect their lands. She silently addressed Wright and asked him to be more careful. After the unsuccessful attack, Larius noted, it was not so easy to catch a hired killer by surprise. MC turned to him and noted, distracting the enemy with a serious conversation was an understatement. A clever tactic, but he had thrown away his weapon in vain. He understood everything at once. If he had discreetly thrown away some dagger and a smaller one, then perhaps his plan would have worked. Larius noted, the animal on his belt radiated magical energy and could sense danger. He would have noticed any, even the tiniest dagger, wouldn't he? How did he even think of such a thing? Is this really what they teach in the kingdom of the Missus? Suddenly, he saw something in the distance and thought, magical energy is coming from the palace. Could it be reinforcements? Well, when did he manage to call for reinforcements? Suddenly, the protagonist attacked him. Larius noticed. He put on a show to distract his attention. But then he realized, this is not a show. They are heading for the estate. The reinforcements are real. All their fuss with him is a trap. The protagonist noted to himself, this is all thanks to the magical artifact for communication. The protagonist launched a new attack, Earth Split, and thought, his magical artifact, he can't break such magic. Larius noticed something and thought, these are artifacts in the form of ravens. Does he really want to send them to the estate? The protagonist thought, maybe he should use spatial magic. If he imprisons him inside, he will no longer be able to get out. Larius noted, no time to think. He concentrated the mana in his hand and used purple lightning and oath sword. It was time for battle. He exclaimed, the radiance of the double stars will outshine the light of day. MC realized, this was the attack of the Royal Knight. Suddenly, the protagonist found that he could not open his inventory. This could not be. Larius noted, of course he could. They were in the Colosseum's double stars space. Not a speck of dust from the outside world could penetrate here, let alone magical energy. No one would save him. Only the winner would be able to leave here alive. He asked him, let him take one thing into account, he would not allow what happened to Starkus to happen again. MC thought. He had practically trapped him in a cage. There was no such magic in the VLO, it was clearly prohibited by the rules. He could not even use artifacts here. Things could not be worse. The Colosseum's double star space, he had imprisoned him here. With high-level magic, he could probably get out of here with a true transformation, but he wouldn't have time. Without access to his inventory, he wouldn't be able to use his items. Attacking himself would be akin to suicide. Larius wondered, why was he so quiet? Couldn't he really fight without his artifacts? However, people like him always have an ace up their sleeve, a secret artifact, mind-affecting magic. Whatever he has in mind, he should feel free to use it to his heart's content. There are no rules in the double stars of the Colosseum. The strongest always wins here. The protagonist suddenly asked him, is he really an apostle? Then why does their entire battle look more like some kind of creepy test? It's in his interests to use all his dirty tricks and finish him off as quickly as possible, just like Starkus. Larius asked him, does he really think that every single apostle is obliged to obey their masters? Not at all. Not all of them choose to crawl at the feet of their superiors like Starkus. He has his own vision of this. The most important thing for him is the desire for absolute power. Suddenly, he exclaimed, how dare the protagonist compare them? MC thought, he is clearly not one of those who would hide anything intentionally, but something still does not add up. The key to victory must be hidden somewhere here. Larius noted, this is the end of their conversation. If he does not attack first, he will. The protagonist exclaimed, is this really spatial magic? He compressed the space, attacking with his sword. Larius performed the attack, Lightning Cross, but the protagonist dodged it. Larius thought, did he really manage to dodge his attack? He performed another attack, Lightning Fang. After that, the protagonist used Triumph of Fire into the battle and attacked the enemy with his fiery sword. After the attack, Larius caught the burnt piece of the protagonist's cloth. He thought, his clothes themselves are an artifact, but why does he need it? To feel the flows of magical energy? Or something else? But he threw the piece away and said, since it is now torn to shreds, it will not be of much use. What is really important is that his swordsmanship leaves much to be desired. But the boy moves well, much better than he thought. The protagonist asked, was he really scared? Here is a magic knight, the owner of the exceptional skills of the royal guards, or does he regret getting into a fight? Perhaps he is too tough for him. So maybe he will ask the soldiers outside for help. He is kind today. Larius offered to explain 3 things to him. First, the Colosseum serves the principles of justice, and therefore they will witness their fight. Second, his technique is called knight nobility. The royal knight is his companion, the one riding on a horse. The protagonist noted, he thought Starkus was his companion. Isn't he an apostle? Larius continued. Third, let him not try to stall for time. No matter how much he tries, the royal army will not be able to deal with the count so easily here. Jumping around like a flea and constantly dodging his blows is a waste of time. Let this fool start attacking already. On the other hand, since he is a guest here, he will answer, so be it, to his questions. Starkus is not his friend, he is his teacher. At first, he wandered the world as a self-proclaimed wise teacher of magic, but then, about 10 years ago, he took him and Loki, his older brother, as students. Loki showed great talent for magic, and a few years later, he joined the Imperial Knightly Order. He was a bright young star. He asked the protagonist, did the words ban on worship mean anything to him? When he was a knight of the Emperor, worship of the gods was strictly forbidden in the Empire. Without religion, there could be no gods, no apostles. However, faced with a real threat from a neighboring country, the imperial family lifted the ban on religion. And then Loki was born, an apostle created by the hand of man. It was a long night that will forever remain in his memory. The imperial knights rebelled against the apostle who lost control of himself, but they were no match for his power. The double stars of the Colosseum swallowed the empire, burying it under mountains of bodies and the bright flames of hellfire. All for the sake of Masur Zul. He and his fellow knight gave everything to shine even brighter. But before Larius could finish speaking, the protagonist apologized for interrupting, but something became noisy near the rocks. Would anyone really try to escape through the rocks? By the way, how are things with the Count? Larius thought, there is an emergency exit from the estate hidden in the rocks. Could he really have decided to use teleportation magic, not to call for reinforcements, but to lure the Count to the sea? The protagonist turned to him and noted, the Count is already dead. Now let him think for himself whether they have any reason to fight on. To be honest, the protagonist has already run out of artifacts. Larius noted, he is too dangerous to be left alive. He did not expect the Count to perish so soon, but he will pay for it. He attacked the protagonist with running lightning. The protagonist fell to the ground. Larius turned to him after the attack. He told him not to waste time. It must be hard for him to breathe. Everything is swimming before his eyes. He noted, the Colosseum is cut off from the outside world. This applies not only to magical energy but also to oxygen. The more a person moves, the more often and harder he breathes. In a confined space, oxygen becomes less and less. This certainly works on him, but he, unlike some, can still move. It's funny how such a trifle decides everything, isn't it? The outcome of this battle was predetermined, and he didn't even know it. But he shouldn't worry. His soul, like Loki's soul, will remain here forever, in the space of the double stars of the Colosseum, and will continue to shine just as brightly. And now the time has come, the double stars will unite. But the protagonist suddenly began to move. Larius was surprised. Did he really still have strength left? He noticed. Some strange feeling was tormenting him again. He thought, the artifacts are gone, he can no longer feel magical energy so subtly. But how does he predict any of his attacks, even those that are invisible to the eye? And most importantly, how does he move so quickly? As if he is not a person at all. MC launched a new attack, Storm Barge, and Larius couldn't believe it. The protagonist turned to him. Didn't he notice? He was really scared. Unfortunately, this skill works due to magical energy, so you can only dodge attacks with it. Alas, you can't attack yourself. It took a lot of time to learn it, but what an advantage it gives in battle. Starkus himself would be envious. Larius, feeling pain, exclaimed, his dirty, vile soul defiled their bright duel. This is a sin. And the light of dotation too is an outrage against the power of God. His powers and Starkus's powers were granted to them by God. He has no right to use them. He doesn't deserve it. Larius turned to Masur Zul and asked for forgiveness. He must definitely get rid of the protagonist. With one blow of his, he will put an end to their fight. MC thought, so that's where this nasty premonition comes from. An ordinary person is not able to resist the apostle. It's like mice attacking an elephant. It's not for nothing that he was crucified, about the principles of justice. It seems to him that the Colosseum was originally intended for the ceremony of sacrifice to the evil god. All this pathos is smoke and mirrors, a clever trick to hide the true essence behind the fight. And that is the truth. And yet, thanks to his anger, he had a chance to win. Larius screamed in agony for the protagonist not to dare run. He would not let him hide forever. He would wipe him off the face of the earth. But suddenly, a crystal pierced Larius's heart. He thought, where could they have come from? What is this? Spatial magic? But Wright had not moved. Did he really have any more artifacts? Suddenly he looked at him and noticed, where did his cloak go? MC noticed. It was the phase paralytic poison that had taken effect. He thought, the phase paralytic poison is contained in crystals. Penetrating the body, the poison molecules instantly crystallize. After a sufficient number of poison crystals have accumulated in the victim's body, paralysis occurs. The lethal dose for a person is 12 milligrams. The protagonist turned to the apostle. He suspected that his resistance to poisons would be quite high, and therefore prepared an indecently large, he would say, simply horse dose. If he had used ordinary poison gas, the apostle would have probably sensed something was wrong long before the poison had time to take effect. That is why he chose the phase paralytic poison gas. And judging by the size of the crystal, he was right. The apostle asked, how is the poison gas connected to his cloak? The protagonist explained, after activating the puppet of the heavenly forces, he was left with a bunch of interesting side artifacts. Among them were materials with which he was able to spray poison into the air. The cloak was made from them. The apostle cannot believe it. If he really used poison gas, he would have died first. But the protagonist took off his oxygen mask and told him to think about it. He asked him, when did the gas get into the air? How long had he been holding his breath? The apostle thought, how many more of these dirty tricks does he have? How could such a monster have been born? After these words, the protagonist dealt the final blow and asked the apostle. He says that his little brother was a royal knight, right? So what does it feel like to have his body torn apart from the inside? It turns out that his impregnable armor is worth a penny. A real Trojan horse. He modified this poison. Even 1,000th of a gram is enough to kill a person. And in him, there are already all 50 grams, that is 50,000 times more than a lethal dose. How long does he think he will last? The apostle thought, is he really going to die? But Mazar-Zul's dream almost came true, and he will be struck down by some pathetic heretic? Starkus and he fell at the hands of this monster? His eyes darkened. He shouted words about the glory of Mazar-Zul. After another attack, the apostle thought, did he really stop his sword with his bare hands? The protagonist suggested that he look more closely. He would show him something. He cast a spell, Crimson Blood, Hellish Flame, let it destroy everything in its path, everything in its path. The apostle said in complete shock, this can't be, but only he knows this spell. The protagonist continued casting spells, and after that the devil's corridor opened. Suddenly the apostle saw God, and noted that it was very beautiful. MC explained, this poisonous gas causes hallucinations. It contains the poison of Gallic frogs. In the wild, they show the victim what they want before they finish them off. This is his parting gift. The apostle looks so happy. What did he see there? MC noted, the puppet of the heavenly forces saved his life. He was incredibly lucky. The phase paralytic poison should have weakened him, but he could still attack. After all, they are terribly strong, these apostles. Who would have thought that some side artifact would save him so much? He should thank the princess for praying for his safety. Taking the sword, the protagonist said he will take good care of his loyal knight buddy. MC looked at the sky and noticed he simply disintegrated into particles.